Hopefully this fucking thing works. Google has been beside itself today. There we go. So, all right. Share the link. So if you're watching this, if you don't start the Hangout immediately, there's some type of bug that happens. I'm not sure how many minutes has to elapse before this bug occurs, but it seems as though it's the second you create these links via the YouTube version with the live chat, maybe within the first 3 minutes of the window coming up and you having the button available to start the broadcast, you need to click it. Because if you don't click it after 3 to 5 minutes, then it's going to bug out and people won't be able to view the actual video live. You'll have to wait until it stops and then it uploads and then you can watch it. So no live chat, no nothing. So I'm waiting on Tommy Hall right now because he wants to have a chat. I guess he wants to teach me a few things about biology. I figured I'd entertain Tommy Hall for a little bit while I work on this virtual lab that I have about independent and dependent variables. So, it's burning a little time. After we have this talk, I'm going to open it up so other folks. Tommy can stay in, or he can run away and go do his research or whatever he wants to do. But I figure why not, since he acts nicely. He's doing his thing again where he calls out the evos. Not sure really what the goal is or what. I guess I should ask him that too. I should write down some questions, and I should probably have the live chat open too for people who are also very curious about what the fuck Tommy is saying or what he's getting at or anything. So if you do have questions for Tommy, and by the way, as a quick aside, if you want to take screenshots, if you want to take clips from any of my videos, you are more than welcome. This is all public domain. I have nothing to hide. If I make a gaffe or something like that, then I should be lambasted just as much as anybody else, if not more. So I'm just waiting on Tommy. If you have questions, I am now looking at the side chat so I can actually see it now that it's working. Hello, Tommy Hall. How are you doing?
Oh, good. How are you?
Doing all right.
I just woke up, so.
Oh, I did. I got my coffee, had my little bagel.
Yeah, I did get my coffee, but I'm still kind of lagging. So my brain's not really in gear yet at all.
That's curious. I mean, I try to stay away from too many discussions when I first wake up to make sure I'm not offering malaprops in place of actual understandable words. So
yeah.
So you wanted to have a one-on-one conversation?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're a smart guy, and so if you had, I didn't know what you had on the other side, so sometimes it's fun just to talk one-on-one, as opposed to being ganged up against 4 or 5 to 1, which is usually the case for Christians. So just for something different. Like I say, I'm not really I'm kind of still in mellow key to be fighting off swarms of other minds, because it's hard enough to go up against one mind, but when you have 5 or 6 coming after you, it's trickier even. So did you see my video by chance?
I think I started watching a part of it, and I think Max Trivium actually broke it down and was going through some of the issues with your assertions. I think one of them being that individual creatures themselves have some type of control over their own genetics.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not something that they control mentally, as in I want to do this, like I want to pop out. Like if I'm a fish, I want to change my color. It's not something that they intend to do. It's just something that happens automatically. So there's, and somebody was who was it? Oh, it was, I forgot his name. Anyway, he was saying that didn't happen. And so I gave him several links of plasticity. It's basically when organisms alter their body, whether it be fish, like the example I gave in my video, that fish can grow larger when they're placed in a fish tank with other larger fish. So that somehow initiates hormones, and that hormonal thing causes all sorts of downstream effects to happen, such as size changes, maybe tail size changes, color changes, whatever it is that it takes for the fish to adapt to the surroundings. A lot of times that can happen. And it happens in fish, happens in tadpoles, happens in birds. It happens in all creatures in varying degrees. So, and it's not just, a lot of times it's not just one trait, it's multiple traits at the same time. Like when the lizards, you may have heard, many years ago, some lizards were transplanted to, I think it was the Galapagos. And within just a couple decades, I believe, or maybe 30 years, they had transformed themselves. Their leg sizes were different. They had evolved some cecal valves, which help in digestion. Anyway, there was like 30 something different traits that came about within 30 years that were different than when they were initially put onto that new island. So the point is, you have this whole body transformation that happens quickly and often within just a generation or just a few. And that kind of is a contradiction to what the evolutionists would suggest has happened in nature.
By when you say a contradiction, what are you referring to? What are you juxtaposing these types of adaptations with?
Well, like I said in my video, I gave the example of the eye. That the evolutionists would say that eye parts over time, over eons, came about a piece at a time by random mutation and selection. So it may take thousands or millions of years for a whole eye to evolve into existence. And so this is spelled out very clearly, like in The Blind Watchmaker in Richard Dawkins' book, how there's step-by-step cumulative selection. There is no direction as far as the mutation in the sense that it's directed towards adaptive change. It's just whatever mistakes that the genome cranks out, if they're helpful or adaptive, selection will freeze them, so to say.
No, I don't like really the characterization of necessarily of mistakes. Characterizing mutation as a mistake inherently assumes that it is only going to be negative. And like we said earlier, these changes are plastic to the environment. So if you do have a pseudo eye, or we'll call it the proto eye for certain mammals, and the ones that are mutated to best fit that environment are the ones that survive, then that starts the line in which we get the eye that we have now, rather than a different type of eye, which may be could potentially be more beneficial than the eye that we have now, because we really don't know. The eye that we have now could be inferior to what could have happened due to any number of things, not just natural selection. It could be some type of catastrophe that could have reduced our chances to obtaining the eyesight of, let's say, like a fly.
Mm-hmm. Well, when I say mistake, I mean, it's the evolutionists have pointed to copying errors. So mistakes in transcription. So that's not really it's not the way I'm characterizing it, it's the way they characterize it. It's a mistake. It's a mistake in replication. So obviously mistakes, if they're mindless, they're not going to be geared towards some sort of end result. So it's just whatever comes about. And selection is what is the organizing force. That's what I'm basically arguing in my video, is that the organizing force in nature is internal. So it's not an external force, aka selection, that's doing it. It's actually the intelligence or the consciousness or whatever the organizing force is within the individual that's actually responsible for quote unquote evolution. So I think what has been dubbed evolution is actually nothing more than an individual response to the environment. And it's been a kind of a bait and switch, because we can accomplish these things internally. These changes, this capacity to change has been kind of bait and switch to imply an across the board common descent.
Well, I think common descent's another topic which we actually link that with genetics, not necessarily morphological changes. The issue that I actually have with what you're saying is that there are third-party catalysts that are the, I guess, triggers for some of these adaptations. But instead of saying, well, the catalysts themselves elicit the response, you're saying that there's something internal to which is the organism uses that to respond to the environment.
Right.
So,
Right.
so for me, we could actually have some type of experiment. We can just take a one species of frog, a bullfrog, for instance, and say if there is an internal mechanism to force them to adapt to something, then there shouldn't need to be a catalyst for the catalyst would be our independent variable. And so we can take two or more species and use a catalyst on one species and not use a catalyst on the other species. Now, if both species evolve along the same lines, then we could say that there's something there. But if the one without the catalyst does not evolve, then it has to be that third-party catalyst that's eliciting the response.
Right. Well, I guess if I'm following what you're saying, you could very easily set up a controlled experiment on this. And science does this all the time with predators. And so that's, predators induce fear, a fear-based response. And so that very often induces a cascade of changes within the individual that's afraid.
Yeah.
And sometimes these changes can be passed down to the future generations. That's kind of the really cool thing that they're uncovering now. It's not just within the lifetime of the individual that these changes happen, it's that they can be carried down. And that's the problem, because suddenly you have a situation that the whole population, if they're subjected to the same predator, could essentially evolve at the same time simultaneously, within one generation, as opposed to the evolution, which has always taught us that it takes millions of years for a population to change, because a random mutation has to pop up in a single individual, then spread throughout the population by way of reproductive success.
Well, I don't think that when someone says that it takes millions of years, that's specifically for certain organisms. Not all organisms evolve along the same lines. You can get generations of one particular organism within days and months, as opposed to us, which we take 60, 70 years to crank out one full generation.
Well, if we're talking about the construction of organs, or the transformation of an organ, or transformation of a feature, and if a random mutation is indeed just a small, almost imperceptible change that gets added or changes the feature somehow, then large changes would logically follow that multiple mutations would be needed, and to have just the right mutations pop up within a reasonable amount of time to sort of cause that transformation in a beautiful and functional way would not be terribly feasible, because random mutations, as you know, they're not directed towards a specific end result. So you're going to have a hodgepodge of things popping up, and selection has to sort through all that stuff for however long it takes to get to the right one.
I think we're probably assigning too much of a teleological aspect to natural selection. It's a descriptor of what happens in nature. It's not an entity that does actual sorting. So when we're saying that there's small changes that are happening, that's indeed true. But what happens is, though, that sorting happens when this population survives or dies. It's not necessarily that, well, it will find some type of function somewhere, one day wake up with another arm for one generation, or, two hind legs for another. It is being able to adapt through small changes from generation to generation. And that's excluding any other type of, like I said, catastrophe that could happen, where you have the optimal creature here that's way more advanced than its progenitor, but for some strange reason nature happens and it dies, and the inferior creature somehow survives. So just to say that it simply sorts out the best one isn't necessarily always true, because that's just not the case.
Well, I didn't say that. All I'm saying is that if you're going to have a complex feature, an organ or something, and you're going to rely on multiple random mutations to construct it, then it would necessarily follow that it would probably take a long time for that to happen, for it to spread through the population. So sure enough, evolutionists have always claimed and told everybody it does take thousands or millions of years for such, you know, complex features to arise and spread. So I don't think that's controversial.
Well, how are you defining it as complex? What is the litmus that we're using to determine what's complex as opposed to what's simple?
Well, I mean, I guess that's a judgment call ultimately, but
well, in your mind, at least.
I don't know. To me, any organ in the body is going to be complex simply because you've got how many gazillions of atoms involved, and cells that have to go in just the right place and be just right as far as functionality goes. All this stuff has to work together as a system. So any system that works together, it seems to me, would kind of infer complexity. And when it comes to the body, to living things, we don't even know what's really involved with all that. So it's beyond our comprehension. So if it's beyond our comprehension to even fathom, you know, to me, it's illogical to think that a lucky process of mistakes could conjure that up and make something functionally whole like that.
Well, that's why I'm asking, because you draw this demarcation line between what's complex and what we look for in nature. Well, everything in nature is, I mean, complex. If you look at it as organization, anything that is a living organism has some level of complexity, even on the lowest level. So I don't think anything in nature could be considered simple by definition. It's just little things like that that kind of bother me with the wording, because it tends to imply something that's not represented from our observations. Another point that you were making on some of these, you went off on a little tangent there. I'm trying to remember what it was. Yeah, the complexity thing, that kind of perplexes me, because I see that line drawn all the time, and that simply because we don't necessarily know how all these things function as a unit, the fact that they have survived to this point means that they do serve some type of function, or they're simply neutral when it comes to the benefits or the impediments of an organism. And so, I mean, we can subjectively look at it and say, well, you know, yeah, that's cool and everything, but we honestly don't know if there had been something bit better or more complex from cousin species that simply died off. And simply calling it a mishap, again, that implies a bit of negative connotation to it that we can't apply, since not every scenario is going to fit the plasticity of the mutation that we're looking at.
Well, what in the body would you consider not complex?
That's the thing. Everything in our body is complex.
Okay, so yeah, I would agree. I would agree, and I would say proven by the fact that we are functional wholes. So you have muscles and tendons and all the cells that make up the organs and the brain, and all this stuff throughout the body is somehow interwoven, interconnected, and, you know, functional with each other. Everything seems to know, whether it does or not, I don't know, but everything seems to know what's happening. It all seems to be on the same page and privy to the same information. So it seems to me that it is all complex. And so no matter what's added, you know, through the course of evolution, for lack of a better word, then it's going to be complex, because just a small part of an organ, like I said, is going to have a ton of atoms and stuff that have to be coordinated, but it also does have to be functional within itself and with the body as a whole, you know. So it's all got to fit in, and how that happens, you know, how the body recognizes it or whatever, you know, this random mishap, this random mistake that pops on something new to an existing feature, how that gets incorporated, I don't know. I mean, it seems to me you'd have to do some mental gymnastics with that, as opposed to the body somehow on purpose generating or regenerating itself, you know, transforming itself. I mean, if the body is indeed in charge of itself and in charge of adaptations, then it would make sense that what it does to itself is functional and It requires no additional explanation.
Well, I think there's still too much of how can I say, an agency that's built into your assumptions about how our body works. Our body is very sophisticated, but it's still very primitive. A lot of our defense mechanisms end up hurting us sometimes more than it helps us. A fever is a pretty good example of that. There's a reason why you can't really cure a fever. That's our body's response to a pathogen. And in a lot of cases, our immune systems will attack itself because it does not recognize the body as part of it. So there's still some fine tuning, for lack of a better phrase, that needs to be involved with how our body interacts with what's within it.
Well, those are dysfunctions. You know, if you have a immune disorder, it's probably caused from not to get down this path, but a chemical overload that causes a dysfunction, causes the body to turn on itself. So, but we're talking about actually adaptations or things added or things changed about the body.
Sure. Actually, let's go
with the nature of how they come about.
Well, let's go with a mutation. Let's take sickle cell trait. So your issue is that you would have to do mental gymnastics in order to understand how the body does what when it comes to that particular mutation.
You know what? Sickle cell is one of those things that I keep reading about and I can't wrap my head around it. So I'll probably have to take a pass on that one. I don't have enough knowledge about sickle cell and sickle cell trait. I've been through this before and talked to people and read about it, and it just, for whatever, it's not processing. But yeah, I understand you guys have that argument.
Well, what in your mind, you said there has to be some type of mental gymnastics involved when a mutation occurs and how the body does not recognize it, I guess, as a foreign agent. What did you have in mind when you mentioned that?
Say it again now. Rephrase that.
When a few minutes ago, when you mentioned that one has to do a series of mental gymnastics in order to for the body to recognize mutations. What did you have in mind when you said that?
No, what I was saying is, like, let's just take a kidney. If a mutation added part of a kidney, or part of an eye, you know, some sort of copying error created some additional part of an existing feature, you know, and there's no real purpose or goal or mind or intelligence behind the mutation per se. And there's no real goal or purpose behind the part that was added. It just strikes me as kind of an odd thing, kind of like if you mindlessly stuck a part onto a computer, how could that be incorporated into the computer in a functional way? You know, it seems to me to be the same thing if you're looking at adding a mutation in a random way, that the body didn't actually need that part, didn't actually call on, you know, help. If it's just something that just happened, it seems like you would need an explanation for how that does get incorporated.
Well, it's for the same reason our immune system really doesn't attack cancer. It's still a part of the body. It's not, when you have this idea of adding something new, it's almost as if you're saying that something foreign is being added out of the ether into the body, and now the body is just assuming that it is a part of it, and that's not what happens at all. It is, we still know that the basis for all the cells in our body are stem cells, and we've recreated stem cells using pluripotent stem cells, from skin tissue, and we can then incorporate that back into someone's body because it's still theirs. It's still a part of their body. It was never not a part of their body. So there's nothing that would, you know, trip the immune system into thinking that it was foreign.
Well, here's what I mean. Just to give you an example that a lot of people have probably heard, you know, like birds, supposedly when they first formed wings, the story goes that there may have been a proto wing or some sort of small thing. So the whole wing was not there, so the whole wing could not be functional. Mm-hmm. So I guess what I'm saying is, if you had a mutation or mutations that added 1/67th of a wing, I'm trying to understand and process how that could be functional, or I don't know how function could be realized out of that, or how the body would know how to use such a thing, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Well, we have living examples of that. You know, kiwis, the little birds from New Zealand, they're flightless birds. They work just fine, even though they're little, pseudo wings or whatever you want to call them don't actually support flight. It's not an issue of them not being able to function as a wing, because technically, even though some of the parts are there, it cannot function as that for that organism. So until conditions are met, whatever they may be and down the line, that limb or appendage is going to act in the capacity in which it can for that environment.
Well, those wings, I don't know about that particular bird, but I'm guessing most situations like that, they probably at one time were functional wings, and they probably devolved because of whatever their environment. I don't know if they're swimmers or whatever they are, but they probably do use the wings for something, I'm guessing, that they,
Sure.
that they,
Such as they came into an environment where the wings eventually atrophied, and over generations they just became. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So, but see, that's that's the way I look at it. I look at it as devolution like that you have a part that doesn't really have a real valid explanation for it as to how it got here. Yet, sure enough, you could have, because the animal changed environments, maybe they no longer needed to fly, but needed to swim or whatever. And so the body changed adaptively in response to that. But that's different than saying how evolution happened by creating some sort of a nub that was the beginning of a wing, and somehow that nub had some sort of function. It just strikes me as an odd way to, what would the body do with a nub that it didn't ask for, it didn't need, it didn't call for? You know what I'm saying? It's just, it needs an explanation as far as functionality goes. And whereas if the body is indeed working as a whole and generating adaptive traits on the fly because it needs it, then it needs no explanation.
Well, I don't think I think we may be getting a little bit too complicated into things. If we look at something like an amoeba, now an amoeba doesn't have any appendages. It's just like it's the gelatinous body. But when it wants to retrieve food, it extends a part of itself, which becomes an appendage in order for it to gain sustenance. It's much easier for it to gain lengthen one part of itself to become an appendage rather than its whole body being transported to whatever the food source is. So when we're thinking about this, we need to keep in mind that even the most simplest of organisms can reach out and obtain food. Not to say that, well, there was this creature that somehow had some Hox gene that was deactivated and its upper appendages somehow didn't evolve until it figured out that it wanted to reach and get food. But no, I think that it's more along the lines of where the organism had resided during most of its life in the previous generations. It could obtain sustenance without the need of appendages such as that. For instance, the kiwi can just bend over and pick up food, much like the chickens. Chickens don't have, opposable thumbs to pick up stuff. They just bend down and they peck. So until the need for that arises, and if there just so happens to be, like you said, some mishap to where the wing forms enough of a curl so that it can scoop things, then that would be ideal conditions for something of a palm or scoop to be formed for future generations, since that particular version of the chicken would be better suited for that environment.
Well, I guess it would depend on how small the changes are. Darwin, and I know we've moved on since then, but he speculated that all these changes were almost imperceptible. So you may have a bird, the ancestor of birds or whatever, that didn't have wings. Somehow you had an imperceptible change that created a very slight wing. So it's that kind of thing that is hard to believe that it actually happened that way. And one thing I wanted to ask you, kind of sort of switching gears, but sort of staying along the same lines, as I was asking Steve McCrae this. If indeed evolution happened that way, where mutations added small, almost imperceptible changes randomly onto organisms all throughout history, why is it that we don't see this trial and error and these hordes and mountains and just tons of misfits that were created along the way that were not fit, that were basically evolutionary duds that got, kicked out or eliminated by selection? even though they were eliminated by selection, they should still show up in the fossil record. But yet all the organisms, no matter what's dug up, they're all dug up in a way, and they look as if they're perfectly fully formed, fully functional. It seems to me if evolution built up gradually over time by way of copying errors, that we should have some sort of evidence of a mass trial and error.
Well, what people fail to understand is that when we're talking about evolution, we neglect to mention the entire ecosystem. So if you have some of these genetic misfits who are the runt of the bunch, they're not going to be able to obtain nourishment like their brethren who are more suited for the environment. So they're going to be weaker. Some of them may be even lame due to the degree of mutations, whatever it may be. So they're probably going to be consumed by another animal and not just simply die out of old age like their brethren who are fit and well enough to live into old age. So the reason you're not going to find their bones is because they've been consumed by predators.
Well, I'm sure that may happen to some degree, but let's just take, for example, in the fossil record, you go kind of up from a mouse, sort of common ancestor. I guess a lot of evolutionists sort of look at a mouse or weasel sort of creature that was the common ancestor supposedly of all primates. And so, but there's a huge difference between the skeleton and the muscle layout and the tendons and the organ layout of a mouse or rodent type of creature and a primate that stands up or nearly stands up straight. So to go from one to the other without ever seeing some sort of a grand trial and error that nature, it shows that nature or genomes were cranking out all these evolutionary experiments, some of them, most of which should have been failed, but none of that is shown. When organisms are dug up again, they're either a weasel or a mouse or some sort of primate, but there's nothing you have wholesale changes that had to come about in all of the systems, and there's just no evidence that it actually happened that way.
Well, I'm not going to say it's fallacious, but the issue here is that you're looking for things in nature that you're not going to see, and that's already been accounted for. Again, for an organism to be successful, it needs to be fit for the environment and it needs to reproduce. If it's lame due to its mutations, it's not going to survive. It's probably going to be eaten, and it's sure as hell not going to breed. It's very crucial that both of those marks be hit, because if you're looking for piles and piles and piles of lame rodents or horribly mutated rodents, you're not going to find them because they're not going to be breeding material. They're not probably going to live to mating age. So it's perfectly acceptable not to find them, because we know in nature that's what happens. The runts of the bunch tend to get eaten, and they will definitely not be able to compete with their fit brethren to mate.
Yeah, I don't deny that the runts will get eaten, no doubt about that. But the issue is how, just take the legs and the hip bones and how it attaches to the spine and this whole, the rib cage, all of that stuff has really changed a lot over time. And you guys are able to find, or, paleontologists are able to find whole organisms, but there's just nothing that shows any evidence of experimentation along the way, much less failed experimentations. And that kind of leads to my video, which I'm arguing that there is no such bottom-up sort of transformation in nature, that all the adaptive changes, whether it be adaptations in bones or muscles or whatever it is, they're all caused from a top-down causation. So organisms in nature absolutely line up to that idea that we're all individuals, everything is top-down, none of this bottom-up sort of experimentation happens, and the only thing we see out in nature when organisms change are in fact just attempts by the organisms to survive. It shows no evidence at all of origins. So you've got to have the whole organism in place and adaptive, or in what am I trying to say? You have to have the whole organism. Lost my train of thought. Anyway, I'm just arguing in my video that this whole idea that variation arises by chance is fallacious, that the whole bottom-up thing is fallacious. And I can prove my way, by experimentation, what scientists have done. But on the other hand, what cannot be proven is that random mutations actually do add body parts. So there's got two things working against you, both the molecular evidence and the fossil evidence.
So you've actually taken a look at the fossil record and you've seen no transition from smaller tetrapods to the mammals that we have now, such as great apes?
What I'm saying is,
that's just a yes or no.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let me just explain it. I'll get to it. Let's just say God did create all the animals as is, just for the sake of argumentation. All these gazillions of animals, you could line them up, smallest to biggest. Some animals that are more similar to each other, line them up as close as you can, and you'd have kind of a continuous line. So you could have something that looked like evolution if you wanted to make it look like that. Yeah, I mean, so you could snatch two animals out of that line, pull something out of the middle, and say, hey, this kind of looks like this. This kind of looks like this. A collie kind of looks like a smaller dog, and it kind of looks like a lab, but not exactly. But the issue is, did one really lead to the other, or do they have a common ancestor, or were they created separately? And those are good questions. And you could maybe infer that with dogs. You could infer that either they have a common ancestor or one came from the other. But when it comes to these higher phyla, it's a lot different. There's much more in between to account for that is missing. So yeah, in some situations, I'll grant you could pluck something out and say, well, that looks like it could be fit right in the middle. So, and I wouldn't argue with that. It's just, there are other situations when there's just too big of a gulf to explain.
So just based on morphology and from your own admission that you have seen, and to some degree, transitions from lower mammalian species to what we consider now to be great apes. On that note, that would be, I would say, the basis to which we would deduce that there is some type of commonality. Now, to add on to that, we confirm this with genetics. Do you have something that says that common ancestry is now defunct because of our advances in genetic research?
Well, just going back, I mean, I'm not acknowledging that there is common ancestry, or that there are transitions between, say, a mouse-like creature and a gorilla or some sort of primate, larger primate. I mean, I think that's a well-known problem going from that lower rodent sort of level to tree climbing creatures, which anyway, there's a big transformation needed there. So repeat the second part again about genetics and common descent.
So basically, the assumption by evolutionists have to be made. Based on morphology, we can make these assumptions. We can say, well, this creature appears to be related to this, but that has to be proven.
Mm-hmm.
With our recent advancement in genetics, that would then have to be proven that there is an actual connection somewhere that we can observe and then create predictions for future species.
Mm-hmm.
So my question to you is that, have you actually looked into the genetics of mammals, just mammals, and have you read anything that refutes the idea that all mammals to some degree share similar genetics?
Well, I mean, the fact that we're all mammals and the fact that, we have similar features, it only follows that we're going to share some similar genetics.
Well, if we have this, hold on for a second, if we have this top-down method, why would we have similar genetics?
Well, I'm talking about, when I say top-down, I'm talking about when we actually generate an adaptive change. I'm not talking about the origins of how, say, monkeys or humans or whales got here, or anything else. I draw a line between how something got here, as in the origins of something, and how things go about changing. I think we're top-down in the way that we change, but these changes don't give any evidence as to where the body parts came from in to begin with. So where things came from, I believe, is just mired in mystery for you and me. I mean, you can assert that something came about by mutation, or by looking at the fossil record and saying, oh, well, this creature's smaller, it must have been an ancestor, so this is where these features came from. I mean, you can assert that, but it's an assertion. I can assert that God did it, it's an assertion, but neither one I don't think are necessarily scientific.
Well, do you have genetics to support your assertion?
Well, I mean, as far as origins or what?
As far as your previous statements, such as the similarities between the mice and other primates.
Well, I still don't understand what you're asking.
So my issue is that when you're saying that we both have assertions, the evidence would point towards one of our assertions, which I would consider genetics. So if there is no commonality between the creatures and the lines that we have drawn, then genetics would reflect that, correct?
Well, I'm not claiming there's no commonality. I think there is commonality. We all breathe air, and
Well, I'm not talking about breathing air. No, when I say genetics, there are certain genetic markers that only mammals are going to have, and of those, certain facultative and bipeds and just complete bipeds are going to have, as opposed to animals that are tetrapods.
Okay, fine. I mean, it only follows that the molecular makeup is going to be a mirror to some degree of the organism. I mean, I don't know who said it, but somebody said, it was some scientist who kind of remarked off the cuff that he can tell much more by looking at the exterior, at the phenotype, than he can looking at the genotype. But
I disagree with that.
Well, that's what he said. I wish I could remember his name, but I mean, you would have to agree with it, because
no, I don't. That's an appeal to authority. I don't have to agree with what he says. If he cannot support that claim in literature, then I don't have to accept.
I can support
anything.
I can support it.
Well, here's the thing: genetics is going to be the determining factor, because, as we well know, you can have the genetics for something, but if it's not expressed in a phenotype, then you will never know. The genetics will always be there, whether it's expressed or not.
Okay, here's the thing. You can't tell from the genome. Evidently, scientists cannot tell a whole lot about morphology or phenotype simply by looking at the genome, proven by the fact that humans and mice, for example, share 80% of the exact same genes. And the rest of them are very similar. So it's a matter of expression, not necessarily the base code, not necessarily the genes themselves that are dictating form. So it's something else, and this is not something new. I mean, this is something you should know.
Hold on, did you? Let me make sure I have you correct. We can't tell the difference between the DNA of a mouse and a human.
That's not what I said.
Okay, because I thought that's what you were getting at. I'm sorry, I didn't want to straw man you there, but
no. What I said was that 80% of the human genome and the mouse genome are virtually identical.
Okay.
So if that's true, obviously the phenotype between the human and mice are quite a bit different. So that proves that genes themselves cannot be ultimately responsible or solely responsible for phenotype. So that debunks your notion that looking at genes is more telling than looking at the body.
When you say 80% of the genes are locations. So just saying 80% of the genes doesn't really entail anything, because if I'm saying that 90% of my job is to work on cars, does that tell you what type of profession I'm in?
No, I don't know. Go ahead.
It's too ambiguous. That's what I'm saying. That's too ambiguous. So just saying 80% of what genes? Genes are specific locations for genetic code. Now, it sounds almost like you're asserting that there's something else that influences how a structure is built, or excuse me, an organism is built. Is there something other than DNA that determines how an organism is developed?
Of course. I mean, it's an interaction between the genes and the environment as one's developing.
Okay,
I mean, embryonic development is absolutely influenced by the environment, by the the history of the mom and the dad. All this stuff gets transmitted to the embryo. The embryo grows and develops and changes according to what information it receives from the parents and the environment. So form is a result of an interaction between the genes and the environment. And sure enough, it's also form is not dictated by the genome. I think that's a fallacious kind of a fairy tale that's been passed off as truth, and is actually not. Sure, there are some features within the body that are maybe fixated or caused by genes, like color, eye color, and certain things like that. But as far as the big morphological features, they don't seem to be written specifically in nucleotide sequence.
So you have evidence to show that, such, for instance, bone structure is not something the DNA controls.
I didn't say that.
So
what I'm saying is you could have identical or nearly identical DNA in two different creatures, and their expression turn out completely different. What causes or controls this expression is really still a mystery. And so that's what science is really, one of their top priorities, is trying to figure out what is it that's actually causing the, what is it that causes the difference between a fly and a horse in the way of basic morphological features.
Okay, I think I kind of see what you're getting at here. The genomics of an organism aren't static. They're somewhat dynamic and unique to each individual, especially when it comes to expressing their phenotype.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm just saying there's something hidden. There's something that's not visible that's determining form. And it cannot be just genes. It cannot be just DNA. Sure, DNA plays a role, but it's not just that. I've got a book by a guy called Sermonti. I was going to try to find it, but it's out of reach. But it's called "Why Is a Fly Not a Horse?" That is probably one of my favorite top books that I've got, and I've got hundreds of them. It's really.
What was the book called?
"Why Is a Fly Not a Horse?" And he digs all. He's not a creator. Maybe he's not really a creationist. He's an evolutionist, but he was a top geneticist. I think it was in possibly France. But this book is all about how it is that organisms share the same basic set of genes, but it's the re-expression of the genes or changes in expression that actually dictate form. So scientists don't know what causes the difference between a mouse and a human per se. They can see there's a difference, and they can see that some of the genes are different, but they don't know what really the changes mean, and they don't know what causes the expression of form. Hang on, let me see if I can find that.
Yeah, I'm looking at the book on Amazon right now. It's an Italian book that's made to ridicule Darwin. Looks like interesting book. I'm have to add it to my favorites here.
Yeah, awesome book. Anybody out there, y'all got to get that book. I mean, even just it's a quick read, and it's very it's almost artistic, but he knows his stuff, and it's fascinating book.
Well, it's interesting that he would criticize Darwin after Darwin's theory has been revised 50 million times since his death, instead of criticizing the modern human synthesis. Just modern synthesis. I'm not sure why people even mention Darwin, but anyway, the issue is that we know that the DNA is the basis in which everything is created and how it's formed. So the environment is going to have an influence on that. And what we're trying to figure out is how the environment influenced the DNA and its gene expression. It's not that there's some mysterious force poking genes and activating them willy-nilly. It is much to do with how the environment impacts it, because the code itself is the DNA. You can't just magically have something happen to it without some external factor or itself. So I think that it needs to be understood that that mystery that you're talking about is the environment in which the organism lives in.
Well, I mean, I would agree with that, but you remember your theories about copying errors, that just these random errors that happen along the way that crank out, variants that if they're good, they get selected. If not, then they get eliminated. So that's your theory. My theory is something completely different.
My theory is based on mounds of scientific fact. I mean, that's why I asked you if you had genetics to support your assertion.
Well, I have more than genetics. I can actually show the actual hard experiments on animals.
So actually, let's focus on the genetics for a second. So what in the realm of genetics do you have to show that your assertion is indeed correct?
Okay, well, which assertion? Let's narrow it down.
Well, let's start with the assertion that there's some mystery of how DNA is being influenced by some agents of some type, some agency, and that it's not simply the organism responding to its environment.
Okay, so in fact, it was in this book that I read this kind of an amazing scientific experiment they did a while back, where they took the eye-forming gene of a fly, yeah, and they transferred it to a developing cat, where they actually replaced, or they inserted into a developing cat. Well, the cat used that eye-forming gene of the fly. You know, a fly has a multifaceted eye. Mm-hmm. Red eyes, you know, they look scary, funky. Well, the cat used that gene, this eye-forming gene, and it developed its own eyes with it. So it developed these round blue eyes with this eye-forming gene from a fly. So that right there rocked the scientific establishment, because they had always thought, like you do, that a chemical is a chemical, DNA is DNA, and if we if we move one gene to another organism, then it is what it is. So they thought. So, but it's not like that. You know, organisms. If I have a gene transplanted into me from a different organism, if it's able to be used, it'll be able to. It will never transform me into some sort of other kind of animal. Like if I get a cow gene, you know, cow genes inserted into me somehow or some way through mad scientists, I'm not going to develop a cow trait.
Well, actually, you ever heard of mad cow disease?
Yeah. You
know how that happens?
Well, the issue is I'm not developing cow limbs or cow heart or anything like that. You know, if you put that into me as a developing embryo, I'm not going to develop into a cow or something similar to a cow.
Well, here's what's interesting, Tommy. Mad cow disease. There's a form of mad cow disease for humans that is identical to what cows go through. It's literally the same. It's their prions. So when cows eat cow brains, because people like to feed cows cow brains, and then we eat those, the prions then go and mimic the same type of disease that it would give the cow should it have survived slaughter. And
okay, well, the same thing happens with what was it, avian flu, and
yes, so there's similarities with the genetic code to influence these creatures. We on some level have to be related to one another for that to happen. Now, I'm wondering, with this experiment with the cat eye, was this before or after we understood how Hox genes works?
Well, I don't know when we first learned how Hox genes worked. But I want to say this was in the 90s. I just kind of going on recollection. I don't know how all that fits in, but
because that's very strange. Because, you know, fruit fly is far removed from a cat, but you know, so are we from bacteria. But I think understanding how the genome works a bit better is really going to influence how well the experiment goes. Because, mind you, we were able to make bacteria produce insulin for us, you know, of all things, and look how far away we are removed from it. So again, there has to be some type of similarity in order for us to make this bacteria multiply and then produce insulin, so we can then mass produce it for people who are deficient in it.
Sure, but similarity doesn't prove common descent necessarily.
That has to. You have to have that. So I'll give you a good example. For you to be an organ donor, in many cases, you honestly have to be a relative of somebody for the treatment to work, because of the fear of rejection. The gene that you were talking about with the fruit fly is called the PAX6, the paired box protein PAX6 gene.
Yeah, but we could get hearts and stuff from pigs, or have before. So the fact that we reject it doesn't really mean anything. I mean, we can make things work. But again, I don't necessarily think that similarity proves common descent at all. I mean, you could have a common designer who developed common traits and within different organisms, and we're not identical, but I think you're assuming something that evolutionists like to assume that isn't necessarily.
Well, again, we have genetics to support the similarities, and that's where I'm saying if you're going to make these assertions about where evolutionists and where these liberal, secular scientists, so on and so forth, are going wrong, why am I not seeing this in the literature debunking it? Because let's not kid ourselves. If there is empirical evidence to support your claim, Tommy, you'd have a Nobel Prize by now.
That's not true, because what if there was empirical evidence to support that an embryo was a completely live and fully functional human? Would you suddenly have the pro-abortion crowd denouncing abortion? No, you have a worldview, you have a political agenda.
That's an argument, Tommy. That's an argument for motive. You know that.
Scientists are naturalists. They don't believe in the supernatural.
Well, again, now you're generalizing.
No, they do. I mean, that's
how do you know? Well, are we talking about?
They don't let supernaturalism within peer reviewed or past peer reviewed.
It's not science. That's why it has nothing to do. Even the Christians know that.
That's my point.
So because it's not science.
They're not going to allow it.
It's not science. That's why. It's just like
whatever the reason is.
Underwater basket weaving, and it's not science. That's simply what it is. It doesn't matter what you believe.
They also don't think intelligence is science. So and they don't think consciousness is science either.
That's a different type of. That is actually a science. It's a different type of science, but it's not in biology. That's if you want to study the mind, you would be better in philosophy to do that. Or if you want to talk about the medium in which we have a mind, the brain, then you go to neuroscience. But we're talking about something different.
If you have a fish that changes its environment, and let's say a new color would be beneficial, let's say going from blue to gray, and that fish indeed alters himself in that way from blue to gray to help match up and be camouflaged, I could argue that would be intelligence based. How did the fish know that? How did the fish know which color to transform himself? Yet science would never admit and never allow that explanation within the halls of science or past peer reviewed, because intelligence per se is not a scientific concept.
So, let's walk through that. What's your litmus test for intelligence?
I don't know what a litmus test. I mean, I just would look at intelligence as the capacity to learn, the capacity to take what is learned and apply it. I mean, it's one of those words like information that doesn't really have a hard definition, but
that's kind of important when you're talking about science, don't you think?
Well, we're talking about life, and we can't define that either.
Well, we actually have very good qualification for life. I actually have a PowerPoint that's sitting down here at the bottom of my screen that describes the qualities and the traits of life.
No, but qualities is not a definition of what it is. I can certainly describe and define the qualities of intelligence. I mean, you could stick a kid in front of an algebra problem, and if he answers the problem correctly, that would be an attribute of intelligence. But that's different than defining intelligence itself, and that's the same with life. I could give all kinds of attributes of life, but
if you want to talk about the abstract meaning for life, then sure. I'm talking about a biological system that is able to reproduce and metabolize, and to some degree is mobile. So
yeah, those are all attributes. Yeah, sure, but that's not a definition of life. That's just what life can do.
That's how we in biology determine what is life from non-life.
Well, but that's just something that they do, but that's not an actual definition. You're calling for me to give a definition of information or information of intelligence. I'm suggesting I could give an attribute of those things just like you can for life, but I can't really in any sort of empirical way define it that's going to make everyone happy.
Well, that's the issue. I can actually make a checklist of things that would be considered life and non-life, and that's how we make that bifurcation between the two. If you can't do that, then that's an issue in science. Then how are you going to categorize things if you don't even have a solid definition or at least a attribute list for what you're looking for?
Well, I see. You kind of give yourself an escape hatch by saying, okay, we can define life by assigning these characteristics to life as opposed to non-life. And yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, you're kind of giving yourself an out that way by defining it that way. But the fact is, life is or intelligence and information is woven all throughout life. And I don't think anyone would deny that both of those are components of life, that life uses these.
I would contest that. You don't have
Really?
a solid definition for intelligence. That's why I originally asked you for what's the litmus test for what we consider intelligence and not intelligence.
So do you deny that you're intelligent?
Yes, I denied that I am intelligent.
You deny that you're intelligent?
Completely. You haven't given me a standard by which I'm going to apply myself to.
Okay, so compared to a rock or a doorknob.
A rock can't think and a doorknob can't think.
Right, you can. So are you intelligent?
So is the comparison now being made for things that are incapable of thought as unintelligent?
I don't know what the point of that is, but I'm just
because you're not
comparing
actually
the two. Comparing you to a doorknob. Can you not admit that you're intelligent compared to a doorknob or something without the capacity to learn?
Well, that's why I'm asking you these questions, because I that's why I said what's a good litmus test for trying to discern what is intelligent, what is not. If we're going to say that everything that is incapable of thought is not intelligent, then of course I'll agree with you, if that's the definition you want to go with.
Well, how do you determine that?
If it is literally incapable of thinking.
Okay, so I wouldn't argue with that. So I don't understand what your argument is. So the basic question was, do you deny that you are intelligent? You said yes.
Well, sure, because you hadn't given me a standard. That's why I'd have to ask you like 3 times in order to give me a solid definition.
The capacity to learn.
The capacity to learn. Okay, so if we're talking about the capacity to learn, then people who are mentally handicapped couldn't be considered intelligent, correct?
Well, they're intelligent on some level.
Well,
because
then
the body is a learning device. So even if we're not thinking about it, even a newborn baby may not look like they're actively trying to learn stuff, but look how quick their brain grows and how much information they take in from the environment. They actually learn faster than you do, or I do.
Well, if
when
they're
not even trying, so we are constantly learning and knowing and taking in things about our environment that we're not aware of.
Well, now the definition is kind of shifted from being able to potentially learn to now, learning to some degree. So now we have to define what some degree is.
No, I just said the capacity to learn. I mean, that doesn't mean that you do learn necessarily. It doesn't mean you learn a lot. It just means you have the capacity there to learn. Now, yeah, if you're brain damaged, maybe that capacity is shrunk, but damage, I'm not really talking about that. I'm talking about just normal everyday things. In comparison, I mean, it's obvious to me that you and I and living things have the capacity to learn, which all non-living things do not.
Sure. I would say, and on that level, an amoeba would be an example of intelligence.
Yeah. But bacteria, but science will deny that. Science denies that bacteria are intelligent or plants are intelligent because we don't have a brain. They think that intelligence is the result of something the brain spits out. But I would say, that intelligence is not something that's caused by the physical, that the physical is actually manipulated by intelligence, that chemicals are the slave to thought.
Okay, so there's something in the aether that's influencing intelligence that then drives the physical?
Yeah, I don't know what aether is. But I don't know what intelligence is, to be quite honest. But I think the actual science does show that the physical. you're wincing.
You're making the assertion. You say I don't know what this means, but I'll just go with it.
Well, I can't help it. I don't know what intelligence means, but you don't know what life means. So
I do. I literally gave you.
The point, like I can slow down my heart just by thinking about it, just by the act of will.
Sure.
Okay, so I don't know how many chemicals are involved in that, but it's a downhill effect of thought, of whatever it is that goes on in my consciousness. What is consciousness? I mean, life is full of riddles as far as what something actually is. You can't just laugh it off and say, because we can't define it, then it doesn't exist.
Okay, so I actually giving you a list of things that was considered life. I'll give you a perfect example. Now virologists are trying to say that viruses are pseudo-life. They're not actually non-life, because we change the definition based on what we observe. and we are still considered live, thankfully. But these viruses and these viroids and so on and so forth have so much autonomy that we cannot deny them some degree of intelligence. So sure, but they're still related to us. They have RNA, if I'm not mistaken. But the viroids, I don't think they have the capsid to protect it, as opposed to the viruses. Someone feel free to correct me. But I think this is a pretty good place to stop, Tommy. Okay. Do you mind if I invite some more people in, or?
No, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so yeah. Could we get some Christians in here too? Have a nice little mixed crowd and just kind of have a chat. Oh wow, we got 36 viewers. Jeez.
Oh wow.
Well, you have to keep in mind, Tommy. Nadia's asleep, and she let her hangout kind of expire. So have a chat. So hey, Sam the scientist, man, it's so crazy. Well, you have to keep in mind, Tommy. Nadia's asleep, and she let her hangout kind of expire. So okay, sorry, Dave, had to mute you, man. Your stream is going. Sam, are you there?
Yeah, I'm gonna go get a drink real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay, anybody, feel free to come in. Let me see if I can grab some Christians,
Well, the thing that surprised me here with Tommy, and I didn't realize this, is there's actually like a lot of discussion in psychological literature actually defining intelligence, as well as, oddly enough, in the computer science literature. Well, not oddly enough for computer science literature. Obviously, there are a whole group of AI researchers that are trying to do stuff. So I don't, strictly speaking, given the power of deep learning algorithms, I don't actually think that learning is the thing that, I mean, it would be absurd to argue that learning is a thing that only minds do, because I don't think we have fully functioning AI, but we still can learn.
Yeah, my issue with some of the things that Tommy is saying is that they're really ill-defined, and I have to keep qualifying certain statements because I don't want to take Tommy's argument for granted, because it seems to kind of be all over the place when it comes to terms like intelligence and I forgot another one, and kind of this overarching sense of agency that's acting upon intelligence that then influences the organism, which I have yet to see evidence of. But maybe this is kind of along the lines of what true empiricism is trying to parse out, whereas you have some of these macromolecules, I want to say like proteins and so on and so forth, and how they, quote unquote, know where to go in the body and what to do.
Well, okay, so you've admitted, when I defined intelligence as a capacity to learn, which may or may not be a great definition, but even going with that, you've admitted that you were intelligent. So where does your explanation of intelligence come from? Mine is, I said mine is non-physical. That intelligence doesn't have a physical origin.
So what about
so where does yours come from?
I have a question, Tommy. So then, where do you stand on artificial intelligence research? Because by your definition, we already have intelligent computer programs. I've written them, right? Because it's the ability to learn about the environment. That's fairly trivial. That's a very well-defined problem that's existed in computer science for decades now. And now we have things that actually learn on a very good level. So I mean, that seems to suggest that you can get that kind of intelligence just purely through a physical medium.
Yeah, I'm not saying you can't build a computer that at least I'm not convinced that they actually are intelligent yet, but you could build a computer that mimics intelligence or can certainly appear intelligent or is programmed to be intelligent.
What's the difference between a brain that acts intelligently and a set of wires that acts intelligently?
Well, again, I think I'd have to go to something that's a characteristic, self-healing, self-correcting.
I don't think that there's any definition of intelligence out there that actually is being self-healing.
So, well, you're asking me about the brain. You're asking me about the brain. I think the brain is
Well, I'm asking you about any locus of intelligence. I mean, when we look at the thing, I mean, this is the issue, Tommy, is you're kind of willing to go off half-cocked on something that's a very well-defined area of intelligence. Now, if you want to talk about intelligence from the perspective of a computer programmer, I know that much better than I would from the perspective of a psychologist. But both of those are fairly well-defined notions, and neither of them is self-healing. When it comes to a psychologist, it's usually the ability to learn about the environment, interact with the environment, and perform abstract and think abstractly. Those are typically the elements of intelligence. If you're going to talk about a computer, a computer programmer or a statistician, you're talking about something that can take in variables from the environment, learn about those variables of the environment, and then output accurate inferences about the environment to new cases. And so it's much more just about learning. This is why machine learning is an enormous field.
That's something that's been programmed in, right? So the computer.
Well, what do you mean by programmed in? What do you mean by programmed in? Because the initial parameters, in the same way that the physiology of the human brain is roughly speaking, it's programmed by genes and their interaction with the environment. In that same way, it's the exact same way that you would encode something like a support vector machine. Like that, you just encode the basics, but what actually takes it has to take in things and scale functions and learn about the environment. It actually does do learning. Now, support vector machines are by no means the best representation of how humans learn, but that's just a simple example.
May I add to that and make it really basic? So if we accept the definition of intelligence to be the ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skills, you take something like
frozen for everyone else and not just me.
Yep. Yep.
Tommy, I don't see what the fundamental difference is between what I described and a human brain developing and adapting. Because when you actually the funny thing is the most accurate algorithms for simulating intelligence, things that do like text-to-speech, those are just purely programmed. Those are programmed based on how infants learn about the environment. So I mean, it seems to me like there's pretty strong evidence from the field of artificial intelligence that what we're driving at here is it can be achieved using a physical medium.
Well, I guess, like me, in my brain and your brain, if we're doing something, we can actively choose by our own will to go do something else. Like if I'm at a baseball game, I can choose to go, no, I don't want to do this, I want to go watch the sunset go down. So whereas a computer program has been pre-programmed to do a certain task, but it can't just walk up on its own by its own free will and decide, no, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to study the stock market and then, be a whiz at picking stocks. So it's not something that it has the will to do beyond the capacity.
How do you know that humans have the will to do these things? Because it could just be an illusion. In fact, there's lines of experiment, like the Libet experiment, that seem to suggest that this feeling of free will is absolutely an illusion.
I mean, it certainly appears that we have free will. So if it's an illusion, it's a good illusion. And but otherwise, I mean, we have to live as if we do have free will. I mean, I woke up this morning and I decided.
Question. And when you think about it, we don't actually live as if we have free will. We think about contingent factors that affect our decision making. Our thoughts don't come out of nowhere. Like, we don't have control over our thoughts. And so what's the first thing that people do when they're suggesting you actually be creative to write an essay? You stop actively trying to think it. You just let the thoughts come to you because you know you don't have control over what thoughts occur. And so when you look at it intuitively, actually the opposite tends to be the case, is that we don't control our thoughts. We don't control our reactions over things. We just get this sensation that we are.
Well, I would agree with you in a sense that, and I've long thought about this, that we actually do, or I do, my best thinking when I'm not trying to think. I brought up the the example earlier about babies learning, they're not actively trying to learn about the world around them, but look how much they actually do learn in such a short amount of time. And it's the same thing with daydreaming. And when you're sleeping, you know, a lot of people, songwriters, come up with their best songs at night when they're not trying. So, I mean, I agree with you to that extent that sometimes thought is even more artistic and more productive and maybe even better when we're not trying to actively think. But that doesn't take away from the fact that I woke up this morning and chose to put cream in my coffee. Or
how
if I want to
how do you know that you chose that, and how do you not know that you had the sensation that you chose it?
Because I have my kids buy creamer for their coffee, which I could use. Sometimes I use that, but today I chose to just put half and half in here. So I had that choice between the two.
But you described something. You're assuming you made a choice. I'm asking you, how did you differentiate between the actual choice and just feeling like you made a choice?
Well, it certainly appears that I made a choice, and unless there can be something that shows that I was forced into this choice, then that assumption, I think, is the valid one.
That's not how that's not how the burden of proof works. The burden of proof works where if you assert a position, so here, I'll assert a position, that we have the illusion of choice. And I can point to actually evidence that suggests this. Like the Libet experiment, for instance, they were able to predict whether an individual would choose the right side or the left side for pushing a button based on brain scans seconds ahead of time. So based upon what the brain was going to do seconds before there was conscious awareness of the choice. And they made the choice, and they said, no, I was in control of that choice. And that experiment has been replicated dozens of times.
I don't know what the argument really that you're trying to put forth is. I mean, we can like let's just say you've got a bet on
brain. There are signals in the brain. The brain has already made up its quote unquote mind.
No, because you can override your brain. You can everything about a particular choice.
How can you override your brain?
How can you override your brain?
Your brain is doing the thinking.
I'll give you a perfect example.
What overriding the brain?
I'll give you a perfect example.
Is this an piece of experimental evidence, like on the level of what I've just presented?
No, I'm just giving you an everyday example of how you override your brain.
Why is it that see, this is the interesting thing, Tommy. If I was just to say, well, when I really think about it, I don't feel as if I'm making choices, you'll dismiss that as faulty experience. But if I mention then when I mention peer-reviewed articles, you dismiss that as a faulty study. So it seems
I can turn this around. I can turn this around on you, Sam, and say, what is your evidence that I can't make a choice?
Okay.
What is your empirical evidence that I'm never able to make a choice?
Can I get?
Yeah.
I just presented it. It's the fact that every decision is already. It's the coding for every decision is already in the brain prior to you making.
That's an assertion. You haven't proven
that. It's not an assertion.
It's not an assertion if there's. I've referenced the specific experiment that demonstrates this. It's the Libet experiment.
That's an assertion.
That's not an assertion. If I describe the experiment, that's what the experiment shows, at least in the simple case of choosing right or left button. Like there is a concrete experimental background, and you just saying it's an assertion because you're not familiar with it is.
Okay, so answering a math problem.
That's all you do is reference things.
If you have a complex math problem, and you have to work out all kinds of mysteries within that, and you have to choose certain numbers and certain ways to go about approaching how to answer this math problem, you're equating that with choosing left and right. Is that right?
At a very basic level, that's the exact same type of choice. I mean, I would wager, as someone who's done a lot of advanced math is way more similar to writing a song than it is to programmatically solving a problem.
But you use
something that is you can't act. There are a lot of this is why you get a lot of mathematicians who say weird pseudo-spiritual stuff because of the creativity aspect of it, where you don't even feel that you're in control of writing the proof.
So the Harvard psychologist Dan Wegner is the guy who did the experiment regarding the pictures. So they could choose the right or left picture and he demonstrated that it was the brain that was making the decision before, and then telling the person that it was them that was making the decision. Because basically, the brain fools you into thinking you're the one making the decision, when in fact it's just the brain.
It's ridiculous. I mean, I could be overridden by someone else. Like, let's say I choose left, and someone else comes behind me and says, "No, choose right," and then I could go back and forth. Okay, I'll choose right. No, left, whatever. So the point is, you can be overridden by other factors.
That's the argument from incredulence. Just because you don't get it isn't not true. The experiment shows that is the case.
How does it show it's the case?
Because they thought they were making the choice.
No, I said, how does the experiment show that to be the case?
Okay, if you let me explain, if you let me finish my sentence, then I'll show you how it does it. So they thought they were making the choice, but the brainwaves showed that the brain was making the choice before the person actually acknowledged it. Do you want me to read it to you?
How does that mean that the decision was forced just because they look at brainwaves that happen before they actually make a verbal
dichotomy? That's a false dichotomy. It's not free choice or force. It's whether or not there's some weird metaphysical woo-woo free will, or these are just signals that are being generated in the brain.
How is a decision woo-woo?
Well, I mean, you're describing this process as if there's something besides the brain just acting. It seems way more consistent with experiment to just say that the brain reacts, and it reacts prior to conscious perception.
Okay, fine. The brain reacts. The brain is involved, but the issue is what initiates that brain activity?
It would seem to be the brain.
Oh, okay, based on what?
Based on the fact that there are brain signals that, I mean, we've explained, like, I tried to explain this, then Terry tried to explain this.
I'm waiting. What initiates the brain signals?
Because the brain signals in the relevant parts of the brain come seconds before the actual decision, conscious decision.
What caused that specific brain signal?
What do you mean by what caused it? I mean, presumably what caused it was the input from the environment, and it was a reaction to that stimulus. I mean, that seems to be what is, loosely speaking. I don't know what you mean by what caused it, though.
Well, that's a basic, question that if we're talking about science wants to know what the cause is, generally.
Well, the cause to what?
I mean, there could be a gazillion different brain. Hang on, there could be a gazillion different firings. Or there could be a gazillion different firings within the brain that happen within the brain, and so the issue is, why did that specific firing happen?
Because that area of the brain is known to govern those types of executive decisions.
Okay, the decision between left and right, the brain could have just randomly fired up armadillo. I mean, the issue is yes, the brain is involved.
Absolute nonsense, because we can actually predict based on the impulse to a specific area of the brain. So obviously, it's not just some random firing.
Okay, so very, very good. So the question is, so if it's a specific firing, what is causing that specific firing?
I mean, that area of the brain controls that type of decision.
Okay, so you got an area of the brain causing what causes that?
What causes that? The way that the brain develops and wires together.
No, I'm saying what within that area of the brain causes a specific firing?
I mean, whatever is receiving the impulse.
Okay, so we've got an impulse.
If you have executive function,
we're going backwards
from the environment. So
okay, so there's an impulse in the environment. Okay, so the environment, I guess the eyes take that information, transmit it to the brain. Somewhere in there, there's an impulse. But where does that end, though? I mean, it seems like we can go back further and further and further into regress, and you'll never know where that actually ends.
What do you mean by where does that end?
Well, again, it seems to me that you could have
you're being really unclear with language, and when you're really vague, I can't understand what you're saying.
Well, this is a vague topic.
Sam, instead of where, transpose the word why. Because that's what he's actually asking you. Why does the brain do that? What is it that makes the brain do that?
That is what I was actually asking.
Yeah, that is what you're actually asking.
Now I ask, what caused it? That's essentially asking why.
The That is
But
why.
there's better ways to phrase the question. Thanks, Gus. Well, I mean, the first thing is that we don't have a complete working map of the brain. We have bits and pieces that we've been able to reconstruct and understand how they're wiring, but we still don't have a complete map of how the brain functions. We know quite a bit, but we don't know everything. The best evidence, I mean, there's, like, how do you explain, are you a substance dualist? Like, what do you actually believe regarding the mind? Do you believe that there's a fundamental division between the mind and the brain?
I don't know. I don't really get into this too much. I mean, it's not really something I go out of my way to argue. I mean, you guys are here arguing, so I'll argue with you.
I mean, we can have just a discussion, Tommy. Like, that's not... Just because you haven't thought about it, I mean, if this is such a key part of your argument and intelligence and mind are such a key part, I would expect you to have a pretty well-defined view on it.
I, for instance, believe that mind is meat and meat is mind. And we know this because I could walk up to Tommy and I could very carefully put a 6-inch long spike through his brain, through a portion that would not kill him, but would remove his ability to remember anything short term. Boom. Done. And now, if that doesn't mean that meat is mine and mine is meat, I don't know what does.
He's done that to me.
Has he?
He's
Who
done
are you
that.
again? I knew you were going to clip me on that one.
There we go. Yeah,
So
I hear
what
this.
is
I heard
So, Tommy, to ask another question, like, what is the mind as it applies to the brain? So, are they two fundamental separate substances? Like, there's the mind and the body. This would be called dualism. Are they the same substance? And if they are the same substance, is the mind just a manifestation of the physical, which is physicalism, or is everything mental, which is idealism?
I think he's frozen.
Yeah, I think he's frozen.
Yeah, and this is a really interesting topic because this goes into what I did in the Army. When someone is suffering from a supposed TBI, they'll have signs. They'll have raccoon eyes, they'll have battle signs, a clear liquid coming from the nose that smells sweet. And so what we use those signs to look for what has possibly happened to them from a recent IED blast or so on and so forth. And in the half a year that I spent training to become a combat medic, there was not one time where we proposed that there was some type of aura or something in the aether that influenced any of these factors. None whatsoever. And mind you, this is for situations in a combat zone. This is saving people's lives. So what Tommy was supposing is not anything that's honestly useful to warfare or to saving anyone's life, even in country. So I can only wonder where he's getting this from, because I can only imagine how much money the Defense Department would actually spend on researching something that is supposedly integral to one's well-being for the mind.
Oh, you know they have. You know the CIA somewhere has gone looking for the brain aura. You know they have.
Probably. I wouldn't doubt it.
The point is, though, and I think it's important if Tommy comes back in, is that what Sam was saying before is a really important point, is that you're talking about the self and the brain, and the idea that actually there is no self, and that we are controlled by a brain that convinces us that we are a self, when in fact, well, like Gus said, we're just a body with a lump of meat in our head that's making...
Well, I think it's actually worse than that, right? So if you... there are cases of people who... Okay, someone's echoing horribly.
Yeah, it's Terry.
All right, Terry, if you could mute when you're not talking, or plug in some headphones. It's even worse than that, right? So it's not just that we have an illusion of the self, and that illusion only manifests itself in terms of, oh, well, ultimately these are brain signals. That's not it. If you look at split brain patients, they often have, excuse me, they often have two different personalities for each half of the brain that's been split. Now, that seems to, if you're going to treat the self as if it's some sort of indivisible thing, Well, obviously it's not, because you can quite literally divide the self.
That's true.
Yeah. I don't know. I
mean,
just
the thing that often happens in conversations like that is that, you know, the theist will say, well, yeah, but there's things you don't understand about the brain, and that's true. But the thing to keep in mind is you just look at them and say, you're right. There's stuff we don't know about the brain. Here's what we do know. Every single time science has ever been able to find an answer for something, it hasn't been a question of turning over a rock and finding God sitting there in a lawn chair going, hello. I mean, seriously. God has never been the answer to anything that science has gone looking for. Never. Never. Not one time. Right? It's not like we went, oh, appendicitis? Oh, that's totally God. I mean, science has found that appendicitis is God. You know? So, this is how
I mean, the thing that concerns me about Tommy is that he'll name drop things that he just blatantly doesn't understand. He'll say something like intelligence, and he's like, "Oh, well, I can't define it. There's not really a definition out there."
Yeah, you caught that?
That's completely false. Yeah, that's completely false. It's that he's not well read enough to understand this, and it's the issue of where, you know, he'll read some peer-reviewed article about how if someone, like in development, the stress of the mother can impact the development of the child, and that's purely because when you get stressed out, you secrete stress hormones, and obviously that's going to have, when you are sharing a bloodstream, it seems fairly fucking obvious to me that you're going to get, that you're going to have an impact on the fetus. But to him, it's this magical, this magic of being stressed out rather than a stress hormone. You know what I'm saying? Like, and so the frustrating thing is that he knows enough to look for interesting resources. He doesn't know enough to, to actually look into what the case is with those resources. And so he'll read the title of a popular science article. He won't actually read the article.
They call him Mouty. Doesn't work with Grouty. When he's sad, he don't pouty. They call him Mouty.
Rowdy Mouty Piper.
Hey, Max, I was trying to send you the link, Max. For some reason, I can't find you on contacts.
Oh,
I'm trying to add you.
I'm friends with 3 out of 5. 3 out of 5 of the people here on Facebook.
But I was going to ask me. I heard you say something before I left. I was going to link it to you. I was just trying to add contact. What the hell is this guy?
Invasion of the Dirtle Beetles.
I just saw that we were discussing philosophy, the nature of consciousness, and I was like, yeah, actually, I'm interested in this discussion.
Well, as I said to Sam, mind is meat, and meat is mind.
I'm a materialist. You're not really telling me anything I don't believe in.
Good stuff. And Chris is here.
Hold on a second. I also think that because I do get along with Tommy, I do want to point out that I think that a disservice was done to him in a logical explanation not being given for why the study that Sam pointed out is it's not a critical study, but it is considered evidence for the point that he was making, the point that Sam was making, right? So in the brain, there is the motor cortex, right? And there is a part of the brain that is executive functioning and consciousness, and that's the prefrontal cortex. The logic holds that if we are in control of our actions, the prefrontal cortex would fire before the motor cortex does. If, on the other hand, the motor cortex fires before we are conscious of the movement that we're going to engage in, that kind of blows apart the idea that we're in control of our actions to the point that we think that we are. And I think that is the most, that's as concise of an explanation that I can personally give about the experiments that Sam was bringing up that Tommy was questioning. Thoughts?
Yeah, that was better than I could explain it.
Was that the experiments where they had volunteers come in and they were trying to determine about when their action actually occurs for free will? I can't remember the name of the doctor. Dr. Terry something? Was
I actually know the Libet experiments.
Yeah, that's what it is.
I'm aware of those, but yeah, I actually don't think that they conclude what a lot of people think that they conclude.
It's not a conclusion, right? We're not proving anything. It's just that
Right.
of the evidence that supports X versus supports Y, it seems to give a little bit more weight to X than Y.
Oh, right. Okay, but all right. Fair enough. I think I could concede that for the sake now. I'm just saying, if you're a proponent trying to prove hard determinism just based on that, yeah, I would disagree. But if man, what was I about to say? Oh, I was actually more about to comment on the nature of the self not being existent. I think one can still be a materialist. I'm still a materialist and still believe that there is a self that's not irreducible in the ontological sense. So I think that the self is reducible to my own mind ontologically, but understanding it, you have to take it as a whole. So, for example, even though there is I would say that when I speak of myself, what I'm just describing is the whole of the entity I understand myself to be. I'm not speaking of like the left side of my brain or the right side of my brain. And I think just from and what was mentioned was kind of the split brain examples. That doesn't necessarily prove that there is indeed two persons going on there, but it could also be a matter of compartmentalizing to a very extreme a very extreme scenario. So, for example, there are tons of people who would say that they don't believe they even exist. Like, oh, they're like even my own existence is an illusion, and not even to the sense of an eye. They don't even think there's a material body present. That takes a very extreme form of cognitive dissonance. So, like, who's to say that that's also not what's going on into the split brain patient? So I don't think that necessarily shows it. I'm pretty sure consciousness, as it stands, is pretty mysterious, but I don't think we could just say mystery, therefore substance dualism. I think substance dualism is falsifiable. And if not falsifiable, then highly dubious.
Well, let's not project philosophies that haven't been proposed. I mean, Tommy's back here. He says his computer froze, so let's give him an opportunity. You know, without piling on.
Just before we jump back into it, though, just give me 2 seconds. I want to recommend a movie that I saw called The Experimenter. The Experimenter, and it's about a series of experiments called the Milgram experiments. That's the ones where someone was invited to.
It is imperative that the study continue.
Yeah, there was a simulation created where a subject believed that he was administering a series of shocks as punishment for failed questions, and that eventually, as he kept administering the shocks, shit got real painful for the poor bastard on the other side of the wall. It's an excellent movie. I recommend anybody who's interested in even basic psychology. I recommend you see it. It's well done. Now we can go back to telling Tommy how he's wrong.
Well, yeah, my computer froze up, but like I said before, I'm not really into the argument per se, but I do like to look at nature and draw my own clues from what happens within nature. And so, you guys listen to this example and tell me how you would what sort of conclusions you would draw. So, like I was talking about to drag in the previous hang, if a fish went to a new environment and indeed a new color would be helpful or adaptive or would help him blend into the background, and the fish somehow was able to conjure up that new color, I would suggest that the body is an extrapolation of mind. So first the fish would go into the new environment. Somehow on some level, in some way, he would have some sort of a understanding of what's going on around him, process that information, and the body, which is downhill from
Are you
the mind.
talking about things like camouflage?
Yeah, camouflage. Well, yeah, but there's a lot of things that kind of. Hang on just a second. Hang on just a second. So you have something that's camouflaged to the background. There could be numerous possible alternatives as far as color maybe goes, but somehow the fish conjured up the right color, the right trait at the right time. I'm suggesting that the actual evidence shows that body is an extrapolation of mind, and mind is what is kind of an information processing device of what's going on around us. So the idea that, you know, body happens first or physical happens first and that the mind is just a slave of the body, I think the actual evidence shows it goes the other way around.
Well, the first thing that I have to say is that camouflage is a fairly well understood phenomenon from a physical perspective. So, like, there's no reason that you need intelligence to be invoked.
Okay, well, I'll give you another example.
It could be, Tommy, I want to jump on there. It should also be added that to recognize a change of water is just a sensational change, which of course the sensation goes from the skin, any part of the body, to other neurology, and then hence goes back. I think this argument's more supportive of monism, you know, the notion that there's just one substance, as opposed to idealistic monism over physicalism. So, yeah.
What I was going to say is I can give tons of examples that are not camouflage. You know, just for example, fish tails or tadpole tails can be altered upon the interaction with a predator. So tail shape, color, size, all this stuff can be changed within the lifetime.
Those are just physical responses to stimuli, though.
Yeah, I mean,
yes, it's a response.
It's a response
to the mind.
Wait, you're already saying
response doesn't. Okay, so response does not mean the mind. Like, not all response.
Okay, then how did it happen?
Argument from ignorance. Like,
I'm asking you how it happened.
No. How did it happen? It was an instinct that activated a mechanism that was built into the physiology.
And
well, yeah, I mean, like,
it's the same thing, Tommy, that when it gets cold, you shiver. It's the same.
It takes awareness. The fish
it doesn't
be aware
take
of the surroundings.
It doesn't take awareness.
It had to be aware of the predators.
Your skin will
don't.
No, they don't. In fact, you can
awareness is different than you don't need to be aware of a stimulus for it to have an effect.
Yeah, absolutely. Your skin will goosebump whether you know it's cold or not.
On some level, there has to be an awareness.
So I'm from Chicago. Gus lives in Canada. Max lives in Canada. Have you ever been caught in a situation where you don't realize that your body's cold, and then suddenly you start shivering or goosebumping? Like, I guarantee anyone who's lived in it.
Yeah, I can be distracted very easily from. I mean, I had a fist fight once with a guy in high school where I was able to completely ignore the cold because I was so angry I was going to break this guy in half. And then as soon as I was finished, I'm looking at my body, and not only do I have goosebumps, but I've got steam rising off me. You know, and none of that was anything I was aware of.
Well, I partially separated my shoulder and put it back into socket at a jiu-jitsu tournament. And I didn't have any idea I had done anything until the day after.
Oh,
you know, again, where awareness and actual physical stimulus aren't, and we actually, the way that we understand the study of pain hinges on this. There's the gating theory of pain, and this is the idea that the brain basically has a gate as to whether it registers a stimulus or not. And so it'll often register the most severe stimulus. So anyone that's stubbed their toe, but then, you know, they as they're stubbing their toe, they bang their nose into the door or something. Well, one of those is way more painful, and suddenly you can't feel your toe anymore.
Yeah, because your entire body would shut down if you felt consecutively rather than concurrently every pain you suffered.
I mean,
would you deny that when you salivate, when you see a steak, when you see and smell a steak, and you salivate, would you deny that there was an awareness of the steak before you actually salivated?
I wouldn't deny that at all. No.
It's called behavior because we're behaviorally conditioned that way. Ever heard of Pavlov? You know the dog. You know?
That's consciousness.
You know, it's not necessarily because dogs don't have awareness.
I believe that while that's one reaction to stimulus, I believe that there can be reactions to stimulus both on the cerebral and non-cerebral level that have nothing whatsoever to do with awareness of that stimulus.
In fact,
Agreed.
That's like I have everything right now. No,
Tommy, wait, can I just bring up something with regards to the steak? In fact, when we look at food for the first time that we think is gross or unusual because we've never tasted it before, we're always less drawn to it. But if we've always, like, when I was a kid, I remember hating steak because it was just so hard to chew and digest, you know, being a little kid. So I would be repulsed. As an adult, it's just juicy and delicious. It's because of the way I was.
A better example of this.
May I reference
Better
an
example of this is fit. Like if you grow up in the United States, do you mind if I finish, Dave, and then you get the baton? So a great example of what Max just described for a lot of us in the West is the reaction to fish. I hated fish when I was growing up. I thought it was disgusting. But, you know, as I got older, I acquired the taste. So I love tuna. I love salmon. They're two of my favorite foods. And also I know, you know, I was able to re-engineer my stimulus response. So rather than gagging when I smell fish, I go, oh, is that good? Is it bad? Et cetera, et cetera. Go ahead, Dave.
Okay, so may I reference an experiment? There's an experiment you can do, and you can do this, Tommy, if you wish. You need 2 people to do it. What you do is you take your 2 hands and you put one of them behind a screen so you can't see it. And you replace the real hand with a fake hand. You put the fake hand where the real hand would be so that you can't see your own real hand. Even though you know that's not a real hand, when someone strikes that fake hand with a hammer, you pull your real hand away because you don't want your real hand to be hurt. Even though you know that the real hand is not in danger, your brain makes you do that. So you're aware that it's not the real hand that's going to be hurt.
Yeah, people jump in the theater too.
That's like when you touch something and someone says that's hot and you automatically pull away and then you think, no, it's not.
Yeah, if you watch a scary movie, you know, people wince, you know, in fear or anger or whatever in movie theaters because it's not, they don't think they're physically in danger, but they're afraid of what may happen on screen. So that's just a matter of, you know, being fooled or tricked or whatever.
A matter of what being fooled or tricked?
I didn't hear anything in terms of, does Tommy believe that there's, you know, some soul that somehow jumps in and tells
I don't know what it is.
Can't do,
Can I bring up perhaps a nice little thought experiment done in the medieval ages, because even then they knew this was bullshit? It's granted in the medieval ages they were dualists of a sense, but even they didn't, like Thomas Aquinas' famous maxim was there's nothing in the mind that didn't exist somewhere in the senses before it. Like imagine Adam. He grows up without any sense experience. God just creates him. So this is a person who either is going to have been created with some sense experience beforehand, or he's just going to be catatonic. He's just not going to have anything. He doesn't know how to. He's not been conditioned to walk, to run, to talk, to dialogue.
By the way, I don't believe in a ghost or something like that you guys are trying to pin on me. I don't believe information or
we're not
intelligence.
trying to pin anything on you.
There's
Tommy.
no
You haven't
weird
outlined what you actually believe.
There's no weird entity. It's just information processing. I think within the human body, all things are in on the same information. So
But what I'm saying is that there isn't some inherent information that's in all of us that's just ready to prepare given the nature of our mental substance.
Well, a great example would be glucose response in diabetics. Like, obviously, you know, if the pancreas wasn't damaged, then they'd have the proper blood sugar response to regulate their blood sugar during a glucose spike or a rapid glucose deficiency. But they don't, because they don't have the necessary wiring in their pancreas in order to, you know, produce insulin in the proper amounts. So that's an example of, you know, any type of metabolic disorder, actually, in general, deals with one part of the body that obviously doesn't know how to respond. And this is, like, if all parts of the body knew how to respond, you wouldn't go into, you know, you wouldn't get a seizure from, you know, a rapid glucose deficiency. You'd just die without even knowing it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I think is kind of funny is I was listening into a hangout of Nephilim's and NeoCloud and Tommy, and everything that Tommy has brought up in the like today and last night directly came out of this hangout that Nephilim was spoon-feeding to him. It seems like he just goes in, learns a bit about an argument, like in this case the camouflage, the way things adapt to the acclimation of an organism to the environment, and phenotypical plasticity, and then he'll come in and try to use that argument as something to evolutionists to try to
be
refute.
fair, to be fair, he actually used that fish example with me a couple of years ago when I first started here.
I know.
He's used that example before.
It has nothing to do with disproving evolution with it. We're talking about the nature of how animals change. I'm using that as evidence that it doesn't happen the bottom-up way. That's it. I can't disprove evolution. I can't disprove your position. I can show positive evidence of my position.
You do understand the difference between acclimation of an organism and adaptation of a population, correct?
Yeah.
Because a single organism, they only adapt to their environment. They don't change. I mean, they can change a little bit, but it's just unless there's a permanent change that can be passed on hereditarily line through the germline, it makes no difference.
I can show that too. I think that's all that happens. I don't think there is.
The thing here though is we can just appeal to human experience. We're not. You don't make a conscious decision to shiver.
Right.
You just do. Like there are plenty of these physiological responses that are direct adaptations to the current environment that we do. We don't consciously choose to.
But there's different levels of consciousness.
California.
It doesn't have to be in the forebrain. Well, just like when you see a steak, you don't actively say, "Oh, I'm gonna salivate now." It's just something your body does, automatically. And I'm suggesting that's
because it's an unconscious reaction.
There you go. There's different levels of consciousness.
That unconscious means explicitly not conscious.
Okay, well, there's still some awareness. There's still some awareness there, Sam. You're still aware of this mistake.
You can.
No, not necessarily
in that situation. I mean, anyone who's again, like, you don't have to be aware. We gave the example, right? You can have non-awareness of pain, but still your body's acting like it. I mean, anyone who's had like any sort of severe injury knows that your body unconsciously compensates for that in some area of your, without, you'd rather that not get compensations, but that's what happens. And there are plenty of unconscious reactions that you have no idea are actually happening. It's not. There's no necessity for the body to respond that says you need to be aware of what's going on.
So Freud's idea of the subconscious was, if I remember correctly, he was dealing with people who suffered sexual trauma. And what he discovered was people...
No, that's just what he claimed based on his own interpretation of his own...
That's what he claimed. Thank you, Christopher. And that's exactly what I was about to go into. You know what? I'm not even going to speak anymore. So that...
Yeah, right. Tell us another one.
Okay, I'm not going to speak about that anymore.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I was waiting for my next lecture from Professor Max. I'm fucking with you,
listen to this.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's this fundamental thing, though, is that we can all appeal to easy experiences where you don't, if you have any sort of adrenaline rush and you've done any sort of competitive sport, you cannot realize how much pain you're in. When I was a high school senior, I was, in the state finals for a track event, and I actually fully broke my foot with 100 meters to go in the event. And I didn't realize it. I just thought, oh, my foot kind of hurts. Turns out the next day I couldn't walk. And that's because the adrenaline and the focus on the event took away any pain that I really felt. Like, I felt pain, but it wasn't that bad.
Well, is Tommy, when he's using the term awareness, is he using it synonymously with sensory perception, that something is being aware of a sensory input, rather than, I would take awareness to be a conscious ability to be aware of your surroundings? I see him kind of mixing the two together.
I think it's generally understood, at least among neuroscientists and psychologists, that conscious I mean, Maudy would know more, but generally that the raw, sense perception isn't the same as conscious. I'm a pussy, apparently.
Awareness of the autobiographical self is not the same as awareness at a cognitive information processing level.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. let the guy who actually has an education on this talk, not me. Don't listen to me spout up about something.
I think that
like that's something we do around here.
So
No, it's the internet. It's the internet. We all know everything. Of
So,
course.
Christopher, in other words, if you're aware of your self-existence, that's not the same thing as saying you're aware of any kind of surrounding, any kind of sensory input, like you said. They're two different things.
Well, no, even if you're aware of existence, that doesn't mean that you're aware of everything in your environment. I mean, if we processed the information that we got from every stimuli in our environment, we would go insane.
You would overlook us.
Well, that's why babies are insane, because they don't have their neural networks.
Did you just say that babies are insane?
Yes, they are. Anyone who's been around a child knows that. But the reason that they are always crying and always overreacting to all the stimulus is because their brains haven't learned to filter out the unnecessary stuff. And so
attentional focus is what allows us to acclimate to reality as we understand it.
So the ones that grow up without that filter, what happens to them? They become young Earth creationists and flat earthers?
Stop
I
it.
think a lot of them can be like OCD or, God, I'm forgetting. It might be autistic, but I can't remember. Where they don't know how to meaningfully differentiate between necessary stimuli and unnecessary stimuli. Maybe ADD? I don't remember. I read this a long time ago.
I think it's a form of autism where you literally see everything all the time, sort of thing. So yeah, you don't filter out enough stimulus, so you're just totally overloaded a lot of the time.
Well, I think that more technically, autism is currently framed as in socially inappropriate. Not socially inappropriate, but a lack of ability to pay attention to social cues. And maybe what you guys are talking about contributes to why they don't have attentional focus to social cues the way that people without autism do. But I mean, I think that the social component is the bit that really distinguishes autism from other cognitive disorders. If you want to call it a disorder, right? Because Temple Grandin would say that the most brilliant people and geniuses throughout history were actually autistic, from her perspective.
Well, it's a slider bar, right? Like we know when it comes to we know when it comes to human behavior, it's a zero-sum game, right? People who tend to be better, quote unquote, with people tend not to be as good, quote unquote, with numbers, machines, ordered thought, that sort of thing, and versa versa. So, and at the end of the day, it's often a zero-sum game.
In some areas, but things. I mean, as much as there's a little bit that's kind of a shell game when it comes to intelligence research, most general intelligence tends to be very easily transferable between fields. And so it kind of blows out the nonsense that, just because you're, a mathematician, you're way more brilliant than a physicist who's way more brilliant than a chemist, as the, stereotype goes. But for a lot of traits, it is a zero-sum game. For example, I believe women are statistically more emotionally intelligent, by a lot compared to men.
But do they get that emotional intelligence at the expense of a lower capacity for the so-called hard sciences and raw calculus?
First of all, let's talk about emotional intelligence as not being really well developed as a psychometric field. That's just it's relatively new. It's a qualitative form of research as compared to a quantitative form of research, which by definition kind of takes it outside of the realm of psychometrics. But we also have to consider things like multiple intelligences, of which emotional intelligence kind of was born out of, like the Howard Gardner frames of mind, ways of looking at intelligence.
Right, like kinesthetic and interpersonal.
There's seven. There's 7 original ones with 2 later ones. So there's mathematical, logical, there's musical, there's spatial temporal, there's kinesthetic, there's linguistic, and there's a couple more that I just can't think of off the top of my head because I don't have it in front of me, But yeah, it's the argument against general intelligence being as, if you score, even though there is tons of evidence to show correlations between scores on intelligence tests and success, that might have less to do with what they're looking at, which is intelligence, because if you ask somebody who studies intelligence what intelligence is, they'll say it's what intelligence tests test, which is a tautology. Even though there's evidence for correlations of it, they might just be testing how well people test.
Well,
Right.
isn't that's sort of the whole thing with any type of testing system?
Exactly.
It doesn't really measure. I mean, the best you can do is get a decent correlation. If you consider what the gold standard is of standardized testing, it's the MCAT, and the MCAT doesn't even. All it predicts is how you do in the first year of med school. It doesn't predict any, like beyond that, it doesn't really predict anything in terms of a medical student's performance.
Yeah, but from there, we can only get into a discussion about pedagogy. So I think that's kind of going down a rabbit hole.
Oh yeah, and then I can, get angry at the whole process, but that's a whole different.
I want to see Sam get angry.
You don't want to see me get angry.
Because he's not very emotionally intelligent. That's why he gets
Yeah,
so
I'm not.
angry.
I'm just exactly. I'm just so emotionally unintelligent.
It takes intelligence to get mad.
It ain't bad to get mad.
Yeah, I think Gus is right on some level, which is to say that there are some things where there are definite trade-offs in terms of what space for wiring in the brain. Like there was an interesting article that came out from researchers, I want to say they were at Duke, but they actually showed that the quote-unquote male and female brain dichotomy is not actually like a true dichotomy, it's more of a spectrum. It's similar to how like male facial features and female facial features are. And so I think that seems to indicate that sort of spectrum of how the brain can be wired seems to, at least to me, to say that there are some things that are traded off and there are some things that kind of are transferable. But that's the stretch of my understanding. I killed it, sorry.
No, a momentary silence as people reflect is not the death of a conversation.
Thanks, Obama.
You're welcome, douche.
Now can we say the conversation is dead?
No.
Well, if we're gonna talk about consciousness in general, and if we accept that it's mysterious in certain aspects, I think, and if we're gonna talk about dualism versus monism or monism or however you want to pronounce it, I'm still very charmed, and I talk about this guy all the time. I'm still very charmed by Antonio Damasio, who says maybe dualism exists, but if we take it as a hypothesis that it doesn't, that there's not a difference between mind and body, then we might have way more fruitful hypotheses to go and be able to actually test. And I find that really charming. So it's just a suspension as compared to a denial. I'm going to suspend a decision about whether dualism is true. And I'm going to just accept that it's not. What the fuck just happened?
I don't know.
I don't know, Obama.
Sorry. F you.
But I'm actually going to say toodles for now. I might be back later, but I actually have steak for dinner later.
I hope there's bacon and beauties
We
involved.
will expect a full and proper report
Yeah, he's cooking
with
it now.
footnotes, endnotes, side notes.
I think we're having it with mushrooms and pepper.
Well, you better be, young lady.
Later. Moi moi.
Yes,
Yeah,
I know.
that was the thing that I found to be very odd was when he's like, well, you need conscious awareness. I was like, have you never had something, like I didn't want to just bring out this example because I know how weird Tommy gets about those types of issues, but were you never 16 and got a boner for no reason? Like what? Yeah, like, I'm sorry. Like, I don't know.
Get a boner all the time.
It's a spring day and the wind is fresh.
All right.
Oh, shouldn't have worn gym shorts today.
Fuck, that bus
Should
keeps
not
getting
have-
later and later.
That's when guys stopped wearing sweatpants.
Welcome to the 1980s, the early and late 1970s, where everybody wore Daisy Dukes. Boys, girls, everybody wore them.
What a
John
terrible
Stockton.
idea.
I prefer to call them John Stockton shorts.
I'm sure you do.
It's a terrible idea. Men in short shorts like that.
Yes, because every now and then you got the little creeper happening. You got a one ball crawl, right, where the hammock inside the shorts wouldn't hold on. So you got the alley oop, the little one ball crawl, Turtle sticks out his head. I mean, you could name these things after like Asian kung fu maneuvers, right? You know, the peach presents itself.
This is somewhat unrelated, but I got, I'm in physical therapy, and at the end of the session, I use like this compression thingamajig to help with recovery that my physical therapist has, and it inflates with air and puts pressure on your muscles, so it helps, it helps get blood flow to the muscles and flush the entire system, and it goes all the way up your leg, so you have to protect so that the compression, which is at very, very many times atmospheric pressure, does not hit the family jewels.
We'll just put some pressure right on Gurk.
Like, that's why my physical therapist, the first time, just goes, make sure that your balls aren't there, because, like, I want you to be able to have kids later, which is hilarious to hear with a guy say that with a Brazilian accent.
That's right. You don't want to get the full Brazilian when you're going.
What are you in physical therapy for?
I tore my LCL.
No. Will you be able to do any jiu-jitsu in the meantime? Well, not
next week. Next week I'll be back. I haven't really been on the mats very much in the last 2 months because it just hasn't been. But
I went looking for evidence of, or I went not for evidence. I went looking for news reports about the new planet they found, and I typed in 10th planet, and the very first thing that came up on Google was not the 10th planet in the solar system. It was 10th planet Jiu-Jitsu. I'm like, what the fuck?
They're kind of weird.
Once you unlock the 9th planet, you actually summon Satan himself, and the 10th is his son. And so his son actually has an entire repertoire of fucking moves that are illegal in this dimension. So you gotta be careful.
Bravo. Wait, Eddie Bravo is the son of Satan?
Yes, little known fact.
That's what I'm hearing now. Yeah. The son of Satan likes weed a lot. And is good friends with Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan's best friend founded 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu.
Joe Rogan, not just a man, he's an experience.
Joe Rogan has 2 black belts in Jiu-Jitsu. One in 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu, one in just normal Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
I would not have guessed that about him.
Oh, he's a beast. He's like a 3rd degree black belt in Taekwondo. He won the Bay State games. He's a legit if there was a cage match of comedians, he would win very easily.
Yeah, Joe Rogan's hardcore, man. Joe Rogan's a proper monster.
You really don't get that from a guy who forces people to eat milk testicles on live television.
He said that what he would do is he'd have a weed lollipop on set. And just be getting high as balls.
It's really interesting listening to Joe Rogan talk about his time on Fear Factor on his podcast. Really interesting.
I think he just blatantly
Fear Factor.
So again?
Huh?
I was going to ask Dave if there was a British equivalent to Fear Factor.
Yeah, it's called the Fear Factor.
It's called Walk Through Liverpool.
It's called the Fear Factor, yeah.
Midnight.
That's why England exists, so that we can test marketing demographics.
Fear
Think
Factor.
about it.
That's what I go to bed with my wife, yeah?
Tonight on British Fear Factor, our contestants stroll down a packy neighborhood.
Oh, jeez. They're not all racist.
Oh.
I am proud. It's okay.
I thought you'd be like, now on British Fear Factor, people are gonna. Yeah. I thought you'd be like, in British Fear Factor, you would take these people to a dentist. Or now for British Fear Factor, you're gonna take them to a place that serves actual healthy food.
What? You're saying that from America? What the fuck?
I knew that was coming. Before we get into that, Tommy Hall came back supposedly after I left.
Yeah, for a couple of minutes, but he didn't stay long and he didn't say much.
I love England. I lived in England for a few months when I studied abroad there. But I will say that living
What was her name?
I mean, now that I live in
The
No,
broads were not much to study. Let's just say
Yeah,
that.
Hey,
I mean,
hey,
first,
some of the most beautiful women in the world come from Great Britain. That's enough out of
yeah,
you
so
lot.
do some
You
of
were
the
included
ugliest.
there, though, from the brown countries. So, sorry to
Oh,
say.
did you say from the brown countries?
I said from the brown countries, yeah.
Motherfucker, I'm going to revoke your Canadian card. You keep this up.
I have a Lebanese citizenship. I can do it.
Yeah, all right.
The sand nigger. I think I'm well within my rights here.
All right, Khalid, fucking just try to take it easy on the overt fucking racism, okay?
Okay, fine.
Well, what I would say about the English broads is that on average, American girls, especially now that I live in Southern California girls are much better looking. I love the English. I love the accent, though.
It's always the accent. I think anytime you travel somewhere else and someone sounds different, there's always an attraction to just that different sound, even if you speak the same language.
There is. Yes,
I'll tell you one thing.
is.
I'll tell you one thing though. English girls don't do well in porno because their voices are kind of funny sounding in those kind of situations. Oh yes, do me from the backside. Oh yes. And you're just
apparently, all British porn stars sound like
Give
Monty
it to me in the fanny. Give it to me in the fanny.
You've been perfect.
Look at how big that willy is.
Oh, there is an older.
Hoist the mizzen. Hoist the mizzen.
Oh, what's her name? It's Madam or Lady something. She's really famous MILF. Oh man, shit, I can't remember her name. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up.
There are some very attractive. If you're into, pale women, then may I invite you to enjoy any woman from the British Isles that's not a recent immigrant.
Lady Sonia.
If you love pale gingers who wear too much makeup, may I invite you to go anywhere in Ireland?
You, sir, are an unfair man. You're an unfair man, and you're unfair.
I come from a short line of potato eaters.
I might go up I do like gingers, so I might not.
I have been to Dublin. I'm not saying if that's your thing, go forward, but they wear way too much makeup for me.
Well, the ones that I've seen aren't too strong in the chesticle area, so that's kind of a down for me.
I call it Cirque de Face. This is art.
Cirque de Face.
Of any city that I've been to, I should say, the hottest women, without doubt, Rio de Janeiro.
Oh, well, Jesus Christ, yeah, I mean, fucking...
Stereotype is absolutely true.
Talk about a country of fucking women that birth nothing but beauty queens, like, honestly.
I mean, there's a reason Carnival exists, I'm just saying. Like, you can't walk around beautiful women like that and go, you know what, it's a really good idea if we all would have sex during this period of time of the year. I just think...
Yeah, the hottest months of the year, surrounded by women that look like that, is just like, listen, we got to formalize this whole getting buck wild thing, because otherwise I'm a fix to lose my head. Like,
did you ever hear Jim Jeffries' joke about why everyone's so attractive in Sweden?
No.
Like his joke was
this is gonna get good.
They're just so that the Swedish are so rational that, like, if an ugly baby comes out, a government official will look at it and just bash it on the head, and then the mother will turn to the official and go, "Was it ugly?" He goes, "That's what I get for having sex with a Scottish man."
Lyrical Ryan is insulting me in the live chat. Lyrical, come in here and I will punch you in the face with
Lyrical
words.
Ryan is insulting you in the live chat? Really?
I'm kidding.
Okay. I was going to say, when did she crawl out from under her self-imposed fortress of solitude? Every now and then she'll sort of appear and say something, and you'll be like, okay, and then you'll wait for her to go back to wherever it was she came from.
Well, I wanted to ask her about her book. Well, no, I wanted to talk about her book that she put on Amazon, and it's very, yeah, I like Lyrical. She's nice.
Was it pornographic? I'm getting a good sense it was pornographic.
No, it wasn't, sadly, but
Well,
it's
well,
Max,
we
quit,
have-
quit laying down your wish list in front of everybody. We don't want to know.
Oh,
Yeah, you have a you have a
Max is batting
girlfriend
1,000.
and you're like a Christian. Like you can't be doing that to your penis.
That's right. And you know what? If any you ever found out that you were talking like that, the next time you went down to Michigan, you'd get your gazoo yanked. You know that. And I don't mean in a good way, neither. She'd tie it to a fence post and fucking whack it right there in public.
Look, she does jujitsu. I'm already scared of her. We don't need to throw any more of this.
So when she throws you in the fucking Yokohama death flop, man, and you'll be just like, I'm sorry, please don't do that to me.
So Max, she gives new meaning to word thrown to the curb.
Yeah, right on your head.
Oh, that was nice. Tommy actually shared the hangout. He said, spoke with Drag for a while one-on-one about evolution. Check it out.
That's right.
Well, let me give this quick aside. I did enjoy talking to Tommy. I disagree with, I would say 75% of what he was saying, but it was definitely very enlightening for him to come and express his views, because when he's typing it, it seems like this just sit out of left field, and I should be high and I don't know, partially comatose to understand it. I don't know, but it probably didn't help that I was trying to do this fucking online experiment while talking to him.
Tommy strikes me as he would be a very nice guy to talk to if he wasn't such a homophobe. My opinion.
I just hit on him, honestly. If we were just sitting in a bar, I just hit on him, just for the fuck of it, just to see how he'd react.
You go finish your
Just send him one of my jujitsu videos and then, listen for the breathing patterns.
You probably
the breathing patterns.
What would end up happening?
There we go. A new side of Sam I never saw before.
You'd probably say that he wasn't into black guys. Then we'd be pretty surprised to say that, wait, that's why he rejected you? Not because of the guy thing, but because he wasn't into black guys.
I can accept that.
He'd throw that one down high speed and then just sort of run away really quick.
Like there are some people on the inner tubes that I would just love to see them just watch them hit on someone who they were sexually interested in. Like I'd love to see G-Man hit on a girl. It would be so awesome to watch, though.
Well, seeing G, as long as she's white and female, he's fine. Like he has no problem with that. He has. He has a thing. Just like you think I'm kidding. Look at any time he's in a hangout with a white woman. Eve, Shanna, Tanya, Lyrical. Look at how he treats them compared to everyone else. Sugar, just watch the interaction. I shit you not. He will bend over backwards so he can get some type of praise from them.
He does the white knight thing for them. He does
yeah.
He's like, Eve, I know you'll be a Christian, and then he'll be like, Sugar, I know people did you wrong.
Like, a little bit sample size for this, though. How have we compared how he treats them with black women? Because other than Ermine, there aren't too many black women.
I agree with Matt. For once, I agree with Matt. I didn't see too many.
That's because they're getting ran off by the white fundamentalist Texans here.
We used to have
2 Canadians so far in here. I don't see how many Texans we have in here.
Don't be so literal. By here, we mean in the community in general.
Yeah, and by
even in the community, Gus, there's like in the community alone, you can count like 10 to 15 Canadians in the community.
Yeah, but some of us are assholes like me. So what does that matter?
You're not an ass.
You're supposed to be an asshole first and then say, "Oh, sorry."
Yeah, well, I never learned how to properly Canadian, so I come from a broken.
What good are you, Gus? No, I'm kidding.
I tell you, I'm not much good to you as y'all alive. So if it ever comes time to push me off to make extra room on the lifeboat, don't hesitate. I'm old against you.
Now, we could probably just use you as the lifeboat.
Gus, we would push you off.
All we need is a rope, and then if he wants to jump off, we'd have somebody to anchor the boat.
Are we really going to pretend that fucking Matt just did fucking kick Gus in the nuts just now?
I think you're an asshole too. It's not just Gus. There are assholes.
Yeah, I was like.
I believe that little Max just tried to make his bones.
No.
Gus, we would push you off even if there was enough room.
Not so much for love you.
There we go. Like that's that's the difference between you. And
Titanic thing, you know. There's
I
no
I lost my train of thought. I wouldn't mind because I will be in Texas for my cousin's birthday around Christmas. My wife just took off, so we'll be around the Seabrook, Houston area. While we're there, we were trying to stay about about a week, so we can check out the area, look and like house shop for the future. But yeah, I wouldn't mind going, talking to Tommy Hall. But I wouldn't. If I go to England, I would like to visit Annabelle on the Isle of Wight. I'm not sure about visiting Stizor because the first thing I can think of is in a fucking airport. Hey, drag! Hey, nigga! Hey!
Come and visit me. Come and visit me.
Drag! Hey, drag! And eventually he says, "What, nigga?"
Dag, you can fuck off. Fuck off, Dag. Fuck off.
I drag.
It's like,
There's Mark, and there's Simon, and there's Baldy. There's a lot of people.
I would love to just get the whole shit ton of them into a friggin' pub one night and just have a raucous piss up. That would be something else.
Well, the good thing about Mark is that he's about an hour or two away from Annabelle, so I could see those two within a day easily. But I'm not sure if I'd survive the trip to Liverpool.
Well, you'd have to stay away. Remember to stay away from the Free Caliphate of Birmingham, though. Remember.
Where they're roaming the streets and.
Yeah, Muslims everywhere.
And they might try to recruit you because they love that epic beard of yours.
Yeah,
that's
true.
I might actually.
One of them. Greg's already a Muslim and not even bother.
That's true.
He's blending in. I don't know.
I might actually be cutting it and bringing it down to a reasonable level.
Yeah, please do, because you're starting to look like fucking Maimonides or somebody. Like, seriously.
I'm starting to think maybe you have like a little bird in there and maybe some like 3-day-old pancakes.
There were times.
Maybe
there were times, Greg, where I was tempted to report you, buddy.
3-day-old pancakes.
Put me under some
Hey,
surveillance.
I'm only allowed to make the brown jokes around here.
Oh, well, excuse me. Listen, you got a face like a fucking prince in an Italian Renaissance painting, okay? So be fucking careful about the brown jokes. All right?
I don't know whether you should be making me hummus or serving me pizza and cleaning out my toilet. Bowser.
I've got paper towels that are more brown than you, okay? So let's be careful.
I got shit stains that your Italian ass would have to clean.
Yeah, but
before you defeated Bowser.
Okay, well, I wasn't going to go there, but I mean,
you're lucky you're Jewish because Italians love the Jews. They're the only people with bigger noses than us.
Oh,
But here's the thing. What's the difference between an Italian and a Jew? What's the difference between an Italian and a Jew? Just 1 year of high school.
Oh!
Wow.
Is this the kind of thing that white people say behind closed doors? I'm really curious.
No,
I don't know. I've never heard these white people say it, so this is news for me.
White people. There we go.
Oh,
I mean, these particular white people, then, fucking skeptic, if you're going to be a schlock about it.
You gotta realize that Jews, we are the Asians of white people.
Asians
Asians of white people?
Think about it. We're good at math and science, finance and law. We own a lot of our own businesses.
Yeah, but Asians don't piss and moan like fucking Jews do. Jesus
There you
Christ,
go.
you guys.
Whoa.
Holy fuck do you fucking Jews complain?
Speaking of which,
My God, fucking Holocaust this, fucking pogrom that.
The forced slanty. Freaking Woody Allen always complaining about stuff.
my pre-calculus instructor.
I'm hereby
fucking
assured
Jewish.
that Sam will now hate me for the rest of time.
Now that you mention
Yeah,
that,
so both of you
oh
study
man,
this position, Gus. Gus is a ray of cosmic sunshine. At least we Jews have developed an industry out of complaining.
And
You're right.
handwriting.
You're right. I have not been able to take despair and turn it to my financial advantage. What the fuck have I been thinking all these
There's only
years?
so much bitching you can handle until you finally get fed up.
You have to love your work, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how that fucking works.
I miss our one philosopher.
No, you don't, because unlike our one philosopher, I don't believe Jews control the world, and I wouldn't really care if they did or not.
Who is this?
Our
Our
one
one philosopher. He's such a douchebag. So he's a race realist. He believes that Jews. He believes that the Holocaust didn't really happen.
Taxes are theft. Taxes are theft.
Taxes are theft. Oh, he
to
did.
be fair, like, this sounds
I didn't go
exactly
to
like
college
Aestus.
like you guys, but I'm
No,
smarter than you
Aestus,
guys.
no, Aestus is just someone who hasn't lived long enough to understand that he's full of shit. Okay, our one philosopher is a guy who knows full well that he's full of shit and still maintains. Like he's essentially a racist libertarian. He's one of those people that would have
You
been
mean
very
a
happy.
libertarian?
The
He would have
Holocaust didn't happen.
He would have been very happy living in the world back in the early 1800s where there was hundreds and hundreds of miles of land to go and live on by himself. And then he would have come into town every now and then to tell everybody in town what was wrong with them.
Wait, so I'm confused. Like how do people deny the Holocaust? I've never actually looked into it.
The pure hatred. That works.
No, to be serious about it, and all to be serious about it, and all bullshit aside, to be respectful of Sam, it's usually done through essentially quibbling with detail. That's usually how they do it. Most Holocaust deniers aren't necessarily Holocaust deniers. They're what a friend of mine used to call Holocaust quibblers. They'll come out and they'll say, well, it wasn't that no Jews died. It was that 6 million is just an inflated number, and don't forget all those other kinds of people that died out there that also weren't Jews, etc., etc. Some will go even go so far as to say that like certain details were incorrect. Like some people have argued with the effects of. Some people have argued with whether or not they've gone to the Holocaust Memorial, the Auschwitz Memorial, and they've taken samples of the concrete that was around the edges of the old gas chambers, and they've put them through chemical analysis, and have claimed after that chemical analysis that there's no residues of Cyclone B there.
Yeah.
There's shit like that. Like there's many ways to skin the cat, I guess is my point, and these guys sort of
It sounds like it's a big
claim-
like.
The ones that go to the extreme, and I have actually heard some deny it completely that it ever happened at all. And one of the things is what Gus just said, and they say there's absolutely no evidence for it. There's no evidence of gas chambers. There's no and it's just ridiculous.
Well, it sounds like they rely on the it's a fallacy that I recently learned about. Is a fallacy of relative privation, where they try to say, well, there are other more pressing, deaths that have happened, genocide, so on and so forth, and they'll kind of place them on tiers so that the Holocaust incurred by the Jews is on the lower end of the scale.
I mean, if you're going by sheer numbers, if all you're interested in is numbers, okay, then the Ukrainian famine was a greater Holocaust than any.
Right, and I brought that up to Nadia, and Nadia actually denies and minimizes that, and I got into an argument with that, and Gretchen got in an argument with Nadia about that. Nadia will actually minimize that.
Part of the problem that poor Nadia has, and I say poor Nadia,
part of the problem. Here we go.
Part of the problem that poor Nadia has is that as a communist, she has to live with the legacy of Joseph Stalin.
Yeah.
Like that's part of the anybody who says communist, and this is why a lot of people who are communists don't actually say they're communists. They'll say they're Marxist Leninist or they're extreme left socialist. Like to me, I'm not a communist. I'm a socialist. But most people have actually called my position social democrat, which I find to me it sounds like weak tea, but whatever, But
weak tea.
But that's one of the problems that Nadia has is that the minute that she tries to and that's why when you hear her talk about the Soviet experience, right, she's always very circumspect. She never speaks in language that the layman could truly wrap their brains around, because she knows full fucking well that communism doesn't work. It's never worked. The only place it's even kind of worked a little bit is Cuba. And that's because Cuba's an island and nobody can get away unless Castro wants them to. And even then, every fucking time he turns around, there's somebody who crawls into a fucking rubber dinghy and tries to, get their way to Miami.
I do think that socialism can work, though. I think there's a big difference.
The United States is a socialist country.
Yeah. And UK?
No.
Yes, it is. Yes,
not really. Not quite.
Guys, come on. Let's think about this. Let's think about this rationally. No, wait, Max. Come on. Let's think about it rationally. They have Social Security. They have child welfare. They have an element of they will, if you're suffering from a severe medical traumatic condition, such that you end up plopped into an emergency room, they will treat the severe traumatic condition. Okay, it is a myth that if you're bleeding from the nuts or whatever in a fucking hospital, they won't treat you.
Nice.
Okay, like if it's a.
And it is also
You're
a myth.
saying it's a Tuesday.
It's also a myth that socialism just means whatever the government does, or the government is taking control of it. That's not what socialism is.
Well, hold on one second.
Well, why don't you
Gus, just one point. I'm not going to disagree with you wholeheartedly, but to say that there is a social support network in place for citizens of the United States is not the same as saying that it is socialist. What the number one reason for bankruptcy in the capitalist nation of America is health problems.
Yep.
People have health problems, they go to the hospital, they get treated, but then they get charged. And that is the number one reason for people going into bankruptcy. So if that's socialism, you're using an idiosyncratic definition of it.
Okay. But
people getting heart attacks looking at the bill.
Okay. Yes, you're okay. Well, let's assume for a minute, for the sake of streamlining the conversation, I grant people with criticisms about the American healthcare system every last element of every last criticism that they want. Okay, they still have an old age security system. They still have an education system that is taken over by the state now, state governments rather than the state as a whole. But it's still the actual, from state to state, they decide what gets taught in schools. There's any number. The United States is a lot more socialist than they want to admit. Just because they're not socialist like Canada or Great Britain is socialist doesn't mean that they're not socialist.
We're a bit
as well. Is that they're socialist and they're capitalist. That's the point.
Yeah, it's a mixed economy. Thank you.
They're not socialist. It's that they're not completely only socialist. So, and I mean that's the same in Britain and that's the same in Canada. They're not only socialist. They do socialist things.
We have socialist.
Which leads me to the point that I'm glad David picked up on, was that socialism, the implementation of sort of grand policies of government are often done on a sliding scale, right? I mean, China is supposedly communist. Anybody who knows anything about China knows that what actually happened is that once upon a time, a communist wandered into Chinese lands. They grabbed him, skinned him, and somebody wore his skin and called themselves a communist for I don't know how long. But these people are not actually communists. They never have been actually communist, right? But they have communist elements sort of woven into certain aspects of their government, right? So this is all on a sliding scale.
There's actually some evidence to say that they're trying to pull away from communism.
Oh,
there's any sort of extension of government control.
Right now there's a war going on between oligarchy and capitalism over there, and it's going to be a hell of a
winning. Actually, China has some capitalism in North Korea.
So, socialism, as I understand it, is just an economic system where you have social ownership, democratic control, and the means of production are just distributed along those lines. The means of production just meaning how we produce things, our day-to-day commodities. So a socialist is someone who advocates that the means of production should just be owned by everybody equally. When it comes to the United States or Canada or any of the various mixed economies, we just don't have that, even in not even just in its pure sense, but in a lot of senses. I mean, even public roads, or whenever we need to construct something, a lot of times we actually contract it out to private businesses. There is always that share.
Well, the thing,
didn't used to.
But there are different forms of capitalism, there are different forms of socialism, there are different forms of communism. So the first thing you've got to get on is what form of socialism, capitalism, communism are we talking about?
Yeah, these are mostly economic. So these are economic definitions. So these are economic definitions. So they deal with the economy. Democracy deals with another one. So in the economic sense, when you are a socialist nation, you're saying that the means of production have to be owned by the people, everybody. No, there's no private owner who gets to manufacture them in his or her privacy, or groups who control the profits and the losses. But rather, we all gain and we all lose. It's an economic group effort.
So that would be closer to what North Korea was.
Yeah, right. No, but you could control this democratically, though. So North Korea is a totalitarian socialist state. A true democratic state would be one where everybody votes to do certain things. You could have a representative one where everybody votes for their representative and they themselves vote. North Korea's system, you actually have it's a one-party system.
There's no voting.
There is no vote. Actually,
no. You vote. You vote for the leader, or else.
You vote for the leader.
Or else.
Yeah, and democracy. Of course, democracy can exist with socialism, but I wondered, how is it that Social Security is a socialist system? What is socialism about Social Security?
And so, if I'm not mistaken, for Social Security, a lot of that is invested in private funds, is it not?
Yes. Yes, and in fact,
I know that
you hear it termed.
It is, but it's.
In fact, you hear it termed state capitalism.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that, but the nascent idea of a social security system of taking care of the old when they can no longer take care of themselves, that's a hallmark of socialism.
Fair enough.
But what's socialist about it? Another
hallmark of socialism is free public education, and also, as Gus said, free healthcare. I mean, if you read the Communist Manifesto, so a lot of the things Karl Marx proposed we still have in a capitalist system right now, but that's mostly because we have one buyer, the state, and the state does act as a buyer in a mixed economy in a sense, because we concentrate all our wealth, and the state acts as kind of a buying power for those who can't buy and bargain for themselves. That's pretty much how I see it.
I should say, for any pedants out there, free at point of service. We are aware, I imagine most people in this room are aware of the fact that, yes, we do pay for it via our taxes, but it is free at point of service.
It is free at point of service.
For any pedants watching.
Now, I get the idea of using socialism in the idiosyncratic way for the people who... Because the reason why socialism became, whatever the government does, is because of idiot libertarians who equivocated those two things, and now people are responding by saying, "Oh, look at the socialism that's going on there, where the government is plowing our streets." Yeah, that's socialism enacting, despite the fact that those plows might be, despite the fact that the state might have bought those plows through capitalist systems of production.
I think the largest reason why America is not excited about socialism, honestly, is it's tainted from what Hitler did. Like, they will always attach it to that.
Yeah.
Well, I would say more like it's
more the Red Scare, I'd say.
Yeah, more the Red Scare.
More the Soviet Union.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you watch Fox News, I get the impression they seem to imply, they do more than imply, that communism and socialism are exactly the same thing.
Yes, exactly. Yes. And you know what? Canadians are just as fucking bad. Canadians don't know the difference between communism and socialism.
That's true.
Yeah, I don't see it I don't see them pointing towards Hitler as much as Russia.
Well, because Hitler was in a socialist, but it was
well, I mean, he claimed they were National Socialism, but anybody that looked at what he actually did, that was fascism.
Well, yeah, I mean, National Socialism is not the same as socialism.
That's for sure.
Right, and it was a workers' party, at least.
Although, hey, you know, here in Canada, if we got good National Socialism, we'd all have snappy uniforms to wear, right? Well, maybe not you, Max, because you know.
Sure, yeah.
Oh
They're called
my
the brown. They're called the brown shirts, not the brown skins, man.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Mosley will be smiling in his
case,
grave.
I should say that I am myself a socialist in the sense of yellow socialism, not red socialism.
Yellow
What
socialism.
the fuck is yellow socialism?
That sounds racist.
Can't you
Yeah,
tell
that's
by the poster
racist
behind
as
him?
fuck.
So yellow socialism.
I'll be cowering in the corner here while the shots are being fired back.
It just is harkening back to the medieval system where you use guild practices to distribute the wealth, as opposed to what we have currently, or as opposed to what the Reds were wanted, where it was just through taking the capitalist technological advances and just giving them to the people and just letting them collectively own it, as opposed to giving people expertise in and bargaining with each other based on that. It's more like
I just want to bomb all the brown people. I've been listening to a lot of
you're a Jew.
discourse lately.
You're a Jew, and there's
Yeah.
a Jew, and yes, it's. I can see.
I've been listening to a lot of.
I hate to break it to you guys, but Jews in their natural fucking habitat are often, or at least their original environment are also brown people. I'm just saying. I mean, you guys kind of came from that same chunk of the world.
Israel.
Yeah.
Well, by that logic, we are also all black people as well.
Well, I mean, if you're, if the keffiyeh fits, right? I mean, what do you want?
Right.
All right, I just came back. I had to reschedule my VA appointment with some haggard old lady.
We're setting back race relations by 60 years here. So.
Yeah, we
Oh,
are.
cool.
War gonna break out any minute.
I embrace the prudent discourse ideology of bombing all of the Browns.
And Max is under the impression he's the next best thing to black. And
What have I
You
come
don't
back
take
to?
offense to that, there, Drag?
I was thinking you were gonna go with sliced bread here, but okay.
Well, if they ever need to
God,
cast the role of young Ron Jeremy, Max, I'm sure they'll get in touch. Pretty sure you'll be getting that call.
That's all right. That's all right. Max's people brought us Mia Khalifa, so all is well in the world.
Here we go. I could just see the movie now. Wackaticka Wackaticka, the autobiography of Ron Jeremy.
Portrait of the Hedgehog.
Yeah, well, just consider us even, Dragnot, for your racist contribution of Jada Fire. So
You might have to add more hair to his chest.
Yes, you sir have good taste.
I'm sorry. I wouldn't know Jada Plyer from Shaka Demus and Plyer, so I don't know how to.
Jada Fire is a fairly prominent black porn star, very, very well rounded in all areas.
Very well. Oh yes, is she a woman of duplicate talents and profligate notions? Yes, right.
She could
Googling
suck
now.
She could.
He is a
suck
very
the
good.
Is that
True,
why
Where
are
are
you?
you going with this?
He
I don't.
has a very
Googling
prominent
now.
personality.
Is that what you
that's
call
fantastic. Googling now.
woman could suck the epidermis off of a woolly mammoth's fucking dick. Extinct.
Well, thanks for sharing.
That was that was a very
That was a little
elaborate
bit more
description.
colorful than I would have gone with that description.
There's
Thank
Jada
God I'm
Fire's
too tired to get
Plus.
visuals to go with it.
Oh boy.
I say.
Oh my God.
That's all right. I'm a fan of Lady Sonia, just for you, D.
Who the hell's Lady Sonia?
She's a proper British lady who only
You
sucks the
always walk
finest of
headlong
penis.
in this. Oh.
She's a proper British lady that what?
Who only inserts the finest of penises inside of her.
Oh my gosh. Oh, she's a
You
porn
walked
star.
in on D.
I know, I
Golly,
pop out for
golly, gosh.
I just pop out for a few minutes.
Yeah, how did this
Come back
become
to
a
racism
discussion
quickly
about
followed by
this?
porn. Shock, disgrace. I don't even. Why do I subject myself to this?
You see, this is what happens with atheists. Sometimes atheists will get together and they don't say nice words. They don't say nice words at all.
Oh, King D's not up.
It's defense of the Cunningham.
They don't. They just don't say nice words. It's sad. It's really sad.
Speaking of
Good
nice
Lord.
words,
Can I just point out Max started this, didn't he, with the mention of that?
Yes, well, Max starts everything.
no, Dragnot started it with the mentioning of Mia Khalifa.
Oh, I don't
I
know that
I will
is. I
admit
didn't
that.
realise that was there.
She lives here in Maryland too. That's what's funny. She's a avid sports fan, and I friended her on Facebook, so I know this.
Yeah.
Friended her.
Yeah, you have long
You and
have
10
long
million other men, I'm sure.
long intellectual discussions with her about.
Oh,
this, that, and the other.
dude, I don't comment underneath her pictures or anything. I just kind of read them, and they're all like really weird, like odd. I can't even.
I would like to coach you.
You showed her your penis, haven't you, Greg?
No. Oh no. I have her
Jesus,
entire.
who hasn't for crying out loud? She's
Fucking the dudes that she is. Oh my god! Like she's taking on dudes as big as Lexington Steel, so nothing I have is going to compare to that.
It's like throwing a hot dog down a school hallway. You're just not going to get it done.
Why would you go with the school hallway?
That's an old saying, actually. I remember that back in high school. Hot dogs down the hallway. Wasn't that from Deuce Bigelow?
Probably.
Oh my gosh! That's
Just because I'm
got the image.
just because I'm funny doesn't mean I'm original.
See, just leave the hangout.
Oh, geez, corrupted forever.
In the words of the Backstreet Boys.
Pretty strong muscle that area, you know.
Hello. Uh-oh. Dave is gone mad. Dave's gone mad. What are you doing, Dave?
Jade West says.
We're British. We don't do sex. We're British.
Jade West says the old-fashioned term is she could suck the chrome off a Buick.
Yeah, it's one of many.
Let's save that. I'm gonna save that one for the
golf ball through the garden hose is usually.
Yeah, I've heard that one too.
I'm telling on you, Max. Inu, your boyfriend's being a lech monkey. Inu.
Lech monkey?
Inu.
My wife will just send me a message on Facebook. Why are you talking about white women and sucking dick? Like, I'll get messages like that in the middle of a hangout.
well, honey, I have thoughts, you know.
Oh no! After this goes offline,
I have a funny feeling that Drag is not going to keep his marriage safe by going on. Honey, I have thoughts.
Oh no! Wait till we go offline. I'll tell you what the dream she had last night, or night before last.
Oh, I don't know if that's a good idea there, Drag.
I can't believe there's 45 people watching this shit. So
I'm amazed actually.
Keep your private life private. That's why it's a private life.
I'm an open book.
You sound like you're gnawing on your mic there, Gus.
Always something.
He's hungry.
If you just came to watch and you're wondering why Tommy Hall isn't here, he's scuttled off somewhere, and watch it back from the beginning. I think we talked for all of 30 minutes. I wasn't counting. I wasn't paying attention, honestly.
He left soon after I arrived. This happens a lot. I reckon he's either mad crazy in love with me or he's scared of me.
Or both.
Or both, yeah.
That's right.
You met my husband then, have you?
As soon as he turned his microphone off, he's all like, there we go.
I'm going to go now. I'm having a bath, so.
All right, Dave.
Yeah, that's a good point for me to keep going as well.
Well, you're going to have a bath
Best
today.
of luck.
Bye, Sam.
All right. See ya. There's spots opening for people who are watching. I'll probably take this offline for a while.
Yeah, I'm going to make some room here, too.
You guys broke the hangout. Look at you.
Yeah, you see, well, you.
I don't know what happened. This is what Vekel and Godless Girl are flying through a building with a car on fire because she said Muslims like cars on fire, so I thought it was inspirational.
That was you with that.
Yeah, we should get
Yeah.
Girl here.
That is beautiful.
Wait, hang on. She says Muslims set cars.
Yeah, there was an epic brawl between Godless Girl and a whole bunch of people, and I was included in Nadia's, and it was all because, I don't know why, but Faith came in and said, "You're aggressive," like she usually does, and then she said, "You have to be alpha, but I'm alpha, bitch," and then it was like, "I'm alpha, no, I'm the most alpha," and then I came in and was mocking them. And then freaking, I don't know why, but they were like, "Annabelle, come in the chat, prove that you're alpha, Annabelle."
That was this morning, right?
It was insanity. It was 80.
You know what? She's gonna fuck right around, and she's gonna get exactly what she asked for. And when she does, she's gonna learn. She's gonna fucking learn today. I'm telling you. Annabelle is gonna stomp a mud hole in her ass and walk her dry up Bank Street. I'm telling you right now.
Why?
She doesn't know what she's fucking with. What do you mean, why? Who are we talking about, Max?
Wait, has Godless been antagonizing fucking Annabelle of all people?
Yes.
I would argue, though.
What? Wait.
I would argue.
One at a time.
They were doing
Annabelle has been amusing herself by living in Nadia's external chat on Yahoo, okay? And she's essentially been doing what Annabelle does, okay? And at one point, Annabelle found out that whole story with Godless Girl and how she did a whole bunch of things to a Muslim family, drove them out of a Starbucks or whatever, and apparently there was an issue about a little kid crying. Now, Godless Girl says that the little kid crying had nothing to do with her. No, not much.
Yeah,
But
because chasing
Honestly,
mom
no,
out
I
of a
don't agree.
cafe.
There
was no little kid crying, though.
But having said that,
But there was no little kid
The
crying.
kid doesn't actually cry in the video. I watched the video. She doesn't actually cry, but the point is that in the car, that kid's going to pick up that their mom is visibly upset. Good job. You chased somebody out of a cafe. Good job.
I'd have to say, if I saw her doing that in real life, I would have probably.
this is to me. This is kind of like commenting on a beating and commenting on a half-hour long shit kicking, and then basically saying. And then the other person saying, "Oh well, I didn't punch them in the nose." Well, who gives a tinker's fuck?
She told a story about ripping.
The general idea. No, hang on here. The general idea is pretty fucking salient. Okay. Now, Godless Girl has focused on the fact that Annabelle got one detail wrong, which Annabelle does sometimes. She's not often careful with details. And so Godless Girl has been repeatedly challenging Annabelle to come in and fucking Godless Girl doesn't know what she's asking for. It's like grabbing nitroglycerin and shaking. She doesn't. Nobody wins a fucking argument with Annabelle.
No.
Nobody.
I'm going to disagree with you, Gus. I'm going to disagree, Gus. It's not nitroglycerin. It's acetoazide azide.
Okay. But here's the thing:
now Drake
I would argue that
chemistry, he suddenly thinks he's hot shit.
Yeah, seriously, man. Fucking.
Godless Girl is immune to this, though.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah. Yes. Have you not witnessed it?
Okay, I have seen some things from Godless Girl, and Godless Girl is a mountain. This cannot be disputed. But if I ever saw anything that could break a mountain, it's Annabelle. If we're talking about irresistible force meets immovable object, we're gonna get a fucking front page fucking display of it if those two ever start in on each other.
Well, this did happen earlier, didn't it? Didn't that happen earlier today?
Yeah, it did. She hopped into 81. No, directly in 81.
It did.
The loudmouth Yank takes on the British Shrew. I cannot wait to see the results of that.
I was sure they were both in there at the same time, and I didn't hear it. But...
Wait, what does shrew mean? I know that people use that, but I don't know what it necessarily means.
It's a tiny little mouse-like creature.
Oh, okay.
It's a wife.
What does it mean applied to women?
Yeah, pretty much.
A shrew is a little rodent, yeah.
They're known to be vicious.
I guess I should say shrewd, not shrew.
Well, this is a girl that has broken the neck of a kitten when she was a kid and laughs about it. So I mean, just bear in mind you might be dealing with a sociopath.
Yeah, but here's the thing, okay? Like, at some point, if you listen to her for long enough, and I mean, I've talked to guys like Jack Angstrike who've been listening to her. Max, what the fuck are you doing with Buzz Lightyear? Max, what are you doing with Buzz Lightyear?
He's having
Why is everybody on mute for Buzz Lightyear, but nobody cares that Keaton's has the squirrel puppet?
Okay.
Well, that's because I'm an internet personality and you're not.
Anyway, but the thing about all of this is that anybody who's followed her for long enough knows that just about everything she says is made up. And she'll tell you if you listen to her for long enough, I don't really believe that, I just say that to get her going, to get this one going or get that one going. And as far as I can tell, she's made that declaration about just about every single point of belief or assertion or story that she's ever said. So honestly, when she says that she broke a cat's neck, there's a part of me that says it might be so. There's another part of me that says that she's just basically slathering on the bullshit to get everybody going. I mean, that woman
It's hard to tell.
That woman is a shock. That woman is my opposite counter. She's like an evil shock trooper. I mean, I think.
I just want to apologize to Shadow for muting him. I just want to quickly apologize to Shadow for muting him. That was an accident. I was trying to set my Buzz Lightyear on a phone, so I didn't have to hold him up.
Okay, so basically, she's the atheist female version of Ron Campbell.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah, but with less entertainment.
To an extent. All right, but also, by the way, Max, shrew is also an insult for like a harsh woman, a mean, a harshly spoken, bad-tempered woman.
Read more Shakespeare, dude.
But how do I? Yeah, but I mean that in a good way because I actually find that to be one of Annabelle's better qualities. The fact that she doesn't give a fuck. She's like a honey badger. Honey badger don't give a fuck.
Are you saying Annabelle has good actual qualities? What?
Yes, she does.
Yeah, maybe you should get to know them.
She does.
Oh, yeah. I would actually say she does.
I do her.
She's.
Paranor says Annabelle is a cunt, but Paranor, aren't you one too? Oh,
like take the shrewd, take the shrewd stuff. Like when I called her a shrew, that she is shrewd, but she is that way for her friends. Like,
sorry.
She's very quick to stand up. Like she's quick to stand up.
Someone who is, by the way, as a piece of grammar, Max, someone who is a shrew is not shrewd. They're shrewish.
Let me jump in for one.
Those are two different things.
Well, at least you didn't find a tamer.
In any case, she's ill-tempered, but she's ill-tempered towards people who fuck with her and her friends by extent, and that is a good quality. You don't want people to fuck with you.
It's just that periodically the parameters of who's fucking with her tend to get really fucking wide. That's all.
Yeah.
Actually, quick comment. For some reason, I was thinking Michael and not Annabelle. That was my fuck up.
Okay, that's fair. No, that's fair. Let's let the record show that Heathen was not actually talking about Annabelle.
Yes, Heathen fucked up and was thinking somebody else.
That's okay. That's okay. Well,
Well, we said Shrew, not Shrek.
Yeah.
Wow. I will say this about Michael Ann. Michael Ann was really helpful when Nadia had an emergency. She came in and was, she wasn't talking vitamin C. She was talking like legit, like this is where you need to get your blood sugar. This is normal. This is not normal. Like at least she does that at least. She's very pragmatic in that way.
A while back when Nadia had to go to the hospital, I think I was in the car in the hangout listening to that. I want to say, actually, no, you're right because I do remember it now vaguely.
Somebody has just described, I was going to say Annabelle then, Godless as being the pussy version of Styes, or...
That's very...
Godless?
Okay.
Oh, yeah, no. But here's the thing, though. Stizer is a competent mind crippled by an enormous inability to control the baser angels of his instinct, okay? That's the thing.
That's a good description, yes.
Stizer's not an idiot. He knows things. It's just that he... Imagine if Stizer had grown up in a suburb of Wisconsin instead of where he grew up, right? Imagine that. And then recompute. I really think Stizer would have been a very different person if a number of things in his life had turned out differently. And I mean, I understand that's a vacuous statement, but it's no less a true statement for it. I think Godless Girl would have been a shit disturber no matter where she hit the planet. And the fact is that while Godless Girl is clever enough to maintain a conflict, I don't necessarily think her intellect is anywhere near the caliber of Stizer. Not even close.
I would agree with that.
I'm still on the fence about Rose Patton. I don't know if she's like...
Oh no, Rose Patton's a retard. That's basically well, I know, but it's just, it feels, because it seems like she's a puppet for Pillbox.
Like, it really seems like she's, I guess, infatuated with him.
Absolutely. No, I've one of the nastiest things I've ever said to Rose is, if you're not sure what to think about something, Rose, just wait 10 minutes and Pillbox will come along and tell you.
Well, the thing is, I don't think that's necessarily fair because the simple fact is we're talking about a woman who's never met a conspiracy theory she didn't like.
Yeah, but that's easy to do, right? I mean, it's not difficult for even the most idiotic among us to identify what would be considered not accepted by the mainstream. And then once you do that, you just collect them like pogs, for fuck's sake.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't take Pillbox for that. She can get that from anyone.
Yeah,
Pillbox
but
just
whenever you ask her to comment on something with any degree of nuance, unless Pillbox or somebody like that is around, she can't. Her go-to response is, "Well, go read something."
Google it.
I've had that.
You meet some odd people here.
Yep.
Yes, I am. I mean, yes, you do. Yes, you do.
There's this Stizer excuse apologist, and I've heard this Stizer apology before. Stizer's in chronic pain all the time. He's hurting. He's gone through all this stuff. Hurting people hurt people. I get it. This happens sometimes, but here's the problem with that. I have my right to say, you know what, I don't necessarily want to take that abuse. And I've had people demand me to, like, oh, you know, we have to include him because, you know, poor Sty. Well, Sty has a permanent thorn in his paw, and he just wants to gut everybody that he just doesn't like for whatever reason. So I just think, you know, I've had enough.
Come on,
I forgive him for months. For months I would forgive him, and I'm just done.
He's just an excitable boy.
Oh, yeah, he's a darling. He makes fun of people for being molested. That's so sweet.
I didn't say he's sweet. I said he's excitable.
Someone playing porn music?
Sorry about that.
I thought they were sharpening a knife at first.
Facebook has this lovely fucking thing where it plays certain videos for you automatically, even if you tell it not to do it.
Oh, yeah.
Eve Real put a Facebook link to some fucking creature from the Black Lagoon that she thinks would be a good mate for Von Elton.
Oh.
And this thing is doing a belly dance. I'm already traumatized. The trauma's too much. I got to stop talking about it. I'm sucking my thumb now. Don't mind me. I just like no, Eve. I thought we were friends. Why'd you do this to me?
Is it the thing in the corset, the red and black corset?
Yeah.
Oh,
And it's doing a bump and grind. It's doing a bump and grind.
I watched 2 seconds of it and I turned it off.
Yeah,
I said, even I can't do that.
I would have taken looked at the still, but I wasn't given that option. It just started to play.
You know, as long as it's not the Tommy images that he keeps sending to Sam, right?
Yummy. Oh, speaking of images, hey Mouty, I really appreciate that pants image.
Those are my genuine pants with my genuine poop on.
Mouty pants.
Oh my goodness.
Well, at least you didn't get the picture of him posing with a guitar.
Everybody loves a Mouty pants.
Mouty pants. I was pantsless in that picture, Ethan.
You were more than pantsless in that picture, Mouty.
Hey, whoa. That's enough.
I love my bass. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, I know you love your bass. And it's all about the bass, right?
Physically fit. Physically fit. Physically fit. We like to move it.
What does Kali have to do with this?
Physically fit. It's part of a longer word, Shadow. Come on, Shadow. You know compound words. I was going to make it nasty.
Well, not intimately, but yeah, I'm aware of them.
Not intimately. It's like I don't know what to do with him. We found him doing terrible things to Hooked on Phonics.
Yeah, that'd be Spirit Science's friend who knows the moon infinitely.
There you are, sitting there cross-eyed, going, "Hooked on Phonics works for me."
Hey, I had Hooked on Phonics.
I don't understand what people talk about Hooked on Phonics. I mean, I was taught to read phonetically, and it was part of the curriculum when I was a kid. Like, you learned your phonics. I don't understand why teaching kids phonics now is like got some stigma to it. Like, it makes no sense to me. But
well, it isn't that it has a stigma; it's that it became a meme.
Oh yeah, good point.
There was a hell of a marketing campaign behind that crap.
Oh yeah, and they made some money.
Who is staring at corn? Someone is staring at corn.
Okay, it's my virtual lab. I'm just doing some calculations and.
If you want to play Civ, play Civ for Christ's sake. What are you doing?
I can't get a grade for Civ. What the fuck is this?
Are you playing Farmville again?
Hello, this is an important message from Cecil County Public
The fuck?
Schools. To hear the message now.
Oh.
Good afternoon, baby families. This is Mrs. Brown calling.
Okay, I don't care. All right, anyway.
Good afternoon, this is Mrs. Brown. Your son has been caught fucking with explosives again. Please come to school.
It's not a school closing announcement, is it?
I don't know.
Have you got the freezing rain down there in fucking Maryland or wherever you are?
Well, it's raining. It doesn't like it's freezing, but you know, if it's something important, my wife will let me know about it.
That's a thoughtful man we got right there.
I answered. I had to go up to the school in about an hour to go pick up some shit that they bought for some fundraiser, and then I got to go to my job and pick up my W-2 since I can't find the one that I printed out. So you know what? I'm going to sit here and I'm going to work on this stupid virtual lab, and then I'm going to study for pre-calculus and call it a day.
Drag, have you ever had the I don't know if you're a downer, but have you ever had the race discussion with Tommy?
No, I'm not sure if I want to go there with Tommy.
Well, I'm just saying.
You know what Drag's race discussion with Tommy would sound like? Run, cocksucker, because if I catch you.
Well,
If I were to have a race discussion, I'd rather be Redline at this point.
Hey guys, I'm gonna take off. Have a good day. Nice hanging out with all of you.
All right, Max, get lost without looking at you. Go on. He's hilarious. Gus, you would be the life raft. That's hilarious. Oh, God. Kills me.
So what the fuck? Like, I don't... Oh, God.
Joe Sunseed!
That's who I wanted to talk to.
What's up, Rockstar, Murderer, Wildman? What's going on,
What's up?
man?
Do people not realize that if you remove the video, or if you post another video complaining about it and then delete it, and then you post an edited version of the video, that's not going to look good for you. That never works out.
It depends on why it's edited, actually.
You know what's so beautiful about watching you grow as a person on these hangouts is these little realizations that you come to about everything here. Little by little, you become less little. And one of the first things you've learned is that these duplicitous people on the hangouts are not often very smart. They give the image of being
But Joe,
smart.
you have your own copy, right?
Yeah, I do, but like, but other people have copied it. People who I haven't talked to in over a month. You guys know Christopher Hitchslap?
Yeah.
He just goes, "Oh, I record it." And I'm
He
like,
records everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's fucking Central Intelligence. If it interests him, he records it. If he records it and you ask him for it, he'll make it available to you if he thinks the cause is just, and he will.
Actually, if you watch the beginning of a lot of my hangouts, you'll hear me give a preface for people copying my content. That's specifically for him, and him and one other. We haven't seen him in a while. He just lost 60 pounds. Fuck, I can't remember his name. Skylar.
What did you say about copying your content? I actually never caught that.
At the beginning, I was talking about the hangouts, but I try to preface every video by saying, if you want to use whatever's on my channel, feel free. It is all yours.
I noticed people
I just
grab
simulcast
stuff.
and mirror your shit.
Yeah, like Rev News just mirrored his interview, and I was like, oh, that's fine. You know, like I don't really care.
That's where I was gonna go next. You beat me to it.
What?
Oh, just having a puppet on the screen.
What?
Oh,
What's your
yeah.
problem?
Oh, please.
I have no problem with
we got
that.
Nothing to learn. We got nothing to learn from the bouncer of the exercise ball, okay, about having stuff representing in the.
Dude, I love the exercise ball video because of G-Man's face, because he leans over and he's just like, what the crap?
Joe's such a clown, man. There's this one time he was, I don't know, it was a couple of days ago, he was on a hangout, and I'm trying to listen to somebody or other, and it was, and I knew it was, I think it was one of MK's hangouts, and I knew that if I didn't listen, I was going to get muted. Meanwhile, Joe's in the background making all these fucking, he's pulling out the hammer, and the hammer slowly appears, and I'm trying not to laugh, and he's just
So real was like going through a wind tunnel, just going like in a circle in a wind tunnel.
Every time the whoosh happened, fucking Joe makes his pantomime like he's getting blown. I couldn't fucking for the life of me stop laughing. He's such a fucking clown, Joe, man. He's rapidly getting in there to one of my favoriteest amongst favorites.
last night's discussion after the cat. I feel bad calling it the cat fight. After that.
Wait, the cat fight? What was the cat fight?
Oh, you guys already talked.
It started with Faith, and then it was me, and it was Faith and Godless, and it was me and Godless, and then it was Godless and Jackie. Godless and Jackie, and then it was Godless and Annabelle.
Was it just Godless going into a town square in the 1840s with like a chip on the shoulder? Come on!
I'm gonna ask everybody, am I the alpha? I'm the alpha.
I can lick any man here.
And now we're back to the gossip, which is lovely. I love gossip.
Sorry. I was going
seriously.
to the
What good?
Oh, it's gossip when it's on a live hang for everybody that has 50 people watching.
It's beautiful. I love it. But what good is?
I know
gossip?
you love your girl. I know you love your gossip.
What good is gossip if you don't have a head? Come on.
I'll move on. I just wanted to preface that hangout has.
Yeah, but I've never seen any. Listen. Whoa, fucking whoa. Okay, first of all, this isn't just gossip. This is current events. All right, I haven't seen these hangouts, so I don't know what the hell happened. So I'm relying on the people who are actually there.
He just likes his godless girl. He's protecting her. It's okay.
Oh,
It's all right.
he does. Well, he may very well, and I'm sure she has aspects that are worthy of protection. But I want to know. I want to know when she did gut somebody, and I want to know when she did stand there going, "I can lick any man here." Quite frankly.
Perfectly valid, man.
Go away for a few minutes and I come back to this. Oh my gosh.
Call it an official briefing, even. But again, what good is an official briefing if you don't have a head? Seriously.
Well,
So
what if
who
your head has a hand in it?
I have
Who
a
doesn't
head.
have a head?
Who doesn't have
Well,
a head?
I'm actually now
He's
a
the idiot.
hand,
He's
so
the
I don't
idiot.
have a hand either, but I can still be briefed
Joe,
and
Joe,
debriefed.
what are you doing, Joe?
What's
Joe,
up?
you're naked. Get dressed.
Oh,
That's right.
right.
Pervert.
It's a skinless, naked puppet.
JJ, you'd be
Skin
so
jobs.
much cooler if you had a puppet.
I may have a puppet. I may be a
Uh-oh.
puppet.
Dun, ticka, one, ticka, pom, pom. Joe, what are you doing? Oh, for God's sake.
Okay, now I'm decent. Anyways, I'm not
Are
even,
there no
like, I'm
socks?
on the camera. This is really. I'm embarrassed, you guys.
You
That was
should be
really
embarrassed. I was embarrassed.
You really should be.
That was a puppet fail.
right.
Yeah.
Okay, so anyways,
What the fuck am I missing?
after that,
So what you're saying is that Godless entered into a round robin tournament with every female she could get her hands on yesterday.
I wasn't serious at all, honestly, the whole time. I just thought it was really goofy. Because, honestly, the first argument was with Faith and Godless, and Faith brought up
I would
this
have
alpha
given
and
my
female
left
thing.
nut to see that. Because I swear to God, man, Faith is like once she gets going, and then oh God, times
Is
like
this
this.
It was a little funny. It was funny. It definitely ridiculous.
but after that, what's so nice is just everything has to go into what's the most horrible way I can explain something.
Yeah.
He was telling us they were talking about Palm has he has like a gerbil or something. Like a really
Hamster.
And where
It's
does
a
he
hamster.
have his gerbil?
It's a hamster, and hamsters are aggressive, and they'll eat their young.
Yeah.
But gerbils, they're more communistic.
Yeah, he's gerbils are like
Communist gerbils take over the world.
and he's like, and he goes, my girlfriend, she works at a lab, and they have to, they work with all different rodents, and they have to euthanize, they have to kill them all. They usually put them to sleep and everything. And it's like, is your girlfriend like the executioner at the lab? Is that her job? Why is the first thing about your girlfriend's job you mentioned the fact that she has to put to sleep hundreds of adorable rodents? Why do you? His mind just goes to the most horrible in every single situation.
Is it wrong of me that I'm still thinking of communistic gerbils?
Hang on a minute. Have you ever watched Pinky and the Brain? You should know why they have to put those white mice down.
Yeah.
So they don't take over the world.
We were talking about the age of when people come into their sexuality. How men peak earlier than women. Well, he's saying, well, that's for production. Well, men will peak at one time, and so you can continue the race, and women will peak at another time. This way, you got 2 different times. And the way he described men being is like in high school, when you grab a girl and force her down, force her to sex. I'm like, really? That's what they do when they peak, right?
This is the Dionysus debrief.
He starts off saying things that are actually like, you know, kind of accurate, but then he just goes into like weird, like rapey, interpretation. It's like
then
how
all
would a,
synops go crazy.
His version of reality is really unique. I'll say that. Like
oh, go ahead. Sorry.
His like when he was trying to.
He fucked up.
Yeah, it is. It is a little on some levels it's fucked up, but what he does, he likes to pull a bait and switch. He offers vagaries, and I've seen this by other people. They'll offer vagaries in hopes that people will strawman him and say, "Well, no, I'm not talking about that. You're just being hostile because I'm mentioning this topic that's highly charged, but I'm actually a really rational person, and it has no connection to do with something repugnant." And then he'll go into detail and mention the repugnant shit later. And
I believe he called you racist.
He did, and I had to let him know that I'm keen to these sort of things because I've been talking to people for so long. I've noticed certain patterns, and with guys like him, he waits for certain things to be said. And when it comes to like talking about like race and stuff like that, I won't use the word race intentionally. I'll just say demographics. I'll be vague enough to where what I'm saying applies to anything, or whether it be race or gender or social status. So what he does is he's so intent on trying to catch somebody into his little trap that he asserts things that you've never said. A good example of that was when he said, "Oh, why are you bringing race into this conversation?" I said, "No, if you listen to what I said demographics." And so he had to stop and think. And I told him, like, look, I said demographics on purpose because I know what you're doing. And
It's
so
Go ahead.
And I know what you're doing. You mean being a douche?
That's the phenomenon of people hearing what they want to hear.
What was that?
Damn, you beat me to it.
You're right. I am pretty awesome.
And
you're right. I am pretty awesome.
I heard fucking true empiricism was being a dick to you, Joe. I wanted to talk to you about your talk with him.
You make that sound like true empiricism isn't usually a dick to people.
Well, here's why. Joe's probably one of the easiest guys out there. Like he's not going to get he'll get sassy with you, like your young sister or something. But he's not going to get like aggressive in your face and start dick waving. You didn't do that. That's not his style. Yes, like a young sister. Yes, I did that. So,
that's very funny.
What I find is interesting is that true empiricism always says that every time that he has to go in on somebody and he starts getting aggressive and he has to mute people, it's because of their behavior. It's because of they just don't want to hear him, so on and so forth. But you did the exact opposite of what he claims everyone else does. So now we have a clear sign that it's not other people, it's him. It doesn't matter if it's a Christian, an atheist, if the person is aggressive or passive, it's him. He is the common denominator in all those exchanges. And by him doing that, he's now opened himself up for people to show, hit slap, that when he is talking to people, he has certain habits that he has to do. And when he cannot get away with them, then he becomes a petulant child.
Yeah, but Dragnor, he said he was sorry for his frustration, but clearly you can see from Joe's responses that I can't remember the rest of his bullshit.
I don't think Ronnie can actually be petulant.
I don't think he apologized.
He can't spell it, so how can he be?
Or he didn't apologize to me or anything. I think it was like the most underhanded apology. I'm sorry for being so irritated. It's just listen to this guy. It's kind of like,
yeah, that's pretty much what his comment was.
Sorry for beating my wife. She just pisses me off so much.
Right. And he only hits me when I'm bad.
It's like, I don't know. I mean, I maintain I'm a very bitter person. I'm just surprised that I actually come off as such a nice guy. So I'm glad I could feel...
You're a very what person?
Bitter.
Bitter. Right.
He sleeps on his stomach, basically.
I'm a very angry human being, but I'm just so surprised by all this stuff that I don't really give back enough. I guess more sass than I don't know how old your sister is.
I don't have a young sister. I was just
let's
saying.
see, the ideal sassy younger sister, I don't think I can ever give back more because I'm just more flabbergasted by how these people react. I'm like, don't you know that you're really just feeding into this, to like the stereotypes that you think people are making up about you? I mean, I'm not doing anything, and you're just muting me. And the one of the most delicious parts in it is when you're coming in here and just pretending like you're not hearing anything that I'm saying. And he asked him a question, and there was just silence. And then I'm like, Ronnie, did you hear me? And he just goes, what's that? And it was almost, I'm like, are we in a bit right now? Were you trying to be ironic and pretend like you didn't hear what I just said?
He just needed a minute for the fucking bourbon to wear off. When you take a slug of the bourbon, you need a sec to clear your head again.
Well, he's actually very coherent if he was drinking.
Well, high functioning,
Wait, well, I'm sorry. Did you just use Ronnie and incoherent in the same sentence?
To be I like how you can see all three of your puppet pals up there.
Squirrel.
No, he's not up there.
Yeah, literally almost. If one of your puppet pals is a squirrel, that's what I just did.
I thought he was more of a toker than a drinker, but I could be mistaken.
He's a toker than a drinker?
There's been speculation as to why he has what appears to be raccoon eyes fairly often.
Hasn't he come out public and said that he's got hepatic problems?
Is
that what it was?
It was hepatic.
Liver. Yeah, that's to do with the liver. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, my bad. So, anyways, yeah, I guess I did just go into it very idealized. I'm embarrassed by that because I have been related to like skepticism in general, but I've been in at least for 6 months, I think, with the great debate community. So I should be a little bit more cynical when I approach people like true empiricism. But I thought, you know what? No one ever just bust out the philosophy of science arguments against him. I'm interested to see if that will be effective against him. Because I don't think that Steve and other people have been that effective, but it was no better. And I think I almost, like I didn't just say, you guys are wrong, you guys aren't doing it right, but it just was so unsuccessful that I feel like I should apologize almost.
No, everybody that I've spoken to says you did a fine. Actually, Max was saying in another hangout that you approached it from an angle that not too many people have approached it from, and on a level of his, I guess it's surrounding his methodology is really what's in question here. And I recognize what he was saying because he only gives qualitative assessments. He doesn't actually back them with quantifiable information to prove what he's saying or even begin to prove it. He hasn't even tried it. And for me, that's a clear sign that he really only skims the surface of what he wants to see and then says that other people are doing the same, when in fact, I'm actively in a class right now to learn the math for the science.
I think he was so upset because he finally got to say it. He finally got to mention ATP since he didn't get to say he didn't just get to jargon me with all that stuff at all. Like I really tried to make it like, I'm not going to let you get away with just going, I know more about the ATP suck a dick says than you do.
Suck a dick says.
Yeah.
That's part of the fellatio complex.
Yeah, the fellatio complex. I actually went down to the fellatio complex, and it's not closed on Martin Luther King Jr.
That's a fellatio fallacy.
Yes, definitely.
The fallacy of it's a fallacy of incomplete circles.
It's a phallic fallacy.
He said, "I think you're committing the tu quoque fallacy to me."
Tu quoque?
Yeah, randomly, like the U2 fallacy at one point, which I don't know how he could have possibly. That's why I think I should still upload the actual video, because there is just me, like.
You should definitely upload it.
Oh, please do.
I don't know. I think the REM fallacy is more fun to listen to.
Wouldn't the U2 fallacy also be the Brutus fallacy? Et tu, Brutus?
Drag, you're of all the people who have asked penetrating questions of Ronnie, you seem to be the one who's the most daring. Have you ever just come right out and asked him why he keeps deleting videos that ostensibly are like debate videos or you know, like have you ever sort of asked him like, why do you do that?
Because he has nothing to contribute to any discussion. That's my theory.
It's not just debate videos. There are other videos too that he's deleted, and I have asked him about that. I think more than once, and he usually gives some fucking excuse as though, oh, it served no purpose on my channel, or something to the effect of, oh, it was receiving so much negative attention that I just took it down, or it's really kind of dodgy questions.
But it's the Streisand effect. Like, I mean, I don't think this the debate I had with him last night is anything like just he should go into hiding after it or anything. But because he took it down, people want to see it. People want to see.
The thing is, when he thinks he does well, he leaves it up. Because if you notice, the discussion with he and I, he hasn't moved it. He hasn't even, because this thing is now, well, I'm just transferring it to my other channel. I think he deleted it out of embarrassment, and then when people called him out, he uploaded it to the other one as an excuse. Because he doesn't do that when he thinks he does well.
Yeah, I think I think his upload to the other channel thing is also his attempt to go, look, if this was beneath me, so I'm putting it on the pleb channel that I have.
Well, if he tries to go there, ask him why my discussion with him isn't up there. Because notice, if you actually go back and watch some of the comments he made, he said he was going to correct me on all the things that I got wrong, and I'm still waiting on that. I'm still waiting.
No, he has corrected you on everything you've got wrong.
Oh, he has.
Oh yeah, he has, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you don't know that. Yeah.
You notice that there's no video though.
Yeah, you're wrong.
That's because that's how many things you have wrong.
Yeah.
You said he was going to correct you on everything you got wrong, right?
The only
so
thing
if there's no video, then clearly you didn't get anything wrong.
The only thing that I admit that I had gotten wrong was that when I mentioned there was a type of virus that didn't have the capsid as a protective outer shell, it's a virus-like particle called a viroid. I think I called it a viron.
How could you
viroid? Yeah, I know. Virus-like particle. Bad drag, bad.
And viroid is a pretty new term, isn't it?
Fairly new. It's kind of a new classification. I say new, but for virology, it's how they differentiate the new pseudo life for the viruses that actually have their some type of protective surrounding from those that don't.
Right.
We just call them virus babies. Just add babies at the end of everything, and it almost, the adorableness of it makes people forget that you just said a stupid thing.
Well, it's funny because he had, like, when I described it to him, he said, well, no such thing like that exists. And I was like, yeah, they do. And I couldn't remember what it was called, but yeah, there's viruses, virons, and viroids.
And virus babies.
Viroids, I believe there's a cream for that.
Speaking of which, I need to go
and you can sit on a special cushion too.
Ah, yes.
those viroids, are they a subcategory of the mongoloids?
Well, it's the other race. Oh my goodness.
The race of viruses.
No, it's the negroids, not the viroids. You need to worry
I
about.
still want the
creation scientist textbook to find out more about that.
I still want to hear more about the spider races.
Spider Bros.
Dionysus. The spider races. He mentioned the spider races.
Yeah, he's special.
What, did you just get little spiders? And
just like there are different races of humans.
And they run? I thought he was racing spiders.
No, he was making an analogy between the human races and all the spider races.
So, like we have the
spider races.
The spider races that you want in your house, and the other spider races that you don't want in your neighborhood.
I got $50 on the Black Widow.
Either way, they make the property value go down.
Stream of consciousness in action.
My word.
Spiders.
Spider race laughing? No.
Oh, you know, when he comes to look at the house and the spider greets him at the door saying, hey, how's it going? You know there's a problem.
Oh, by the way,
if you get a spider that moves in and they got red knees, oof, you know what those sorts are like? They're the worst.
My name, D, what's up?
Deidre, I invited Faith to Grace in here, by the way.
Well, Faith and I are not mortal enemies anymore. I'm restricted still, but she doesn't want to cut me, and I don't want to cut her, so we're okay.
And it's full anyway.
She got upset at me once. We got into it was when so OG brought up that I was trying to kill Nadia. That never happened. So I defended Nadia for months and months and months and months against people like Hillbilly and stuff like that. And I was very hurt. My feelings got very, very hurt when it was proposed that I was trying to torpedo or harm her in any way, or to say that I hope you deserve to go on the streets. This happened months ago, and it happened twice. And Gus made a video. And OG saw the video and says, "Oh my gosh, Deidre is, 6 months ago wanted to kill Nadia." Apparently OG doesn't have eyes or ears or has any sense of maybe even scrolling back to other content or whatever, and he just made an accusation last night. And yeah, so anyway, I never wanted to kill Nadia. I've always supported Nadia. I've always said give to Nadia. I think she's somebody that does need charity.
Fuck that, give the drag.
I do think that Nadia should be kinder to some of the people that support her and to be less paranoid. But that being said, I support giving to Nadia. I've always said that. So anyway, there was an accusation. So rewind months ago, Faith and I got into it. I hopped into a Nadia hang after I was accused of killing her. And she said, "You're not welcome here. Go away, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to see you anymore. You're gross, disgusting. You're so aggressive. You're so aggressive. You're so aggressive." And so I tried to reason. And when reason fails, sometimes I break down to, light trolling in a moral sense, but with reason. And she said, "You can't see my stuff." And being the mature 30-year-old, that I am, I was like, okay, I can see your stuff because your YouTube is public. And then I shared her YouTube channel, but then I made a really mean and accidental fatal error where I showed a video of her dead dog. Her dog was alive in the video, but I didn't know her dog had died, and so I was the biggest asshole ever, and I felt like an absolute heel. And I really upset her, and so for months.
Deidre, how dare you not be omniscient?
I know. I really, she felt like it was really malicious, intentionally malicious, and there was no way to undo it. And I apologize because I don't think she deserves any malicious acts, thing. And anyway, so months later, I've apologized again, and it appears she has accepted it, and I think we're okay. We're on okay terms, no problem. We're square, I think.
A while ago, Redline actually offered Nadia a job, and she turned around and said that he was trying to murder her. So, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, I talked to Nadia about Matt Bell and all the things he said on there. And I go, Nadia, you haven't blocked Matt Bell yet. And she's, well, I'm not gonna. And I'm like, but he said worse shit than Gus and Deidre did, and
But the shit that Matt Bell says about her gets her more sympathy money.
And
I'm Hillbilly.
That's it. My crime was not saying bad things to her. My crime was fucking with her money. That was my crime.
Yeah.
Well, I know on her channel. But still, Matt Bell was fucking with her money too, because he was saying, "Oh, you're just begging, you're e-begging." He ran his whole. Besides telling her that she should die, he said, "You're nothing but a beggar. You don't want to work. You're lazy." It's pretty much what he said about her, right to her face on her channel, and she still won't. It's because he's this philosophical, a Christian that will bring other people to the channel. She's going to let him sit.
It has nothing to do with him being Christian or anything like this. The more people say negative stuff about her, the more people want to defend her. Now, if somebody says something actually constructive, that's a different matter entirely.
And that she doesn't like, because that's what Gus did.
Or, on the other hand, if you say something that's critical in a more tangible manner. For example, when Lenator named her the cunt of the week and cited her, basically milking people out of money the way that she had been doing. And this was shortly after he donated money to her and felt ripped off, finding out that somebody had given her like $5,000 a month or so beforehand, that she tactfully had never mentioned when she claimed she was being thrown out of her house, yeah, I could see him being a little pissed off. But in that particular case, oh, you're horrible, you killed me, and oh, shut up. The melodrama.
I think there's all sorts of people, right? And all I know is that I've been part of charities and stuff before, and there's people that you can give to, and they go, I need a leg up, I need a job, I need this, I need a house, blah, 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 and you can kind of give them a leg up, and they start climbing for themselves. And there's other people that never climb for themselves. And I think even if you don't climb for yourself, you deserve food, you deserve a roof on your head, and I think you deserve medical care. I'm not one of those people that can leave someone on the street. When I first saw Nadia, I said to myself, nobody deserves to live that way, and I will still stand by that. At least nobody deserves to live like that. However, I do think, you know.
At what point does living like that become a choice, though?
I don't know. I think there's a lot of factors people deal with.
Yeah, I tried for the 3 months she lived out there by me. Every weekend I'd talk to her. You know, it was face to face. It was more personal, and I haven't seen a change at all.
But what do you do with someone who continues to be self-sabotaging?
Well, she's not even self-sabotaging. I mean, she just doesn't. She just won't do it. Whatever it is, she just won't do it. Right?
But she is also self-sabotaging, though. I mean, there was a hangout that she was in not too long ago. One of the people being in there, Annabelle, who at the time was one of her patrons. And while Annabelle's in there taking offense, Nadia is sitting there saying that the people that are giving her money don't really care about her, and they're not really helping her, and yada, yada, yada. Well, she has like 2 or 3 people in the room that have been trying to do that.
Well,
and when they said, hey, wait a minute, this isn't cool, she kept bagging on them, and that just ain't cool.
Isn't that what your video was about, Gus, that you made?
Yeah, Gus's video was about gratitude.
Yeah, that's just basically kicking.
Killing Nadia was nothing to do about destroying her channel. There was no, like, let's not give to her. It was nothing about that.
Yeah, I appreciate that video, Gus.
Oh, thank you. I mean, again, the only reason that I did it was because I'd heard that she'd gone after Deidre, and it wasn't even that she'd gone after Deidre for something Deidre had done. Deidre was absolutely innocent of what she was being accused of, period. You know, and she was using Deidre. She was also using Deidre to get at me, because quite frankly, Nadia's a bit of a coward, right? Like, she's no less cowardly than anybody else who holds themselves up in their chat rooms and won't come out, won't debate, won't do anything. You know, and it's that's fine, but when you when you trapdoor Spider like that, and when you attack a friend of mine, you know, but because part of the charge was part of the charge was that you know, Gus, you're helping Gus to run hangouts that are hoovering viewers away from me, and since there are no viewers, my Patreon people won't be as happy, and people won't give me as much money, and therefore you're both contributing to killing me.
So like all your off-air hangouts are getting views, are they?
Yeah, all my off-air hangouts, yeah, because people were because for a while there were more of the quote-unquote interesting people coming to my hangouts. I mean, for a while there in the late summer, I mean, you'd go to one of her hangouts, and who would you get? You'd get Fudd, you'd get William Gurlis, you'd get a couple of people nobody heard of that were about as interesting as watching paint dry, and that would often be all there was to it. Meanwhile, in many of my afternoon and evening and night hangouts, you'd get fucking everybody else that was worth a damn, right? So she was, you know, she was upset. This is what she was upset about. What's that?
Was I there?
No, he said anyone that's worth a damn.
Joe,
beat me to it, D. Never mind. I really did.
Joe, you hadn't actually come into the scene at the time.
Well, the whole thing is I'm the only one who's worth it, but D freaking out of nowhere.
Okay, let's try to stay on topic, Mr.
Sorry.
But yeah, no, I just to keep the continuity. But yeah, but this was her problem, right? So she was basically afraid and jealous of people like me, and there were a couple of others that she'd made some names about. And so essentially she just turned around and she lashed out. And that's what happens when she thinks her livelihood, such as it is threatened. She lashes out. And You know, she clipped Deidre, and I said, no, none of that shit. And I stepped in, and I made a video that actually turned into something of a rally point for sentiment against her, which I knew that was inevitable. Nobody else was making these kinds of videos at that time. So I knew that any statement that was even remotely coherent, even had an element of truth to it, would have served as a rally point against her. It's unfortunate that it did, but all I wanted her to do was stop accusing Meredith of being, or Deidre of being a bullshit artist and a murderess and accusing me of the same thing. That's all I wanted, and apparently it worked because she went from putting out those accusations to saying that my name was simply forbidden. You were simply not allowed to say my name in her hangout at any time.
That doesn't really take all that much, really, though. I mean, back in the day.
That's fine. I don't care how much it took, Heathen. I don't care how much it took. It just got her to shut up, and that's all I wanted. That's my point.
What I was going to say is, back in the day, I used to actually let her into the shuffles, and I ended up having to ban her, in part because my audience would drop by like half whenever she'd enter the room, because she'd start boring and depressing the crap out of people, when the whole goal was to entertain people and just relax, And it was after one incident that she came in, and we're all sitting there cracking jokes, and she's like, I've got a joke. Well, by the time she's done trying to tell her joke, everyone's about ready to slit their damn wrists. So I'm like, okay, that's it. You're done. You're banned. And that made me enemy number frickin' one. It's like, well, I got news for you. I'm sorry, but yeah, not that interesting.
If anybody's feeling sympathy, you can donate to the Dragnot Ice Cream Fund. And I will buy ice cream, and I will consume it, and I will make a video while I consume the ice cream.
Well, I was going to donate to Brett Keane.
Yeah, he needs fucking PS4 games, man. Come on. Do it.
No, when I joined the hangout earlier, you guys, Gus was talking about that video he got from Eve, and how he watched like some couple minutes of it and then quit. That reminds me of Drag tagged that video of Jack. I think his name's Jack, right? He's doing them lip sync videos.
Andy Jack, yeah.
Andy Jack, yeah. He's doing them. He was doing that lip sync video, fuck me or whatever it was, and then he started wiggling his tongue in his mouth. I almost threw up.
Come on. Oh, come on. That video, Andy Jack, is fucking priceless. Like it's really weird how much he gets into it. That's the fascination for me. It's so odd when I can't look away. Like it's just bad enough to where I acknowledge it for what it is, but it's not bad to the point that I can't look at it.
Once I seen his tongue wiggling, I threw up and I turned it off. I'm like, no more, and I'm still traumatized. And then when he made the Michael Jackson video, and I wanted to comment on it, I'm like, what can I say without sounding more of a racist than he's looking? I'm like, what the hell? Blackface? Come on, Andy.
Why would you need a black face if you're imitating Michael Jackson?
Yeah,
no, you need gray face for that.
Get with the ghoul.
Yeah.
He's got a couple more up now.
Oh man, now I want to go look at him. I should really finish this experiment, but I really want to go look at it.
I haven't watched him yet. He's got one the B-52s, the Love Shack, and then I forget what the other one was.
I knew it was going to be Love Shack.
Love Shack. If you see a painted sign at the side of the road that says 15 miles to the
Love Shack.
Love Shack, baby.
Love Shack, baby.
Love Shack.
Love Shack, baby, Love Shack. Nuts. Sorry. I rarely sing.
Yeah. I'm going to invite a few fundies and see if they'll bite.
They're not negative. Just kidding.
There we go. I invited what's his face, Arcane, even though I called him a failed abortion earlier today.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'll make some room.
No, there's plenty of room.
I know. Well, if you want him in, I got him blocked, so I'll have to go. And that's fine. I'll take off.
No,
why do you block him?
Huh?
Don't block him.
Oh, Arcane? No, it's all that pedophile shit and all the nasty shit he says. You know how people should kill. You know, no, he's calling people pedophiles. He's telling people.
There's been a rash of it all throughout that side.
Yeah, he's telling people he's telling people to kill themselves and calling people faggots, and I'm like, yeah, no, I'm done with your ass.
Yeah, that's why I've been kind of going off on him lately. So
well, if he pulls that shit, I'll just grab Skeptic Scroll and let him have some fun.
Brains, faggots.
Scroll, that's kind of what Skeptic's for. It's my inner id.
Yeah, but when he uses the term faggot, he's using it in a derogatory, hateful way.
Yeah, I don't know. You got to give those people all the rope they need.
I wish I could give him a rope and a noose, honestly, and tell him to work it out.
That's racist.
It is.
Yeah.
You're saying he's strange. Are you calling him strange fruit?
I'm calling him a failed abortion. Hey, Ray. How are you doing, Ray?
Youch.
All right.
Well, before I blocked Arcane, me and him got into it one time. I think he was using the F word back then too, you know. And then I said, well, how would you like me to say the N word to you? You know, I mean, homosexuals don't like that. Well, and then he goes, you just try and say it to me. Come on, say it to my face. And I'm like, Arcane, I drive a truck. I heard you live in Illinois. Tell me where you live. Next time I go through there, I'll say, I go, next time I drive through Illinois, I'll send you a message and we'll meet up. I go, so where do you live? He goes, Illinois.
I'll use the N-word, Nimrod.
Yeah, he tells me, he goes, Illinois. I says, well, Illinois is a big state. Do you live by Chicago? Do you live by Bloomington or Effingham? Where in Illinois you live? Illinois. I'm like, oh, I see how it is.
Yeah.
Oppenheimer?
He's definitely one of the internet warriors, and he is one of those guys who in the military, he kept his head down. From what I know about him, he would talk shit in the corners of fucking your troop area. And then if somebody overheard him speaking, they would walk up and ask him, and he wouldn't say a fucking word. That is the type of guy that I get from him, because there's only a few kind of archetypes of soldiers.
Well, he says he's moving to Texas.
Talking of the military and going back to hose pipes, I don't know if it's true because I've never tested it, but apparently a wet towel won't leave bruises.
I can neither confirm nor deny that.
Well, Arcane was a sniper. He was trained to be quiet. So.
Yeah. Okay. Fucking lying.
Artillery sniper.
Yeah. I've never even I really want to ask him who his master gunner was. In all honesty, because he's been making some funny claims as far as that goes. But I won't deny his service. I'll deny certain aspects that I think.
Of course, we need funny. What the fuck? Not funny. Haha.
The manner of his service.
Yeah.
Do snipers generally go around telling everybody on the internet that they were snipers?
No.
I mean, I'm not an expert. No, I had a feeling that might be the case. I mean, I don't know.
And I've never heard
I didn't
anybody.
think they would.
I've never heard anybody that works in artillery that was also cross-trained as a sniper. I've never heard that. I mean, it could be possible, but usually that's infantry, from what I understand.
Isn't Arcane the same guy that he says that he has a degree, and when you ask him to produce it, he refuses?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Supposedly, well, he told me he had a networking degree or some kind of computer science degree.
Yeah, he told me he went to college. He told me he went to college. I said, oh yeah. What type of lawnmower did you push? A Snapper or a Toro? And I'm like,
Oh, he's got lots of degrees. They're on his thermometer.
Once you get to the whole flat Earth thing, what more can you take seriously?
No, I would never, if I would have spoken to him a few years ago, like I did, I really didn't think that he would sink as low as flat Earth conspiracy. I would never. I would say no, he's stupid, but he's not that stupid, and I proved myself wrong.
Yeah.
He's probably watching right now. There's a spot for you, Arcane. I can talk shit to you with you in here.
Yeah, tell him to come in. I'll leave. I'll go.
Because he was, somebody pretending to be him was trying to goad me into that clusterfuck of a hangout the other night with Joe Sonseed and a bunch of others. And
who pretending to be him?
You hear that, Joe Sonseed? Whenever you're there, it's like, where did he go?
It was some
Cleanse Johnson.
Yeah,
Christian
Sure that is
Anarchist.
arcane.
Yeah, Christian Anarchist had a hangout. They were talking to Flat Earth, and All for His Glory went off on Arcane about it.
Really?
Yeah, go to Christian Anarchist channel, look it up. Yeah, but All for His Glory went off, called him a moron and an idiot and everything.
But it's his Christian brother.
Like that, a comment. Arcane was probably one of the moving targets. I assume he's talking about when he was doing his snipering. Sorry.
Yeah, some of the shit Arcane says he makes G-Man sound smart, and that takes a lot of work.
Yeah.
I say. It's enough to make me drop my monocle.
You have a monocle as well, do you?
Oh, do you have a monocle? Yes, I have a monocle.
Did you send Shameless an invite?
No, he doesn't like conversations about anything other than things that he likes, so I didn't bother.
Oh man, he shared some freaking hangout he was holding the other day, and I was like, just the hell of it, I'll listen to a couple seconds of it, and I'm like, oh my word, you've got to be kidding me.
Oh, I'm not finished beating him to...
What kind of conversations does he like?
I'm not finished beating him to funny colors, by the way, over that shit he pulled in MK's room last week where he demanded that I be unbroadcast while he take on Joe Sonseed. I am not, you hear that, Arcane? I'm not fucking done with you over that. I will chase you to fucking Perdition's Gate until I get my pound of satisfaction out of your smug ass.
If you're not talking directly about the Bible or his brand of philosophy, he's really not interested. Like we were having a really good conversation. It was at Helena. Gus was there. There's a few others. We were talking about mathematics and public education, how mathematics relates to. I think Cliff Stanton was there as well. About how mathematics relates to science, and really getting into how the constants are found and how they're actually applied, rather than just learning them, verbatim. And he was like, oh nope, that's boring, and fucking took off. Okay, well, hey.
Not surprised.
In other words, he couldn't keep up.
No, he could, and that's something that I've learned with Arcane and True Empiricism and quite a few others. They're math allergic, so when they want to actually get into these discussions and they start speaking about physics, they start speaking about biology, I like to bring up some math just to see if I'm right about that. And more often than not, they will move as far away as they can from math.
I think it goes deeper than that. Now, keep in mind, I've been doing the shuffle thing for how many years now? 3, 4 years I've been doing the Insomnia Shuffle. And what I do is I put out the invites, and I'll get one of these folks to come in there, just whatever, but we don't talk religion in shuffles. It's a general rule. We keep that off the table, not allowed. And they'll come in, sit there for like 5, 10 seconds, and, oh, they're not talking about religion. I'm leaving because it's their only fucking topic. If they can't sit there and preach at you, they have nothing to say. Nothing to offer to any fucking conversation.
Yeah, I have to have some other type of... Like, we had a wonderful conversation about wine. Like, Fabio was instructing me on how to actually not kill myself with a fucking, wine bottle opener.
You opening up the damn bottle, Greg. Come on, don't lie.
Yeah,
I like
we're getting there.
Hey, Groovy.
Groovy.
Hey,
I sing Groovy and invite.
That's the thing that gets me, is that you can be talking about cars, you can be talking about sports, you can be talking about, movies or music or anything, and these people have nothing to contribute. It's just all Jesus all the time for these people. I'm like, good grief, It's just sad.
Well, I'm not surprised. I mean, to them, this is their arcade, right? Like this is where they come to have these discussions. That's what they want.
They're not going to put quarters in my butt.
That's right. Yes, they are.
The other kind of arcade, I think.
Yes, they are, you big fucking baby. Big baby nonsense now. Come on.
Well, what if it's rolled?
No, you were talking about a good time.
Yeah, they need to defend their beliefs quite heavily.
Well, that's fine. I think it's cute that many of them come here for that and they try, but it's like, not
Remember
really.
that for a lot of these people, they have a level of conversation here that in the real world would get them beaten up. I mean, can you imagine if somebody walked up to you and talked to you the way fucking Seamus talks to people in here, you would beat his ass and leave him fucking breathing heavy and bleeding on the side of the road.
Well, especially once he starts slamming his hands down on the desk and going, no, I wanted to talk. I'm going to talk.
Yes.
Ugh. Drives me nuts when he pulls that shit. It's like, dude, come on.
Yeah, he doesn't like when you mute him. I found that out.
Well, I mean, more so the thing is you have a robust conversation with multiple participants. No, he does not get to monologue the whole damn time.
Right.
We leave that to
One
Gus.
person to talk to.
You have no choice but to control the room because they have to control the information that's disseminated.
I would agree. That's why you see a lot of interruptions disrupting any point being made.
Yep. That's why I won't go in rooms with those assholes anymore.
Distraction. It's the
monologues work better because then they feel like they've won.
Well, I mean, the thing is, okay, the hangout that Seamus, because I'm picking on him at the moment, was having the other day. They're sitting there going back and forth with whoever the hell his yes man in the hangout was, talking about Josephus. He's like, oh yeah, and there's a reference in there that's pretty much proves Jesus rose from the dead. I'm sitting there, and I'm just listening on the outside, and I'm like, okay, we know that that's added. From that matter, I know that Seamus knows that that's a later addition and not part of the original. So why is he sitting there supporting this shit? Oh wait, because it makes his argument look good.
Well, I mean, fucking Josephus. I mean, honest to God, probably the guy whose testimony you can least fucking trust. You know, the guy was a fucking propagandist. You know, he switched sides more often than a fucking light switch.
but the propagandist aspect doesn't really work with any reference to Jesus.
Well, yeah, my ass it doesn't.
Well, the thing is, hang on though.
When you've proven to me that you're a liar, by definition, I cannot trust a priori anything else you say to me.
Well, he was a propagandist in terms of Rome, but at the same point, he went through all these weird little cults and disproved the shit of their leaders. Yet all of a sudden, he's sitting there saying this weird shit about Jesus that doesn't even fit the rest of his narrative. We know there's a problem there.
Yeah,
this is a well-known later Christian forgery.
Right.
And hearing somebody promoting it as being proof of Jesus, I think is fucking hilarious.
And the Tacitus reference is even more vague.
Yeah. Now, of course, the big thing is, oh, well, this is clearly proof of Jesus. It's like, no, it's proof that there were people that believed in this Jesus character. Big deal.
Exactly.
We don't argue that there were people that believed in Jesus. We don't argue against that.
Because they still exist.
What I love is how theists will say, well, if you're going by what's been written, then, you know, Julius Caesar has even less written, Alexander the Great has even less written about him than Jesus did. I'm like, oh, is that really where we're going to go with this?
Right.
Because there's a battle in a place called Gaugamela, okay, where there are thousands of bones that fucking live right where they lie. Many of them surrounded by fucking metal. Many of them with coins in their pockets that bear the fucking face of Alexander the Great on it. That's one really good reason that I know there was an Alexander the Great. Whereas if anybody can find me the Battle of the Plains of Jesus, fucking let me know.
Or the cross, or the shroud.
Well, hang on though. The cross thing we have to kind of do, because realistically you could build 5 or 6 Noah's Ark from the number of true cross fragments that were sold to the churches.
That's what I'm saying.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm just talking about archaeological evidence, and there just isn't really any for Jesus.
Isn't there more evidence that Buddha actually existed than Jesus?
Oh yeah. Yeah,
so
absolutely.
So if that's the criteria, why aren't they Buddhists?
Buddha didn't want to be a god. I mean,
I know he didn't want to be a god, but it's just the this.
Buddha didn't promise you heaven either.
That's true. He didn't claim to be God. He didn't fulfill messianic prophecy.
No, he offered you a method by which you might
You've
get
actually got to work at shit to get to a higher plane with Buddhism, don't you? On
well,
the you've got to be a decent person and what have you.
Well, the idea of gaining enlightenment is really just about gaining a clue.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to believe in Buddha to be a Buddhist.
Actually, that reminds me.
I would say you don't need to believe in Jesus to be a Christian either. But
what? Blasphemy! Burn that fucker!
I'm a polyatheist. I can't help it.
Burn it! Burn it!
in my heart.
Burn it! Burn! 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 Burn!
Well, I have in my hand right now something that would be very useful to most of these people.
You put your penis away.
Colonel Mustard? You're offering them Colonel Mustard?
A clue.
Another game to play?
With the candlestick and the conservatory?
Yeah. Yes, with a candlestick upside G-Man's head.
The safe up beside his head.
G-Man with a safe in the parlor, yes.
In the safe room. G-Man. The wrench. The safe room.
Or crowbar, whichever.
Wrench. It's a spanner. Oh my gosh.
G-Man with the safe on the head. I swear, man. It's like, hey, I wanted some money, and then all of a sudden I looked beside me and there was a safe. I'm like, yeah, it's because God tried to hit you with it. Can you imagine? It's like, there's God going, shit. That is the last time I let you say anything to me, Gabriel, while I'm trying to hit somebody with one of these things.
A friend of mine had this really weird notion of probability, which granted it was mostly satirical, but it was the idea that much like in computer code, once you get to a certain point in the negative, it becomes a positive again. So he'd randomly walk down the street, when somebody was doing something stupid, he'd just yell out, "Anvil!" hoping that probability would roll so far in the negative that an anvil would fall from the sky and hit them.
Okay, then.
This reminds me of Arcane and G-Man and all these people, really. I just want to just start yelling Anvil.
Oh, remember those days of forbidden fruit?
Oh gosh, there's another one. Oh.
He was going good. He was doing real good. Yeah, he was doing real good for when he first started out. And then he just went off on it.
It's because he was angry and given the same stupid arguments everyone gives.
Yeah, he went full Raoul, didn't he?
But
full
I mean, when people that have been out there in the community longer came to him and said, "Dude, don't use that. It's a bad argument." He's like, "No, it's a great argument. Religion is a mental illness," and we're like, "No, dude, there's criteria for that." "No, there isn't." What?
Oh.
He went full Raoul or whatever. What did Raoul used to go by? Does nobody remember Raoul when he used to? Really. What was his? Can't think what his YouTube channel was called.
I think it's selective memory.
But yeah, he was pretty much doing the.
Atheism Defended or some shit, was it, or was he?
Atheism Defended. That's the one. Yeah, telling people they weren't true atheists and.
Yeah. If you don't hate religious people for no rational reason, you're not a real atheist. What?
Yeah, it's just like, oh my gosh. You're just the opposite. You're on the same coin, but the opposite side of some of these blooming theists that we're arguing with.
How do you know your atheism is true?
Because I said so.
Okay. I know my atheism is true for the same reason why a Christian would know that their Christianity is true. Because it's actually it's a statement of faith or lack thereof. So if you're to say that atheism isn't true, then you'd be saying Christianity isn't true.
I wouldn't even let the question out of the fucking starting gate. What do you mean?
It's a silly question.
Is true?
That's right. That's my point. It's a silly question.
It's a silly question, but it's a linguistic question, not actually anything coherent.
Right.
I mean, that's the thing is, back in the day when we had Shaka Fraud out there saying that your atheism is accurate and correct or whatever the hell it was, and I'm like, right. That's how it's saying that I'm an atheist is saying I don't believe in God. That's all.
Yeah.
So that's accurate and correct because I don't believe in a God. Get over yourself. Fuck off.
There are no tenets to atheism. You know,
I mean, even more so. It's not like, okay, you don't need to prove that God doesn't exist to prove that your statement that you don't believe in a God is correct. Right. I mean, what the fuck?
You want me to prove that I don't believe what I don't believe?
Yeah. I mean, apart from not believing in God, I could meet another atheist and disagree with every other single thing they say. Have nothing in common with them. We'd still be atheists.
No, you can't.
We believe there's God.
But I mean, that's as innate as walking up to a theist and saying, "You don't really believe in God. I know you don't." Huh?
How do you know that?
What?
Yeah.
Fuck. You're going to talk about my knowledge statements, okay, as to what I actually know that I do or don't believe. Okay, fuck off.
But are you sure about that?
Yep.
Quite.
Do you believe in absolutes? Are you absolutely sure about that?
And that's the fun part is I've actually had some fun with people because I, in a realistic sense, don't believe in absolutes. But when somebody's like, "Are you absolutely sure of that?" I'm like, "Yeah, I am."
Absolutely.
Because I'm using a different definition of the word absolute at that point, so fuck off.
It's in a different context. It's,
yeah.
Context is everything.
Could you be delusional about your delusion?
More than likely.
Now, I know that my actual perception of reality and my senses are incorrect, so we're all good. How can you know that you can rely on your senses? Well, I know I can't. Thank you very much. Fuck off.
I know I can rely on them into the fact that they've, gotten me thus far, and I haven't managed to kill myself by not relying on my senses.
Somebody in the chat just said, I know my atheism is true because I have a divine revelation from nothing that I can be sure to know.
That's good.
I like that one.
Excellent.
But yeah, I mean, since the stroke, I've had a really weird kind of, I almost want to call it an awakening pertaining to what cognition is and how it works and that kind of stuff. And it's like, no, we really can't rely on our senses. Our senses are all fucked up. Whether you've had a stroke or not, shit, man. I mean, we rely so much on third-party input to validate our reality, basically. To know that it's consistent and that we can rely on it, and this kind of stuff, it's almost completely dependent on other people verifying it. Now, over time, we could become confident, and we no longer feel the need for that, but we still, on some levels, do need it for additional external verification.
That is true.
Mm.
I mean, just because you think you're seeing something doesn't necessarily mean that it's true. And what we are able to see pertaining to the full spectrum of what is perceivable color-wise and et cetera is very limited.
Yeah, that's why you have to test them constantly.
Yeah. Yes, this is why we have science.
Instant feedback.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when my senses see a car coming down the road, I'm going to trust those senses rather than step out into the road.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is the thing is you have to have a practical
even if there's no car there.
Well, I mean, I recently had a case in which I almost stepped in front of a car because it wasn't there visually. It just didn't exist for me.
Right.
And this was shortly after the stroke. I'm sitting there looking down the street. I go to cross. My wife grabs me going, "What are you doing?" As the truck speeds by, I'm like, "Where the fuck did that truck come from?" She's like, "You looked right at it." I'm like, "It wasn't there." She's like, "Yes, it was." And this went back and forth for a few minutes and very quickly turned into a comedy routine. But still.
Right.
It's like, who's on first? Yeah, it was horrifying. But my brain was doing basically the equivalent of autofill from a paint program. Right. Oh, let's grab the next closest texture and fill in this entire fucking area with it. It was weird. So, I mean, it's interesting because we know that there's this tiny little blind spot that our brain just automatically fills in. Well, what happens when that blind spot's bigger? You're kind of fucked.
How long ago was your stroke?
It was, 9 months ago now, I think? Roundabout? Yeah. It was interesting. Very interesting experience. I mean, we take our senses and all that sensory input so much for granted in terms of, all the things that we assume about reality. And once that's kind of cut out from under you, you really start reevaluating everything.
Who's Feng Huashang?
I don't know. Sensory input.
Sure.
However, they're still playing the external and need to stop. Oh, they were the one that made that amusing comment a moment ago.
Yeah.
However, they need to stop watching the external stream or they're never going to catch up with what's going on in here.
Yeah, it's killing me.
I don't know.
Sure.
However, they're still playing the external and need to stop. Now they hear it.
That's awesome.
There you go. Yeah. However, they need to stop watching the external stream or they're never going to catch up with what's going on in here.
Why don't
Did you get it?
somebody
Yeah.
mute her?
Echo, 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 echo.
The echo will catch up in about 30 seconds.
30 seconds later, we'll say the echo will catch up in 30 seconds.
Yeah, roundabout.
Get
it? Somebody mute her.
Yeah, there's a simple fucking solution to that.
Damn it! Right when my good part comes up, right? You always fuck me, Gus. Thanks.
Yeah,
well, Bob, you know, that's just a thing. It really isn't anything personal.
It all has to do with that argument we got into about gun control, doesn't it?
What?
Did we do that? We must have done that.
I'm
Lord
lost.
knows I've argued with every other fucking person around here just about, so I'm not surprised you're in the hopper someplace.
I don't know. I mean, my stance on gun control is people should learn to fucking aim. Which would be gun control. You know, control your fucking gun. Learn to
You've got a
aim.
gun, you should know how to control it. I would agree with that.
Uh-huh.
Did Drag invite Tommy back?
I don't know. Is he back?
No.
Tommy can't get in either. I got him blocked too, so.
Tommy was getting his ass handed to him, and he tends to run away.
Yeah, I was listening. I was listening the whole time. In fact, I was going to try and get in to abuse Tommy because
JJ, you're starting to. You might benefit from a reload. You're starting to.
Yeah.
All right.
Little crickle crackle there.
I don't know, maybe it's just a coincidence, but every time I've joined a hangout that either Tommy's been in or he's joined, he's never stayed long while I've been there.
No.
He has a fierce desire for you, my love.
Well,
does.
if he tends to leave when you enter the room, I'm going to have to keep you on speed dial, D.
Oh, he doesn't leave immediately, but it doesn't seem to. It may just be a coincidence, but I reckon he's just madly in love with me and can't handle it.
No, you're not male.
He's feeling the excellent. he's feeling the warm coursings of desire through his body. He is.
Yeah, but I have this deep manly voice, so maybe he gets confused.
Quite possible.
You just don't want to get immature thoughts.
Only the purest of thoughts for D.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that Southern sheriff I was listening to a few years ago. He says, "No. There's no alcohol here. This is a dry county, and we have the alcoholics to prove it."
Number one question, what did you forget? Who the heck are you talking to, Lolly? Oh, never mind. External thing.
Okay.
I have mercifully disabled the external.
Ah.
I also don't pay any attention to the YouTube external either. I am a man who is singularly content.
So, yeah, the external chat, someone's just put, D, you intimidate him, too much female for him, I hear.
Oh, yeah?
That's it. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, can we get mic checks from to see if there's anyone not currently here?
I'm here.
I'm still here.
Okay.
I am not a robot. Check, testing. Check.
Sound like a robot, but you're not.
Yeah, but like I said, if Arcane or Tommy wants in, I'll drop out. I have no problem.
Colonial.
Check 1 2 check.
The only one trolling to get in here is Justin right now.
Colonial Vipers at 7 o'clock.
Justin?
Yeah, Justin Atheist.
Okay.
Who's that?
And the only person unsuccessful with the mic check is Fang, who so far has only shown that they can be rebroadcasting what's going on the outside. So
You are the weakest link.
That is currently muted.
Very sorry, Van Huashang, you must go.
You are muted at the moment,
Gosh.
Fang. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Don't look at me. I didn't do it. I don't have
I just
much.
said kick me out, so I did.
Nobody put them mods on me. I didn't do it.
No, I got him. That was me. I'm the
No,
jerk.
somebody yelled Gus at me. I don't know what the hell that's
Oh
about.
no, I was just after I threw the mod, I said Gus.
Oh,
is
that trick where you fart and blame somebody else? Okay,
Yeah,
I get it.
exactly.
All right,
Yes.
all right, I understand. All right.
Yeah.
That's not a trick. That's just normal behaviour.
Echo it misdirection. Oh, Titan Uranus has joined the call.
What would be the point in being married if you can't blame your husband for your farts?
Who is Titan Uranus? Anybody know him?
Titan Uranus?
No.
Titan Uranus?
Titan Uranus, that's beautiful.
Titan Uranus.
My muscles strong enough, thank you.
1.
Oh, Tommy was in?
Tommy was the focus of the hangout.
Hello, I just got the notification that he left.
Did you hear me?
Actually, okay.
Sorry about that.
Who just said, can you hear me?
This is just an atheist. I just joined on a different.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I was about to kick your ass out. Never mind. Go ahead. I was sitting there hovering over eject, like, who's this Titan Uranus?
I saved my name going, and I was like, fuck, maybe like Shadow will get the fucking vulgarity and link me to my other name, and I'm on this name.
Nah, I waited. I was hovering just in case, waiting to see what noise came first.
Yeah. How's it going?
If a young couple trying to shoot up while having sex on screen popped up, they were going to be killed. Yes, that's happened before.
Yeah.
I was floating through the looking around through some of the Google Hangouts, the available public Hangouts, like you can do, like if you click Live Hangout and then scroll down, you get to see what. And most of these things are fucking Latin churches, man. I swear to God. Most of these things are either fucking Russian get rich quick scheme hangouts or Latin churches, okay? But this one guy was buck naked, okay? But I'm telling you, the guy was butt naked on his and like this was the frozen thumbnail, right? The frozen thumbnail was like penis full frontus, okay? So I'm like, so yes, I wanted to make sure that this wasn't I wasn't seeing it wrong. And sure enough, this guy was doing some sort of strange yoga, and then every now and then he'd stand there full frontal holding on to his ding-ding. So the first time he pulled that, I went, nah, flag, flag, flag.
It wasn't penis puppetry?
No.
I know Dragna put a link for one of those one time too, and yeah, this fat bear motherfucker, he was doing that too. I'm like, flag. I'm like,
Flag.
Who's that? Was it in G-Man's Hangout where that guy showed his asshole?
I believe they were technically trying to moon him, but yes.
Yeah, there's G-Man. There's poor G-Man trying to preach the word of God, and right behind him, red brown eye.
There's G-Man thinking that one asshole in here is enough. We don't need another one.
That's right. It's like,
usually I think the biggest asshole in any G-Man hangout is G-Man himself, but today there's a whole
the new show, Brown Eye for the Christian guy.
Right.
he wasn't mooning. Come on, it was marine biology. And it was a chocolate starfish.
So. Chocolate starfish.
Is that what atheists? Is that what chocolate? Oh no.
No, any minute now, Nephilim Freel shop go now. See, this is what atheists do. They show their tukas. Yeah, I think just about everybody has had their share of weenie wagglers. I know, and Nadia used to get them all the fucking time, right?
All the time. People from the Middle East and shit too. It was crazy.
Like, yes, I am Adam Priest. Yes, take penis. Poor Nadia would be fumbling trying to get the. Oh my God, I gotta go back, and I gotta kill the hangout because fun on kill the hangout.
Yeah, unfortunately, part of my fucking bullshit that I had to deal with 6 months ago, I didn't even have time to take the damn thing offline, nor did it fucking air. Fucking Google doesn't even check this shit.
On my planet, we call that a setup.
It was a setup. The little fucker came in, played something that wasn't visible on the Hangout, and then flagged my shit. That's exactly what the fuck it was.
There we go. That's right. And they take full advantage of the fact that Google cannot afford to check it out. They just can't afford to.
Well, I can afford. They don't actually have anyone hired to do the fucking job. It's just fuck you. You're flagged.
It's
Heaven
not
forbid
something
they
that-
actually have anyone check anything ever.
Biological warfare.
Yes, I'm still pissed over it, even though I do have, as of today, my ability to stream back. But the 6 months of downtime has fucking hurt the channel, to say the least. Barely new channel at the time anyway. Shit. That just fucked me up.
I know. It's tough to make money at this gig.
Yeah, it's less about the money at that point.
Oh,
I was actually working on the book promotion at the time.
Oh.
Of course, now my editor's kind of flaked out and hasn't done shit for like 6 months, so.
You can't rely on anybody. And I say that without any sardonic at all.
My father was one of those people that always was doing that, well, if you want it done right, do it yourself. It's like, well, you know, there are some things you have to pay people for and hire them to do.
This guy's got 8 Yeti coolers in the back of his truck. Like, what, about 2
what?
grand? 8 Yeti coolers. Yeti coolers, they're expensive. Coolers are like $300 each.
I don't know what a Yeti cooler is.
The Yeti cooler is just like a Coleman cooler. You know, it's like a regular cooler. You know, you take your food out in. But the Yeti cooler, you throw a bag of ice in a Yeti cooler, leave it out in the sun, it'll last for a week.
Google it.
Wow. You're right, I should Google it. I'm making the old mistake of the fact that there's a guy right here talking to me. And that's a terrible thing to do, but I should Google it.
Oh, no, screw that. No,
You are correct in upbraiding me in the matter. Yes, you are correct in upbraiding.
Now you Google everything the second it comes up so people think you're smart.
Well, you know, I admit I have less of a con job to lay on people than some around here, but you know.
Should that fix my mic?
Yeah, so far.
Am I no longer a robot? Great.
So far, you're good so far. Who can say what tomorrow will bring? Oh my god, these old headphones are fucking hurting my ears. Now I know why I considered getting new ones in the first place. Jesus Christ. Oh god. Why did my ears have to have cartilage? Who the hell needs any of that? Jeez.
Because it would just look like a flappy piece of skin if it didn't have any cartilage.
Yes, I know. I'd have a head labia if I fucking. How come Gus has a pussy lip on either side of his head? I don't know. He's just a strange guy like that.
God, thanks for that mental image.
There we go. It's like a piece of sizzolini just hanging down the side of his head. I don't even know what's going on with that.
Oh boy, Gus, way to bring down the room.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Because I'm going to be single-handedly responsible for doing that while you're here.
All right, I'm back. God damn it. All right.
No, you're not.
Likely story.
Shit.
You're not back. You just, I don't know. You're just not.
Who the fuck is Titan Uranus? I saw that. I'm standing in my son's school, and I'm looking for these fucking fundraisers.
You probably said it out loud too. You're probably like,
I was about to. I was about to say it out loud. And
you
I'm
look
like,
up and the teacher's like,
I'm like, who
Well,
the fuck?
what?
Well,
Uranus was a Titan.
If you say it the way it's supposed to be said, it becomes Titan Uranus. It doesn't sound.
Well, actually, if you use the Greek pronunciation, the Greek spelt it Uranos. So that's how I get around the problem of every time you say the name of that planet, fucking all the juvenile people go titter 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 titter. So that's how I just say Uranos, and they go, "What's Uranos?" It's essentially the Greek spelling of that planet's name. Oh, I thought it was Uranus. Titter 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 titter. Yes, well.
Okay, I saw.
But regardless, Titan Uranus is just an atheist.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, you're welcome in here. I saw Fong. Shit, I recognize her from somewhere. Fong Huzang
was in here briefly, but no mic, so.
Fanghua Zhang, who had just enough microphone to fucking play back the delay lag on the video stream.
Yeah, pretty much.
On the YouTube, yeah.
I can't remember where I saw her from.
I mean, she's kind of cute, you know, and I'm sure she's smart and all, but
I think she comments quite a bit, doesn't she?
Eventually, once there's a functional mic, but for the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen him in comments section, but I'm not aware of having
I
seen him in any
suppose.
hangouts.
Somebody else who comes into a place that you're supposed to talk and figures typing on the side is okay. I don't understand these people.
That's okay. We'll get her sorted out afterwards, so that's okay.
We'll go down to her house and fucking glue a microphone to her. Here, take that, fucking Jesus Christ.
Start a fucking GoFundMe or something, because I want to say she was on Facebook too, or it may have been another Asian atheist who is not Arnwell's wife.
Hey, Micro.
Hello.
Hello.
How you doing, punk?
Oh, it looks like JJ found my Facebook, my actual one.
Oh yeah, I found it earlier, actually.
Oh, who's JJ?
Oh, under his
hello.
super secret name of Aloysius B. Klippentalker.
Hello.
Yeah. I doxed myself when I showed my Ancestry.com.
Well, yeah, and you're
just
also
realized.
friends with Skylar, though. So.
But I guess this is the difference between theists and atheists, is that when we dox ourselves, we admit it.
Yeah.
Instead of blaming everyone else for it.
Oh, touche then.
You're totally worthy of Facebook friendship.
I post some interesting stuff.
It's very modest of you to say.
I don't post anything too crazy on there because my mother's on there, my mother-in-law, my father-in-law, one of my English instructors from a year and a half ago. Yeah.
And let's face it, you Americans need English instructors.
Yeah, I don't post much of anything.
He doesn't need to learn English, huh? He knows English, huh?
No one
Everybody
else
knows
will
English,
get that
huh?
joke. I'm fine with that. No one else will ever get that joke.
That's okay, huh? It's not bad for everybody else, huh?
Greg.
Bad for you, huh?
Greg. Good job with Tommy. I know it's low-hanging fruit, but I always love it when people embarrass the hell out of them.
Fruit, titter, 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 titter.
But yeah, I gotta get going. I'll catch up with you guys later.
The Tommy thing isn't about having an intelligent conversation. It's about an exercise in patience.
Yeah.
But
that's true.
I honestly wasn't even planning it. It was just me. I think he wanted to have the hangout, and I had offered. So I said, hey, I'll post the links if you want to just come in and we all talk about this. Because it was me, Steve, and quite a few others. And he was like, well, I just want a 101, and I don't want everyone to gang up on me. And I said, okay, well, that's fair, I guess. And opened it up, and I was like, it's still trying to do this homework while I was trying to talk to him. And I stopped doing the homework because I could not concentrate on it and trying to figure out what the fuck Tommy was getting at the same time.
You have to listen to him carefully to figure out what the fuck he's saying.
Yes, I had to keep stopping because he would say something, and it came across to me as odd, and so I wanted to repeat back what I thought he was getting at, just to be sure.
And then you figured out what he meant, and it was still odd.
Greg, I gotta run.
All right, see you, James.
Take care, sweetie.
Yeah, did you get to watch it, Microblog?
No, sadly no. I've been out, so.
I don't know how I did. I honestly was just talking, more responding and correcting.
Talking. Titter, 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 titter.
He's kind of one that you tend to talk at, not to.
That's true.
Well, I talked at him pretty good the other time there when he did that thing where he equated atheism with pedophilia. I talked to him pretty good.
I like that little backhanded apology he gave. That was cute.
It's not quite an apology yet.
It seems
Well,
like
I remember in the hangout where I went at him hammering tongues, and Fiona was like, "No, Gus, no, don't give us the satisfaction, Gus. No, Gus, no." I'm like, Fiona, back the fuck up off me. I got a bone to take care of here. Hold on. No,
Hey, how was Steve's mic when he was in here?
Well, actually, it wasn't too bad. It had odd cutouts, but it's better than it has been in the past. So
it did, and I wonder if that transfers to the YouTube feed, because I was listening on YouTube and it sounded pretty good.
One of the issues that you'll find is that sometimes the audio will be horrible inside the Hangout, but external it'll be fine. So.
And I think that's what I heard. Yeah.
Whereas I often find the complete opposite when it comes to me. Like, I've heard recordings of myself going, I thought I was supposed to sound good. I sound like hammered shit.
Well, it just sounds like you're talking out of a tin can. You can
Well, no, but I mean the other one. Back when I had the headphones of gold. You know. Yeah, before they fell apart. I literally they disintegrated in my hand. I had to go digging out these old fucking things. It's like, oh god, no. Oh, they still work. Oh, jeez.
So, Drag, what are you doing? I'm trying to figure out what's on the screen.
Oh, it's a virtual lab for independent and dependent variables and reporting the results from a simple experiment with fucking some type of crop.
Corn.
With corn, yes, with corn and a particular infestation of eastern potato borer something.
That's the worst thing a potato could be, is a boar, if you ask me.
Growing pot?
What?
Well, it says in that little table, growing pot, 1 yield. Growing
Yes,
pot, 2 yield.
The pot that it's growing in.
Not that kind of pot.
I know.
Oh fuck! I lost my table. God damn it! Fuck!
Now, truth be known, he's actually just playing a Farmville mod.
That doesn't like Farmville.
Expensive mod.
Doesn't like Farmville.
If you thought Farmville was boring before, folks.
Yeah, no shit.
It's the realism mod.
Is it live or is it Memorex? I don't know.
I thought it was the GMO mod for Farmville
Now
or something.
all the British people are gonna be like, so what is that accent from? Actually, Dee's the only person that doesn't rag on me about my accent. I think that's just because she's too nice.
Oh yeah, I'm really nice.
I'm waiting on you to do a one from Sheffield so Wayne Hudson can get on you, because I think he's the only one who hasn't actually criticized your.
Wayne's not from Sheffield. He lives in Sheffield.
Believe me, sweetheart. He's gotten after me about other things. I don't know if you remember when I went into that episode of the boiled piss and snored him out of the place.
Coincidentally, anyone that thinks that Dee is just a wonderfully nice person has never seen her when Matt Bell walks in the room.
I think that applies to most people.
Probably.
Yeah. Hey, they call him Mowdy.
Hey, Chrissy, how you doing?
Jesus Christ.
All you buttholes in the same room together.
Fucking Florida Cabana boy, fucking hello.
You know it, baby.
Chrissy, how are you? You know what my pool needs is a good sucking. That's what I have to get all the dirty pieces out of that pool before the party comes. You know how it is.
Already in my mouth. Everyone's coming.
Remember, folks, boys, if you're all from the same ship, put the name tag on. I like to keep all my Navy boys together, grouped, if you know what I mean.
I just got a weird image of Jennifer Gordon.
We'll give it back.
I think I have an impression of Jennifer Gordon, but I don't want to do it because I don't want her to get mad at me, because she's one of the few people around here I give a shit if they're mad at me or not.
She's good about it though. She takes everything with a grain of salt.
She sort of has like so we're in Guam, and in Guam there's not an awful lot to do, so I just sit around and talk to people, you know. I like that. No, not okay. That's cool. I'll work on it.
That didn't sound too bad, actually. I thought.
I respect the notions of work in progress. You know, little by little we become less little.
I wonder if that's what WHIP really stands for.
Work in progress, huh?
You know, it's Republican whip or whatever.
Unless it's work in progress.
Herkin Jerkin, what?
Well, I don't want to know if that's. I don't want to know if that Congress works, because those boys are ugly.
Oh.
Who's wearing a jerkin?
I don't want to freaking idea what I'm talking about.
Want to see. No. Listen, I don't want to see any of those boys in spandex shorts on the promenade. I'm just messing.
Promenade.
That's absolutely. You say.
Promenade.
That's right. I was about to have a promenade. Yes, I was having a bit of a promenade down by the Knickerbocker suite. Yes, quite. I was I was laughing with Mowdy about old styles of recording. It's like, oh yes, I received several wax cylinders for my Victrola.
Wow.
I put my boatman's hat on and took a stroll down the promenade. A little perambulation there.
Oh, I do like a good perambulation.
Yes.
Gee.
Me, I'm like my mommy told me I'd go blind perambulating, but.
Why else shouldn't I live in the countryside?
In the country.
In the country. Very fine house in the country.
In the country.
In the Skegness.
I love that yesterday. Bridget, this is Dee. She lives in a luxury condo in the sky. I do not!
For everyone else, no, I don't live in Skegness. But for Gus, yeah, I live in Skegness.
This is what's known in Great Britain as humoring someone.
Mm-hmm.
All right, this is gonna sound really weird, but Dionysus said something earlier. They were talking about porn over in Nadia's channel.
Oh God.
And Dionysus said something about porn on a computer that you can't smell it. I'd like to ask Mowdy what sex smells like.
Oh, you're asking empirically, are you?
I hope you mean to him.
No, actually, he could give you a scientific answer.
Yeah, he works in a lab that does that stuff, so yeah.
He works in a lab that smells sex.
Oh yeah, describe this then. Because I think I know what it smells like, but.
Like, are we talking about, like, in general, or the specific, like, where the actual business is happening?
Their business is smells, not specifically sex smells.
Who's doing the deep breathing?
Are you ready?
Yeah, we're ready, baby.
All right, so it has to do with, obviously, the kind of sex that you're having, but it mostly has to do with body odor and apocrine as well as eccrine gland secretions, as well as what are called putative social signals, which may or may not be the adult version of pheromones. That's very controversial. So that would be androstenone, androstadienone, and that would pretty much be it. Keeping in mind that apocrine and eccrine gland secretions don't smell in and of themselves. They only smell once the bacteria on the skin has metabolized it.
Now, aren't you glad you asked? It's far less sexy than you expected, isn't it?
Can you put that in the side chat?
So he can post it. So he can post it to Dionysus or whatever the guy's name is.
So a cinnamon candle wouldn't do it then.
Cinnamon.
Well, but for D, maybe.
What's that?
I do like cinnamon, but it's not something I associate with sex.
Yeah, I'm talking non-fetish sex.
Yeah, I tend to kind of associate it with rolls.
Not associated with rice porridge.
Cinnabons?
Porridge?
Yeah, I like Cinnabons.
It's a Danish dish we eat around Christmas, where it's a rice porridge, rice pudding thing, where we put cinnamon and sugar on it.
Oh, rice pudding with cinnamon.
Oh, rice pudding.
But now you're definitely doing it for D.
Or some nutmeg. If you haven't got cinnamon,
I think D might be able to answer what sex smells like from those noises.
That said, I haven't had rice pudding for at least a decade now because it's too much dairy in there for me.
At least it's rice pudding you haven't had for a long time, and never mind.
Well, let me look. My mother used to make rice pudding when we were kiddie winks. So don't be associating that with sex. Thank you very much. For me, I mean, if you want to associate it with sex for yourself, that's your own
No,
personal choice.
I wasn't. I said at least that you've. Oh, never mind.
It's an aphrodisiac.
No.
That's racist.
Captain, Freon is a Klingon aphrodisiac.
long as you don't put the aphrodisiac in the ice cream, you're all right.
Yeah, and spoiled milk gets coneheads drunk. What's your point?
Not just coneheads.
Oh, spoiled.
Oh wait, no, that was what was there was a Alienation, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That's right. I forgot about that
yeah.
actually.
Yeah.
You're pretty spry around the brain for somebody who took a stroke. Good for you.
You had the kids stumbling down the street with their little carton of milk. The young newcomers.
Yeah.
Ginger actually is an alcoholic beverage based on milk.
It comes out of breasts, yes.
Now, the things that were lost.
Don't
courtesy
disturb
of stroke
Bob.
were
He's
really-
driving past a giant chemical truck. We don't want him to
weirdly
be an
random.
industrial accident and turn him into a fucking superhero.
It's nice knowing you, Bob.
Yeah, as I was saying though, it's the things that were actually lost in the stroke were just really weirdly random, kind of like everything that Gus says.
Well, you're trying. You're trying. I'll give you that.
He's very trying. Oh,
I'm trying. Yeah, I'm always very trying. Thank you.
You're trying. You're giving it a shot. I can't disrespect a fellow who's trying really hard to take a swing at me. I'll let you know when you connect
That wasn't
with
a
something.
swing.
I'll let you know when you connect with something.
That wasn't a swing. That was barely a jab.
Or don't I know it? Ah.
I forgot what I was going to say. God damn it.
Oh, sure. He's the one who has the stroke, and you can't fucking remember anything.
I really can't.
You see, Heathen? You see, Heathen, the next time you're tempted to get down on yourself even a little bit by what you might or might not have lost from the stroke, remember that Dragnot can't remember anything.
I had a retort for that, but I forgot it too.
And then I got high. And then I got high.
Welcome to my world, Drag.
Probably
Welcome to my
something.
world.
Ah, I was right. There is an alcoholic beverage based on milk, but it's horse milk.
Oh, well, yeah, horse and milk. No, that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
Are you sure it's horse milk?
Okay.
Horse
milk.
Yeah, horse like in the animal.
Horse milk.
Oh, I thought you said horse milk. Never mind.
That would be one industrious pimp, eh? Like he puts them out, and then when they come back in the morning, he gives them a good milking, and puts them out again.
Oh my gosh.
I think there's a goat milk version
worse.
also, though, isn't
Well,
it? Feeds them plenty of grass and hay.
Well, I can see that.
I can say as long as it's milk from the female horse, then we're fine.
It's horse from the female. It's called kumis. Kumis.
Kumis?
Kumis.
Where do they do that?
Not to be confused with
Asia,
hummus.
I think.
Yeah, not to be confused with hummus, no.
No.
Or humus, if you prefer.
I think I remember. Is it Mongolia?
Yeah.
I don't,
Yeah.
You remember Mongolia?
Where they make the fermented. Well, last time I was there, I thought it was goat's milk. I have friends from Mongolia.
Oh, Mongolians do things with horses that would turn the average Westerner's stomach. You know, like they.
I think you underestimate me.
They'll take. They'll butcher a horse to eat, right? And then they would cure those pieces of horse flesh between flaps on their saddle as they would, they were riding around. I mean, they would, it was just like, can you imagine?
Yeah, it's a nomadic culture.
Oh, I want something to eat. Let me just grab a hunk of fucking raw horse flesh from between my saddle flaps. I'm sorry, I'd be like, you know what? I would just prefer you cut my head off. Like
just like jerky.
Yeah.
Come on, you're Canadian. You'd eat that.
But obviously, it's not unhealthy, or it's not going to give you food poisoning. Seeing as if it did, they would probably have stopped.
Well, no, the ones that died of such things died, and the ones left alive were the ones that wouldn't get food poisoning from such things.
Well, I mean, also
that's
saying,
not how it works. You can't really evolve to not get food poisoning.
no, wait. That's actually not entirely representative. If you look at, there's certain dishes, I think it's a Korean dish, that they basically defecate on it and bury it for a while, and they're immune to it because they're used to eating their own shit-covered crap, but for anyone that's not used to it, it's like really nasty food poisoning.
Well, I'm good
True,
for. I'm
but
good
how
for.
how do you get
I'm good for supper now. I don't think I need to eat supper. No.
Well, you know what Nietzsche would say.
Wait, but then how do you get used
Where's
to
my
it?
sister?
It's a tolerance because they're used to their food being.
Same with
It's actually more of a storage thing.
So you just start out by eating a little bit of it.
Yeah, well, basically, I mean, if you grow up with it, you build up a tolerance.
Yeah, I
Right,
could.
My cousin feeds her dogs raw chicken and raw rabbit, and no vegetables at all, no dog food. It's all. I mean, they'll take a whole thigh and leg, and not even a bone at all. The dogs will eat it. They have no. They've been like that since they were puppies. When they shit, it comes out white. It dries up, powders and flakes away. There's no smell to it. They don't even have to clean up the dog shit.
Well, dogs are carnivores, so that kind of makes sense.
No, dogs are omnivores.
All right.
So
a dog is willing to eat anything. Okay, that's not. I mean, you look at a dog's mouth; they're all canines and incisors for crying.
Yeah, but it's not. A dog can live off a vegetarian diet. It doesn't have to get a vegan diet. It's not an obligate carnivore, which makes it, by definition, makes it an omnivore, seeing as it's capable of doing both.
I
And
suppose
in
something
nature,
like a cat that would die on a purely
Exactly.
veggie diet, yeah.
Well, what would change to get humans like that? What do you think you'd have to change the diet for that? You're talking about them guys in Mongolia eating a raw flesh like that.
Well, I mean, humans are omnivores as well, but you know, you basically end up with the humans will mold to fit the nutrient stream, right? Like just like up in the north with the Inuit. All they have to eat up there is seal and rock ptarmigan and the odd polar bear. Yes, they will actually kill and eat a polar bear if they have to. They just won't eat the liver.
What that tastes like.
They just won't eat the liver because the liver is so enriched in vitamin E that it'll kill them. Or is it D? It's D or E. Anyways, it's one of the vitamins that they won't touch it.
I think
They
it's
won't touch
A,
it.
actually.
Well, whichever. They won't touch it. That's not the point. Whichever. They won't touch it but they will. You know. So in a situation like that where these people literally do not get vegetation in their diet at all, no legumes of any kind. They have evolved to live to the point where when the white man has shown up, you know, but that adaptation had to have happened through, you know, the hundreds of generations, because those people came from what we understand as China across what used to be a land bridge between what we now know as Kamchatka and what we now know as Alaska, right?
But that doesn't mean it's evolution. That could simply be adaptation. That's simply adaptation.
Over hundreds of generations?
No.
Not over hundreds of generations. That's not adaptation. That's the form of
There's
evolution.
not an actual genetic difference involved.
Yeah, they don't have. They don't have genes.
You know what? I don't think anybody here is. Ooh, I don't know. That's you know, I'm not going to fight too hard on that, but I have a funny feeling that there may be some. I mean, in any case, whether I don't know why we suddenly got into genetics. I'm just saying evolution doesn't necessarily have to involve a complete difference in a genome. I mean,
it does have to, but it does have to involve some kind of difference in the genome. Otherwise, it's not evolution. Because that's how the evolution is defined.
What?
Wait a minute. Evolution has changed in allele frequency over time, right?
Yeah, genetics.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what an allele is. It's a version of a gene.
I'm going to use my head and realize I'm not enough of a geneticist to fight over this. But having said that, going all the way back to whether or not dogs are omnivores or carnivores simply because of the shape of their teeth, I think you can. I think the species will mold to fit the nutrient stream, but that doesn't mean that they were that was their quote unquote intended niche.
Well, what they came from was a carnivore, probably.
No, they came from wolves, and wolves are omnivores too. Wolves will eat other things, plant matter in nature.
Sure, but I'm not stopping at wolves. I'm saying that when you go back far enough, you go back to at least maybe not a strict carnivore, but just because they retained the original carnivore tooth structure doesn't mean they can't adopt other food sources.
Well, no, but that's it's like saying that a battleship if pressed into it can become a troop ship. Sure, but it wasn't built for that. And the fact that creatures can bridge a gap between what they were quote unquote built to do and what they're forced to do in order to stay alive long enough to procreate has got fuck all to do with what they were first built to do.
Well, what we're talking about here is basically the ability to survive off of a alternate diet.
Well, okay, except that that's got nothing to do with what they were built to do. I mean, wolves are carnivorous pack hunters. They're chasers, and they have anybody who most of the teeth in their mouth are built to rend flesh. I don't think you can. The fact that they can survive on bonbons, if that's all you give them, has got nothing to do with what they were first built to do.
But what we're saying is something like a cat. What we're saying is something like a cat does have what is needed to process things other than just meat, so they can live off diets that don't involve the meat.
Sure, but it doesn't change the fact.
I'm actually a little confused. What is the argument?
It doesn't change the fact that they're carnivores.
No, they are.
Their morphology, at least their tooth morphology, is carnivorous, maybe.
Oh yeah.
But morphology isn't everything. You also have behavior.
It's not maybe. I mean, a cat is even a starker. A cat is even a starker example of a pure carnivore. They were built to be carnivore.
Cats are pure carnivores, but dogs are classified as omnivores.
Dogs are mostly carnivores. They are carnivorous pack hunters. They're carnivorous pack hunters that were designed. Okay, but again, the fact that if I have to, I can survive off of shoe leather doesn't mean that that's primarily the way that
whether or not they can survive off of it.
No,
yes, it is. I'm sorry, but at this point we're splitting. No, they're not. Yeah, but there's okay. Again, I'll try this one more time. There is a difference between what they can do if they have to, and what they were originally intended through their morphology and capacities to do. There is a difference. And even though a carnivore can periodically eat a fucking head of lettuce and maybe even survive off it, that is not what they are. That is only what they might have to do. It's not what they were built to do. Big difference. So dogs are carnivores and cats are carnivores, and that's that. The fact that dogs may have the fact that dogs may have molars has as much to do with breaking up bones so that you can get the marrow as anything else.
But when you speak of dogs,
all vertebrates, all mammals have molars, pretty much. That's the name of the tooth behind.
Well, my cousin, when my cousins eat the chicken leg and the thigh, because it's all one, all they do is they break the cartilage between the thigh and the chicken leg, so it'll straighten out when they swallow it. They don't break any of the bone in the leg and the thigh at all. They swallow it all in one piece.
Your cousins?
So the dogs.
My cousins, their dogs are Labradors.
The dogs. I mean,
they're dogs. Yeah, my cousins Labradors.
We can pick details apart, or we can actually remember that he's not actually talking about two people.
Yeah. No, it's my cousin's dogs. They've taken them to the vet. The vets, they're perfect health. There's no problems at all, and they don't eat any vegetables. It's all raw meat, fish, turkey, chickens, rabbits.
But unlike cats, dogs aren't actually pure carnivores, and part of that is because if you go back into
wolves in nature will
If you
And
go
the
back
nature-
through what the role that they fit in, it's not purely a carnivorous role. There's also quite a bit to scavenger.
Yes, but when they scavenge, what are they scavenging for?
Typically
They're not
for meat.
scavenging. They're not scavenging for nuts and berries. They're scavenging.
Well-
They're a lone wolf's preferred diet is either a kill that's been left by another animal, or they'll chase down squirrels, or if they can catch a rabbit or whatever. Again, they're going for meat.
But when you
They're
say
carnivores, they're primarily carnivores.
They're primarily
speak of what they're
carnivores.
built to do.
Primarily, but they're not pure carnivores, and that's all that's being said.
They
Nothing.
will naturally.
I don't know.
even
I don't know what this distinction that you're fucking talking about. A carnivore. They are carnivores. They eat meat. They are meant to eat meat. They eat meat. They have the tooth
They
structure.
also
eat. They have the hunting tactics. They have the attack tactics, and they have the proclivities to meat. So I don't even know. I don't know whether the
So do humans. Are you saying we have carnivores too?
It's no, we don't. We don't have this. We don't have a tooth structure primarily for eating meat.
Actually,
We don't have
all
fangs.
the other things.
Oh, bullshit. We don't have fangs, okay?
Why
for
don't we
one
have
thing.
fangs?
Because we're not.
We cook things.
Because
When
we're
we didn't cook things, we would have.
Because we're not meant to make
Well,
kills.
why
that's
would we need?
But but incisors can rip just about anything, and we have molars. We have a large number of molars. We have
Baboons have
a
fangs.
widespread of teeth that are designed to do that.
Why do
We
baboons
also
have
we also hunt in packs, but we gather in packs.
But why do baboons have fangs?
Who gives a fuck why baboons have fangs? Who gives
You
Sorry, why baboons
you
have
mentioned
fangs?
we don't have fangs.
Fucking fruit bats have fangs. That's great. You can always find exceptions, and you can
Then
always
why did
sit
you
there and
bring up
exalt
the
the exception.
fang?
Because the exception is not the fucking rule, is why.
Our fangs fell out. Our fangs fell out when we created spears. There we go.
I can't believe I'm arguing.
By the way,
I can't believe I'm fucking arguing with people over whether or not cats and fucking dogs are carnivores. Like I cannot believe I'm arguing with people over that.
Well, they're not carnivores.
Neither can I.
Yeah,
Well, they're in a damn
I suspect for two different fucking reasons. I suspect.
Yeah, there's no theists. What the hell else are we gonna do?
Just thinking something along the lines of that, actually.
I'm a polytheist.
want a cracker?
I'm gonna have a cookie instead. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Holly, want a cracker? Yeah, that was a joke. Yeah, we caught that. Kind of fun though. First time I've gotten to pull that one.
So, guess you want to talk about gun control now?
I want to talk about genetics some more.
Actually, speaking of animals that aren't, pure this or pure that, I think it's really interesting that deer eat meat.
Yeah, and so do cows.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll find frogs in the deer's gut. I found that before when I gutted them up.
Cows will eat almost things. If you've ever worked in an abattoir, the things that get pulled out of cows' stomachs, quite fascinating, apparently.
Well, that's as much a function of the fact that a cow is not particularly fucking bright as anything else.
But why are polar bears white?
They're not.
Well, their skin.
Because they're racist.
Their skin isn't white.
I should have specified why are polar bears' hair white.
Neither is the fur, technically. It's actually clear.
That's true.
One deer I shot 7 years ago.
I don't know. Why is it that dark-skinned dogs apparently taste better?
Why are you eating your friends?
Well, a cat tastes like a squirrel.
Why are we eating our friends?
Cat
I don't
tastes like a
understand that.
squirrel.
Because they keep licking their nuts and I'm sick of listening to it.
Doesn't take much to get you going, boy, does it?
Yeah, after 5 minutes, it's no longer grooming.
Okay. All right, then.
Oh, there's that, yeah.
Actually, he's being taken on Friday to get his nuts cut off. Yay, finally. No more nuts for him to lick.
I'm detecting some jealousy here. I am.
No, it's the noise. After about 10 minutes of that, it's just like stop, get the animal out of here.
Oh, Jesus.
The noise is just disgusting.
I know.
It sounds like in films when they start snogging. I always think it sounds like they're
Yeah, the
plunging
high
a
definition
sink.
sound on somebody playing with the corner of their eye, right? You're just like, what the hell?
It is. It's just. Ugh.
Yeah, I got that headphone in my ear, the headset, and people start eating on Hangouts. I gotta take it off. I get so sick here to munch.
When Nadia gets a bag of chips.
I turn the channel. I find you something else.
Uh-oh. Bob's driving past that chemical truck again. No, it's a different chemical truck.
That's a different one. I haven't run nobody off the road in a while. I still got a couple more months. So.
That's a double negative.
I heard I had nobody off the road in a while, but I know that's not what he said.
Said I haven't run anybody off the road in a while. But I still got a couple months yet.
Okay. Oh, livestock van. Is there any livestock in there? Any horses?
No, it's empty.
Oh well, what are you gonna do?
That's a small one. That's probably for goats and or cows.
Okay, I think I might take this offline. Nadia's on. She's awake, and she has found internet at some. That I'm not making this up. She's in some type of fast food restaurant, and I can see people making things in the background, kind of looking at her strangely.
That sounds like that sounds perfect. I'm sure you'll get lots.
It could be worse. It could be Beasley from the psych ward like last time.
There'll be lots of easy ways to have conversation with 50 different people in the background making noise.
I think she's at the cafe she usually goes to.
Is that what that is? They look like they were like flipping burgers or something.
Oh, maybe it's a different place.
They have funny little uniforms. I know it might be a cafe, but I was thinking about making finding a picture of Brad, aka Arcane Logos, and then doing kind of an open letter to him, and like actually writing out what I'm going to say, and trying to speak as eloquently as I can while shoving my foot firmly up his ass. So
You, sir, are a fucking ignoramus.
You know what would be hilarious? If you wrote like this really polite like open letter, and then I translated it into nasty-ish. So I'm on the same video, and you're like, perhaps you should not be so disingenuous in the points that you make. Perhaps you shouldn't fucking lie, shitsack. Okay.
You say Arcane's name is Brad?
His real name is Brad, yeah.
Brad.
I never would have guessed.
Scradley.
I found some.
Brad is in assholes right on church doors too, Brad?
It's a white name. What's up with
it is. I don't know. He keeps calling me Uncle Ruckus, but
who's Uncle Ruckus?
It's so it's a character on the Boondocks, and he is he feels.
Oh, him.
Yeah.
The old guy.
With the eye.
Yeah. Oh no, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I wouldn't name my child Brad.
It sounds like
I wouldn't name your child Brad either.
It is a douchebag name.
It is. I think it's at the top of the list.
Or at least one particular douchebag.
I would name him Aloysius P. Skithmuddle.
I like it.
Probably would.
I was called Aloysius for most of my life.
That'll teach you.
I kind of like that.
Swift.
What kind of name is Aloysius?
Aloysius.
A very German
When you get your ass
name.
kicked for having.
A very German name.
German?
Yeah.
Ja, es ist ein name of the master race.
My grandfather, Aloysius, the way he'd say it though is a little different.
Aloysius, don't the Aloysius.
Yeah.
Aloysius, don't the Aloysius.
I don't think that's how that song goes, but okay, D.
I can't quite remember how it goes, to be honest.
Actually, if you want to hear something really interesting, it's Alouette is a bird, right?
Oh, Alouette.
So it's Alouette Jansi Alouette, which is Alouette, beautiful, stayed bird. Je te plumerai. And then the next is Je te plumerai. And Je te plumerai means I pull the feathers off you.
Oh my.
And it goes Je te plumerai la tête, and it's I'm pulling the feathers off your head, and then the other person goes hey la tête, and you go through the entire portion. You're essentially singing about pulling the feathers off of a bird.
You're making it for dinner.
I can never sing that again.
It's for dinner.
That song just always reminds me of the Kids in the Hall episode.
No, feed the bird to the dog. It's mostly a carnivore.
There we go.
Here, before I end the broadcast, I know too many people have not seen the actual picture of our friend Brad, but here he is. If you've not seen what Arcane Logos actually looks like. Yes, that is Arcane
He looks
Logos.
like a smug asshole. What do you know?
He looks like a
surprise.
12. He looks like he's about 12.
Just like his avatar.
Mama say, mama say, mama sa, mama pusa.
Come here, little boy. I want to hurt you.
Jesus.
Oh, sorry. That's a.
You can say that to me anytime.
If you've ever seen a comedian called Rhett Butler, Brett, I can't remember what she goes by. She's funny. She used to do a TV series called Grace Under Fire.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but it's a line from one of her stand-ups of "Come here, little boy, I want to hurt you," and it just. Yeah. Anyway.
It's appropriate, I guess.
It is very appropriate, yeah.
Sounds dirty.
Yeah. She is.
Hey, Drag, let me know if you ever plan on getting into the SWGEMU.
Yeah, I might try it out a little bit later.
When you have time.
See.
What now?
It's
I heard an acronym. That's all I know.
Yep, somebody just corrected me. His name is Brandon, not Brad. Excuse me. I think I just called him Brad.
That's a little more believable.
If it was Brad, at least it'd be more entertaining, because then we could do the whole Rocky Horror motif.
Yes, Rocky Horror is a good show. We were talking about that earlier today.
We were.
Okay. For those of you watching,
by design.
For those of you watching just now, if you go back to the beginning, you'll hear my conversation with Tommy Hall. But yeah, we kind of went over and just talked about all kinds of stuff. So it's at the beginning. Feel free to use it, copy it, whatever. Don't care. Anybody want to plug their shit, their channels? Go for it.
Yeah, I can fucking stream again. Shuffles are coming back. We're going to probably either starting this weekend or next week, I'm going to be broadcasting every fucking episode that people missed when I was on the Vanquish channel, which will take a week. Non-stop.
I'd like to promote the documentary Cinemania. It's about film buffs in New York City. It's on YouTube. Maybe shouldn't be, but it is. Check it out. It's very entertaining.
I would like to say that 100 years ago today in Canadian history, the Parliament buildings burned to the fucking ground. And for the next little while, Canada's Parliament had to meet in a museum that looked oddly like a castle until they were rebuilt.
Actually, for a more legitimate plug, right now on Netflix there is a documentary on there called Kumare, in which a guy, after traveling to India and what have you, decides to come back to the West and start a fake little New Age cult thing, and it's absolutely fascinating.
Huh.
Definitely worth a watch. It says a lot about religion and how they form and how belief works.
I will check that out.
Kumare. Very fun.
All right.
Especially when it gets to the point that he decides to level with everyone. And he puts it off for a while, finally levels with them. And a lot of people just basically reject that he's not really some fucking guru.
And words of wisdom, don't do anything I wouldn't do twice.
Keep it between the lines.
I think I already have.
Oh, now Tanya joins. See,
Tanya.
What did you do to your hair, girl?
I dyed it.
Ah, you're looking all blonde.
I don't care what she did to her hair. She's beautiful. Oh my god, bye.
Well, the point is somebody actually noticed that she did something to her hair.
If you like
There's no point in dyeing your hair if nobody notices.
That is true. I'll do a little self-promotion. I have a Patreon. Donate or not, don't care. Whatever.
Shit. Drama when I get back. Sorry.
I'll be trying to host maybe one discussion a week with somebody, or just one hangout where people can come, laugh, chill, whatever. Doesn't matter.
You never want to come talk to me, you bastard.
I do come in sometimes.
I'm kidding. I'm
Sometimes.
just playing. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Drag, would you like to do a debate on natural selection?
Once I study up on it a little bit more, yeah, because I think that I'm ill-equipped to use the proper language. I wanted to get with Ozzy to I guess, better articulate the points, because he brought up a really good point. When we are discussing aspects of natural selection, we kind of associate, or I guess attribute, a sense of agency to it, almost a teleological attribute to it. And so that is kind of where you can shoehorn in this idea of this bodiless fucking intelligence that Tommy Hall likes to assert, and many others. So I need to find a way to better articulate the finer points of natural selection and evolution without using the language that lends itself to their argument.
Do you see the video I posted in the side chat?
Let me click on it so I can put it in my history. Let's see. Debating Darwin, how Jerry Fodder slid down a slippery slope to anti-Darwinism. Oh, wow, from University of California television.
I recommend watching it.
Why do we keep using the phrase Darwinism?
Eh.
I don't know.
It's archaic.
It is, but, you know, just like most anachronisms, people will bring them up in various means, and...
That's why Arcane uses it, isn't it?
He uses a lot of things, but anyway, I'm going to go ahead and end the broadcast. Thank you for watching. I'm still going to have the Hangout open. I'll post the link again if anybody wants to come in and just chat. But, yeah, I think it's going on long enough. Here we go.
Enough of this circus.